Hello. I fail to sleep guys. I can never sleep दिन में पता नहीं क्या है. मैंने अपना बेस्ट ट्राई किया सोने का. I just can't sleep. कोई नहीं. हमारे मैच में थोड़ा टाइम है. बट हाँ दूसरे मैचेस चल रहे हैं हम वो देख सकते हैं. ये स्ट्रीम ए स्ट्रीम बी का क्या ग्रुप के हिसाब से थोड़ी हो रहा है. एक्चुअली ग्रुप के हिसाब से पॉसिबल नहीं. यहाँ पे अलग अलग मैचेस चल रहे हैं. हाय गाइस व्हाट्स अप. ज़्यादा देर के लिए गई नहीं थी वैसे मैं. ओह माय गॉड. लगाओ मैच अभी. अभी ये कौन सा मैच चल रहा है. लिवॉन. दिस इज ग्रुप ए का सेकंड मैच. आई थिंक फर्स्ट में भी हो गया होगा. नहीं अभी तो स्टार्ट हुआ था. फर्स्ट कहाँ से हुआ होगा. ओ फर्स्ट भी चल रहा है. अच्छा अच्छा ग्रुप ए के दोनों मैचेस साइड बाय साइड चल रहे हैं. तो आई गेस ग्रुप बी के भी दोनों साइड बाय साइड चलेंगे. या you feeling any better? No. But Papa is making coffee for me. I'll have coffee, another coffee, second coffee of the day. I'm having crazy headache, but it's okay. We will watch chess and forget about the headache.
Castling, maybe it was better to keep the knight centralized, and here Levon is feeling more and more comfortable. You can see the heart rate, you can see the time advantage, but black is just playing, I mean, the only way I can describe this, there's been a lot of bad moves the last few
Oh,
moves.
इसमें मेरे को
Nerves,
कैमरा
nerves.
कहाँ रखना था. मैं भूल
Overthinking
गई.
coming from nerves.
नीचे नाम कवर होगा बट
that we're seeing
ऊपर
here
रखूंगी तो
from
उनका
these
कैम
teams, right?
कवर
The
होगा.
Esports World Cup, you've got
Nice.
two knights, G8 and H8. A knight on
I
H8
guess
is a
ऊपर ही
terrible
सही
piece,
है.
right in the corner of the board. It has the least scope it will ever have. Black also hasn't castled the entire
Hi
game.
भविष्य.
Did decide to take that pawn.
We saw
So
Hero
many things about
dancing
this
before
position,
GTA 6.
including the
कैसा
time
था guys
disadvantage
reel?
that just makes me think that Artemiev is slowly letting it slip away. The bishop on
आप
f5
ठीक
can be
हो.
taken
हाँ
right
हाँ
now,
मैं ठीक
but what
हूँ.
might be an even stronger move is maybe pawn to d5. I was thinking knight captures the bishop and then pawn to d5. You could also start by playing pawn to
ओए
d5
इनका
first, but
हार्ट रेट भी
regardless,
लिखा है
Knight
गाइस.
d5.
knight captures the bishop here is a huge idea.
It's a huge idea
टॉप लेफ्ट
because
लगाओ.
black's
फ्लिप
team
मार
hasn't
के.
castled, and you see the
टॉप
queen on
लेफ्ट
e3, the
विल
pawn
बी
on
द
e5,
सेम
you
थिंग.
take that bishop, you have
टॉप लेफ्ट इज
e6
बेटर.
ideas,
एटलीस्ट तुम लोग को
and
दिख
all of
रहा
a
है कि
sudden
ग्रुप स्टेज
black's
का
team is
गेम
feeling
1
the
ऑफ
heat. I
2
really
है
like
ये.
your d5 move, but I like almost all of White's moves because black has no initiative here. Pieces have been traded. The king is, as pieces get traded, that king is safer and safer on
लिवॉन
f2. And some
एरोनियन.
endgames with the queen's off, it can just
ये
slide
सेकंड
e3
नेम
and
तो
be
मुझे
a
पढ़ने में भी
participant,
डर
but
लग रहा है.
Levon, I know for sure
Vlad
feels like there's a moment here. He's calculating d5. He's calculating knight
Vlad
f5 or rook h1. Those are the three moves that stand out to me. I like d5 the most. You see your opponent's down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You go for the kill.
रील बस्ती में टाइमिंग कुछ ज्यादा ही रियल.
This is a big moment.
एक्चुअली मैं
because
सोच
when
रही थी
you
कल
have
पोस्ट
low
करूँ. देन
time,
आई वाज लाइक
like
ब्रो
Vladislav Artemiev
I
right now,
just got
this is not the move that
frustrated
you
due
wanna
to
see.
Valorant.
You don't
I
wanna
should
face
post
it.
this
The pawn,
right
you
now.
can capture it two
तो
different
मैंने
ways. However,
पोस्ट कर
if you
दी.
capture with the e pawn in front of the king, the
शीरो
bishop
एक
will just be
अफवाह है.
gaining
इतना
for
बॉडी
free.
मूवमेंट
If
के
you capture
बाद
with
ये
the
मैं
other
इसकी
pawn, the
बॉडी का
c
कुछ
pawn,
टूट
White
जाता
has a
है.
nice choice of capturing on d5 or capturing the bishop
अफवाह
on
ही है.
f5. Levon Aronian has just played the best move in the position, and Artemiev,
इसमें इतना
2
दिमाग
minutes
चलेगा ना.
and
White will
counting,
win.
he's in
Win.
trouble.
White one will
He's
win.
in big trouble
Who
here,
is white?
structurally, positionally.
Oh, I think
I don't see a
I
good
think
move.
right one is
saving
right.
ideas in some positions. The queen on b4 can slide to h4. Watch out for
So
that.
you're saying
So,
Livon
for
will
example, knight takes f5,
lose.
e takes f5, knight takes d5, hitting the queen. That's a great move, great position for white. But there is queen h4 check, buying black a little bit of
Livon
time.
is white.
Yep, sliding
अच्छा
laterally
I
across
thought
the board.
कि
Of course, at the moment, the pawn in the middle
ये
of the
लोग
board
का
for
नीचे
black
जो
can move up
आइकन
to
है ना
d4. It is a
वो
threat. You just
दिखा
have
रहा है
to
उनका
mention it, but
कलर.
of course, it is White's turn.
बट आई
Levon
गेस
will
जो
definitely make a move that
आइकन
prevents
नहीं
that.
बट
I'm
बैकग्राउंड कलर
torn
दिखा रहा है
between that
अगर
knight
तुम
takes
लोग वाइट कह
f5
रहे हो
and
तो
knight
ठीक
takes
है.
d5, Eric. It's both moves seem to accomplish the same thing.
अच्छा आइकन आई थिंक उनके ऑर्ग का आइकन है. हाँ अभी नोटिस किया मैंने.
Perhaps I stray
Got
away
it.
from it, but it's a tough decision. Both moves
Abhishek,
look good.
welcome to Pookies.
Structurally, both of them are good. You win the good light squared bishop. Black's pawn.
Can you help me with the
You're
tablet
definitely weaken.
for my
But I
need
just
prep?
don't like that queen h4
तुम्हें
check.
गोली क्यों
That's one
चाहिए
of those
नीट प्रेप के लिए.
instinctual
भाई
things
जाओ
around
पढ़ाई
here
करो.
in this time control. He goes for the other line. There's no queen h4 here.
We'll make Nihal win
that
Arjun.
makes
Let's
sense to
go.
me.
Let's go.
Another knight g6. Of course, you have to play that, and it's good that Artemiev played it right away because you're not going to win a chess game with a knight on g8 and h8 on move 25. You have to bring them in right away. Knight g6 is necessary. You'd like to bring some more pieces in, but hey, Levon's got an opportunity to attack.
Look what he's
right
allowed.
now.
This is insane. Yes, you want to bring the pieces in. There
ये
was knight
वाली
d6 in
भद्दों
that
की
position. There's pawn
कौन
to
क्यों
e6.
हटाती?
It doesn't look like Artemiev is going to have time to
लगाई नहीं
castle
मैंने।
here. You know, according
मैंने
to the
रखी थी
engine,
ना।
Aronian actually picked the wrong move there. But, you know,
Pick
it's
the
not about
thing
the best move in this position. It's
हाँ,
about
फिर
how it
mix
looks
कैसे
and how
करूँ?
it feels. And this looks bad.
It does look bad, but at the same time, you mentioned knight d6
chocolate
check.
mix
You get
कर
rid of the
दूँ।
castling, and then you slide a rook to h1,
Yep.
taking away that check.
किस टाइम
This
है
allows
वैसे
black some
अपना मैच
exchanges, and what I'm
650
worried
को
about
है
if I'm in white's perspective is losing my good knight on f5. I don't want to trade it off, and I might be stuck with a bishop on e2. Is it the worst piece? No, but it's not.
Nihal
the
versus
time to
Arjun
attack
demon
yet.
versus monster
And well, from the position we just had, Aronian had an opportunity to attack black's king. Played e6. You can take on f7, draw the king out, but you don't have the pieces ready to follow up to
And
actually
this,
get the attack
this
in.
is backtracking a little bit, right? Offering that queen exchange.
guys
He's
इसमें
recognizing
क्या
the
फॉर्मेट
position
है like
has
anyone
changed
knows
his character
कि
a little bit. This
अभी
is a
ये लोग
much
का
more
मैच चल रहा है
manageable
तो
position for
how
white,
many
but now
matches
the
do they have
advantage
to
that
play
Levon once had on the clock and on the
winner
board
कैसे
has
decide होगा
disappeared. And
and all
be careful if you're Levon, because Vladislav Artemiev is very fast. I think we might start to see the nature of this game shift.
Yeah, knights are very tricky in time trouble. Fortunately, white's knight on d4 is also excellent, and Levon can, you know, control the center with it. His goal is to keep that time advantage. Position is relatively equal here.
नहीं
Clock's gonna be a
कुणाल
big
only
factor,
English
and he's looking to maintain that. If I'm black, if I'm Artemiev here, I need to trade off more pieces, and the piece I wanna trade
145
off is
heart
knight on
rate
d4.
Yep.
Can you get rid of that knight on d4? Because it takes
Oh
away
my
the c2
God.
square for black's rook, takes away so much counterplay. You can't push your
Eh!
pawn.
bro
And
I
there's
want
usually
this
play solid
during my
moves.
Valorant streams
And
bro
still behind on the clock. I'm not sure if Artemiev knows,
actually
but you get down to 20, 30
actually
seconds,
if
and
I'm
the
playing with
position is
Webby मेरा मेरा बीपी की रेट मतलब बीपी उधर दिखना
It's
चाहिए
not-
bro
it's
it will
not
be
gonna be
crazy
possible. Like, yeah, he needs to start moving right away. The rook looks like it's going to swing all the way over, maybe to b6, put
3
pressure on the
matches
b7 pawn. Levon, I think,
कितने
is just
मिनट का
doing a
एक गेम
better
ये
job
तो
at managing
फॉर्मेट
the
तो सेम ही
clock
होगा सो 10
situation,
minutes
but in a pure time
मतलब
scramble, I do think
not
Artemiev is
exactly
better.
10
I
minutes
love this a4
both
move. Maybe you play
players
a5,
get
not sure now or
10
in the future,
minutes
but you
वैसा
want to fix those pawns on the queen
क्या
side
बोलते हैं इसको
on the
रैपिड
light squares so that your bishop on f1 has some targets in the endgame. And that's going to be big. You see bishop h3, knight e5. I think b3 might be played to just take away that c4 square.
it's like
This is
max
full
3
check.
matches होंगे
I
minimum
can
2
throw a check in. The d
oh
pawn is defended.
उस
The
दिन
knights
4
can
थे
be
तो मतलब
tricky. One
4
of the
नहीं
trickiest
होंगे
pieces when time gets low. I'm expecting knight c6, Eric, because the goal has been to get rid of that knight in the middle of the board for white.
He's got to make that decision soon.
I wonder if he can do it now.
He's
It looks a bit...
Down almost 40 seconds. It's
They
not
be
improving
like
his
the-
tactics, Amon. Look at that e6 square.
Yep, vacated by the bishop. The knight is ready to jump in, forking the king and rook.
And you can't go knight c6 because the rook takes... Oh, there's tactics everywhere here. This is falling apart.
It's the time as well. That time advantage is everything. Artemiev
मेरा
doesn't
पहले
have
ही
time
सिर
to process
दुख
what's going on here. Everything is
इस तरह
hanging.
करना
And he
है
has no pressure. He's
ये
He's gotta
बढ़िया है
start
डिम
free-moving. At this point, it's not even about playing accurately. You have to realize your position's in trouble.
I play
You're
chess
not
समझा मुझे
salvaging that
उतना
when you have
अरे
maybe
फिर
less time to think than your
बाकी
opponent.
लोग कहते हैं ना गलत बोल
He
रही
doesn't
है
play b4,
तो इसलिए I
b3
had
here
to
as Levon. He's got checks everywhere. He's capturing pawns with
clarify.
tempo. This is a massive
if draw हुआ तो
by
3
Levon
नहीं तो
Aronian
2
so far.
oh
The controls are
imagine
impressive. The knight's
कोई
sliding
बंदा
in,
एक
getting
जीत
the rook
जाए
on
और फिर वो
f5.
सेकंड ड्रॉ हो
There might
जाए
be a
so he
mating net.
wins
Artemiev's under 20 seconds in a moment.
मतलब ज्यादा लंबे मैचेस नहीं
b4
होंगे
looks really tough to
Two
me.
ज़्यादा
pawns up. This is
लोगों-
definitely winning position. Can he convert it?
ज्यादा
But right
लोगों
now he's playing perfectly.
Yeah, rook b6. Everything
ज्यादा
is hanging.
लोगों
A
लाभ
pawn
में
e6,
क्या
there's no pawns left
क्या
for
कौन सी
Artemiev in
लैंग्वेज
under 20
लिखी है
seconds.
I might see that f pawn move at the right moment. White has everything for choice here.
अच्छा मैं तुम्हारी बात समझ गई बट
This
तुमने
is
बड़ा
just a bullet time
जीजी लिखा है
scramble,
भाई
and not a good one at that.
No, completely dominant
Hi,
here. He's
Umesh.
up 30 seconds and he's got a check. Keep moving
वाइट
that
वाले को
pawn.
बोलो
You see
चेक
the pre-moves coming in from Artemiev.
लिवान
Is
भाई
it too little, too late?
ऑर्डर
Let's
आया
see.
जरा
He's
चेक
got to win 2 pawns and trade everything off him on. He's got 1 pawn. Down 11 seconds. Here come the pre-moves.
ये तो
He
win
is
है ना?
very good at this stage of the game.
Watch
but
for the check.
10
Oh,
ये
seconds
तो
is he
win है
leaving
ना
it too late?
लेवॉन का,
Rook's going to slide over to e6.
है ना?
Potentially. Oh, that's a bit of a shaky move. That's a shaky move. But 8 seconds.
Look at the pre-moves, though. He's put him in a tough spot. The bishop is hanging. If you go back with the king, black will repeat for a draw.
Levon is looking for anything to play on here.
He has to play on. King f3. Wow. He can't go back to f4. That's going to be a draw.
But you know, at some point he can sacrifice.
Bro
the bishop. He
doesn't
just has
have
to
any
start moving
time,
now.
उसको इतना fast करना पड़ रहा है.
3 seconds. He's equalized the position, but is 3 seconds going to be enough? We're going to see perhaps a full flag here,
He's
Eric.
got to go for the rook. He's got to just take a gamble.
fuck?
He's got to gamble here. No time. 1 second. Can he pull it up?
He has to take the
5
rook.
seconds to 1.
No, he
The
has to
pre-moves
get
are
rid of the
coming
rook.
up.
एक second, how are they playing?
He's not able to do it. We see our
How are they
first
playing
flag.
after 0?
Game number 1 of the first match on this stream, and it is a
Time से
pure
जीत गया.
flag as Levon Aronian from Team Reject. He gets the win.
Guys, but
over
why were they
Artemiev
playing
from
after
Team
0?
Spirit. Wow, Eric.
That time deficit was
Heart
about
rate
40
भी आ
seconds
नीचे,
in the
हाँ.
end. It came down to
Hi,
3.
hello.
But part of that is Levon never really went into bullet mode. He was so comfortable. He was looking for the best moves. When that didn't work, he still had the
अच्छा,
time advantage,
millisecond
managed to
show
pull
नहीं
off a very
किया.
comfortable flag for
Pre-moving,
both
अरे
standards.
pre-moving इतना भी
That
थोड़ी
was-
होता है.
he got a little bit of
Millisecond show
everything.
नहीं किया. ये लोग
Thought there was
सही
gonna be
कह
a
रहे हैं.
huge attack at the beginning from Artemiev. Levon actually took a bad position initially and then slowly came and
Yep.
really did a good job
Milliseconds
Eric,
बचे
of,
होंगे.
you know, finding a way to manage that position. It was shocking how Aronian managed that comeback because at the end he used that time advantage effectively.
Yeah, I really liked his approach in the opening. He wasn't too happy with the position, but he never panicked. He played quickly, and he's just allowed black to
कभी-कभी 3
essentially make
moves
some
भी
unforced
pre-move
errors.
करते
And
हैं.
as soon as he
Oh,
didn't let
I thought एक ही होता है.
Artemiev ever come back. You know, it was always a situation where either white was better towards the end, or if it
कौन
wasn't
जीता?
better, at
Levon.
least he had the time advantage. And
Time से,
we can
but
tell that
लिखा
Aronian
है
is very
था.
warmed up for the
Levon
event
won
because
on
this is
time, ऐसा.
one of the best ways to win a game.
Important, Eric, to also remember that if we look at the end of that game,
यार
that was
परिचय
very
कई चीजों पे
impressive for
copyright आ
Artemiev.
जाता है,
He
so मैं
actually
stream पे
managed
नहीं
to make that
देखती हूँ.
comeback, but he turned what I thought was a
Especially
completely
during
dead
watch
position down
party.
2
I
pawns
cannot just
and down
go and
30
watch
seconds on the clock
anything.
into a time scramble where seconds determined who was actually going to win. So that was
I'll
very
watch
impressive by
after
Artemiev.
Yeah,
stream.
reminded me a bit of Nihal's time scrambles. I mean, he was so accurate. He was in a lost
हाँ, remove
position,
कितना भी
but
कर
with
सकते
his
हैं, but
knight
वही है
and
ना,
rook,
risky
he
बहुत है
found
भाई.
all the
तुम्हारा
right moves to
prediction
make
सही
life
होना चाहिए.
difficult for Levon. And if he can improve his management,
खैर but
if he
अभी
can
उस पे
improve some
time
of the
नहीं
things
था
that
तो
happened
उसने
that
किया
game
रहेगा.
and get in that same spot with like maybe like even time, I agree with your point earlier that he should be a favorite in some time scrambles. He really showed his bullet level there, but you just can't let yourself go down that much time against, well, some of the best players in the world.
Yep, and it's also important to remember that, you know, we're just getting started here, but you can't have a slow
Bro,
start
is
in,
that
you know, high stakes esports event like this, Eric. You know,
camera
one more,
person
game,
or
that's it.
admin?
That's the match. So he has to
He
immediately
looks like
come back.
Neil Patrick
This
Harris.
is, he's got to win on demand with white. We've seen people do it before.
100%. This is, I mean, you can tell he's locked in. He's still sat there, Eric. He's maybe reviewing the game. He's getting set for the next one.
ये headwick giveaway कर दो. No
Guys, that was
way.
amazing. First off, thanks
No
for casting. That
way.
was amazing commentary as we're watching and sitting back there and like, yes, and analyzing the game with you guys as well. So take us through a little bit of just what happened with that flag at the end.
Yeah, I think, James, talking about the flag specifically, I was just highlighting
Hi,
how
Ayush.
impressive it was by, first of all, Artemiev, in order to turn that into a situation where a flag was necessary. Because
आओ
he
शिरो
knew that
वालों
Levon
खेलते
was going
हैं.
to win on the board. But full credit to Aronian because he did exactly what you should do. Get a big time advantage. And then even though he was losing some of his material, I think through that last chance qualifier, Eric, he really understands that the time is a win condition. And this is exactly what he used right here effectively.
For sure, and if we pay attention to that critical final day, one of the big storylines was
Actually,
Hans
no
didn't-
one
he didn't
realizes the level
qualify
of frustration
because
I
he
go
lost the
through.
winning position
I
against
remember
the
that.
आज
Nigerian,
मुझे
but he was
funny भी
also
नहीं
up
लग
on the
रहा है
clock.
इसलिए.
and he just never switched to bullet mode.
That's right.
At least at some point here at Levon, he realizes the conversion's hard. He started playing faster and he used the clock, because if Hans had just done that, he would have won that game. There were so many ways for him to win, but sometimes if you're
इनका
playing
फट से
well
स्टार्ट
the whole
होगा
game,
क्या
you wanna
सेकंड
win
मैच?
on the chessboard.
Yep.
As a chess player, you want
वो
to
तो उधर ही बैठा है,
time.
सिर्फ लेवॉन
But
उठ के
no,
गया.
in this time control, when you're low on time, we have sloppy conversions and you just have to use the clock.
तो फिर
and
कहाँ से
that
मिलेगा
shows
हेडविग
good
मिनी
handling
सो?
by Aronian, and he's definitely extremely experienced in this format.
Aman, you're the coach of Team Spirit here, and you know you see what just
Hi,
happened
Ankita.
there. You know, he flagged.
मैं
He
जा
has a
रहा हूँ
good
PUBG
position. What do
देखने,
you do
चेस
next?
में मजा नहीं
You
आ
know
रहा.
what, James? To be honest with you, I would be pretty enthused by what I saw, because I saw a great opening, saw a chance to capitalize early, and I saw a great time scramble at the end.
Crazy.
Right? So what am I telling Artemiev here? I'm saying, look, you had a great start,
Crazy.
play more naturally,
Okay.
right? Use your intuition in the
मेरे
position.
से तो
I feel like
opposite
he
होता है
spent
जो
some time
उससे.
trying to out-calculate his opponent,
Yeah.
over-calculate the position,
Yeah.
trust the intuition, because he's got great instincts.
Talk about the nerves here, Eric, about the players here, especially for Artemiev.
The nerves, you can tell
मिनी
from
तो
the
मैं
first
हूँ.
game in the
हाँ तो सो
opening
जाओ.
that
मिनी
if
सो.
Artemiev was playing me and he had that position, he would have gone for the kill. If my king is going to f2 in the opening and it looks like I don't have a direction, he's going to play fast, he's going to put pressure. He was timid here, clearly in the nerves, because it's not the quality of chess I've seen from him, but this is the big stage, and at this end of the day, like, how many times has he played in a format like this?
कल बाजी को चेस में हरा के मजा आया. wasn't even hard. तो बच क्यों रहे हो भाई?
Very, very strong.
तुषार को
but from a
हराओ.
stacked region, so he hasn't always
Eh?
had the opportunities or invites. So the nerves are a big role, and the storyline is, can he reel them in? Can he calm down for game 2? The end of the game, I'm optimistic.
All right, well, we are getting set to go back in to the next game. Eric, we talked about how important this is. It is a must-win game for Vladislav Artemiev. Remember, he needs to tie things up in order to force that Armageddon.
He's got a timeout,
Armageddon.
but we've seen so many players rise up to the occasion. It's a clear game plan here. The one thing that I'm curious about is what Artemiev is going to do for his opening approach. What I mean by that is his repertoire, he's not the biggest theoretician. He relies on great understanding, outplaying people, long games. He even likes end games. He's playing a very, very strong player, not the easiest guy to just grind down from an understanding perspective. And Levon puts pressure on you as black. Levon wins many, classical chess games, you name it, speed chess games as black.
Yep.
He's got a
What
diverse
happened to the
repertoire,
quality,
a
man?
diverse repertoire, having an approach, I'm going to have an equal position maybe, and try to push Levon. Not a good guy to necessarily try that against, because when he gets the
Guys,
initiative,
कौन
he often
जीतेगा?
doesn't let go.
Look, you talked about a combative
इनमें
opening,
से?
winning with the black piece of the Nimzo.
I go with
which is
Levon.
chosen by Levon. I think that speaks to that. He's not going for something symmetrical or standard. I mean, the Nimzo is one of the top openings with black, but it's very imbalanced. We already see that. Black's dark squared bishop traded off the board for white's knight. Black jumps in with knight e4. Early on, I'm looking at this position, and if I'm Levon Aronian, I'm pretty happy with this. It looks like the knight on e4 in the center of the board is going to capture the white bishop at some point. And overall, a position that doesn't look too dangerous, especially if you compare it to game number 1.
No, not too dangerous of a position, and
Bro, why
I'm
do I
really
feel
curious
a
what Artemiev is going to do to imbalance.
beat in my
Some
ear?
players,
What is
even in a
happening?
must-win situation, they still play their same style. They don't let the match situation affect them. They're
What
like,
the
they're still
fuck?
going to play the best.
मेरे
with
यहाँ
the
ऐसे
same
हो रहा है.
approach. Others decide to deviate early. Is Artemiev going to
चेस
try to
जीतेगा वो ना.
avoid the maybe
Excuse
standard moves?
me.
For example, here, if I'm playing white, I'm trying to minimize exchanges.
Match already
So
over
I
now.
love to tuck the bishop in.
कौन सा
on
match
e1
over
because I
now?
don't want to give black easy exchanges.
There you go.
I need to keep pieces on the board. Also,
अपना मैच अभी स्टार्ट भी नहीं हुआ है
doesn't mean
guys.
black's done anything wrong. This is standard the Nimzo. It's imbalanced.
Levon won the
But yes, gotta
match
keep
ना.
pieces
नहीं
on
नहीं
the
नहीं. He
board in
has
the
to
long run.
win
One thing you wanna
another
do as
one.
white is eventually
Then
you would
he
like to
wins.
kick away that knight without trading any pieces. That often involves the f3 move once the knight on
Oh,
f3
ऐसी penko.
vacates. Is there a good way to do that? We have to figure that out. Because otherwise, if you play a move like knight d2,
Bro, what
maybe
the
Levon
fuck?
goes knight f6, knight d to f6.
Spike have been
don't
planted
get
in
too many
Shiro's
trades, so it's
ear.
just
Bro, सच्ची ऐसा हो रहा है.
toeing the line
ठक
there.
ठक ठक ठक.
But at least looking at the heart rates, if those are accurate, it's closer than the first game.
That's right.
Vladislav's heart rate is down. His clock management is already better.
Yep, he just needs to settle in. It's really important
अभी
in
तो ये लोग
this,
का
in this
heart rate
format
normal है.
to just get get comfortable, because it didn't feel like he was ever comfortable in that first game. He had a good
मेरा भी
position,
1700
but
ही होने वाला है
didn't
क्या
play it as
चेस
naturally
में?
as we would expect.
क्या
Here,
बात
he's
कर
got
रहे
the
हो?
white pieces. You know, at the top level, it's always easier to play with the white pieces. You can dictate things a little more. You can play your openings. And with this exchange in the middle here, we're probably going to see knight to c5 being played by Levon, which does attack the white queen. But the good thing about this position is it is imbalanced. At least the pawn structure
विनय
is
2
imbalanced.
गेम्स
And
होंगे
for Artemiev,
मतलब
that's what you want. You
whoever
want a
reaches
symmetrical position. You want
1.5
the
point
exact same
first
pieces on the
wins.
board for both
So
sides.
That's right. So for Levon to
अगर
force the
second
exchange,
match
what you're seeing here, the bishop
like first और
can be traded on
second
g2.
दोनों draw
He had
होते
to
हैं
trade
या
on
दोनों
d4.
अलग अलग का win होता है,
That
then
gives
there will be a
white
third
bit more
match.
space in the middle and
Else
a
we
different
get
pawn
the
structure.
winner
So
by
on
the
one hand,
second
there are
match.
trades happening, but you didn't get it for free. You had to
मेरा
give
भी
white a bit
3000
of a
ही
center.
होने
Now
वाला
the
है.
d6 pawn is going to be weak. So it's not fully equal yet, and there's still lots to play for
किस में अश्मित, किस में?
Vladislav.
Yeah, and your f3 move, even though it doesn't kick a piece out of e4 right now,
लूडो में?
I would probably still expect it. Maybe you could activate that bishop on e1 to the f2 square. And in general, because that dark squared bishop,
BO5
white's going to
नहीं,
be
ये लोग
pretty
ने
happy to
बोला
place
कि
pawns on light
वो
squares.
है
f3,
1.5.
e4, at some point b4 on the queen side to kick out that knight makes some sense as well. So
मेरा
those are
माइनस
the,
में आई
those
लो
are the
नहीं
moves that I'm
तुम्हें
expecting.
अलाउड ही नहीं है
e4,
खेलना. You have been
f3.
banned from the game.
Yeah, that has lots of similarities to a Marozzi structure, and that's an opening and a position that generally white has ideas to push for an advantage, seize the advantage, play for a win. It definitely gives that. It takes away so much space from black once you set those moves in. I'm not sure if he's going to play b4 right away or time it. Maybe b3 first, then e4. Levon is playing it aggressively. He's not, you know, by placing the knights on e5 and c5, it kind of means, look, if you ever push your pawn to e4, I'm going to hop into d3. So it's trying to balance that. Do you go b4 right now? You can go b4 as white. It's a great move. You just have to make sure you don't lose the c4 pawn. And so white has a space advantage, but with a space advantage comes responsibility. And white has to manage that. Make sure, look, I'm going to keep pushing forward, but delicately. I do not want to give any squares away for those knights, long-term outposts, things like that. But I will say strategically, this is a position that Artemiev likes. He likes playing.
अर्जुन का मैच कब है?
Next
नेक्स्ट ईयर.
And this is an opening that gives plenty of chances to outplay your opponent.
Nihal versus Arjun.
And just a move right here that could be played.
ज़्यादा
Knight back
टाइम
to
नहीं है अभी.
c6.
30
Bring it up
minutes ना.
because after this move, queen d2.
625 को है.
wanna go into
नहीं
the
नहीं
e3 square.
650 है.
Knight c6
Change हुआ
might
है
not be
क्या?
the best move. It does trade pieces, and what you're seeing here instead
625
is
तक तो
Levon
ये वाला ही
routing,
खत्म
but I
नहीं
will
होगा
say,
वैसे.
Eric,
बट हाँ
with
ये है भी
this
डिफरेंट
idea of
ग्रुप.
just retreating the knight, repositioning it by Levon, I think I can safely say that Artemiev just has a slightly better position here for sure. The pawn is supported on c4 with b3. We may see the pawn move to e4. What you need to watch out for in Levon's position is the move d5. If that move happens, the a3 pawn will be hanging, and the center will open up with white's queen sat right on the d
नहीं
file. So
नहीं
I think
650
d5
अराउंड ही है.
is the move that both players at
शिव
least
अपना
need
वाला
to
स्ट्रीम बी
calculate
पे
in every
होगा,
single
वही
move.
देख रही हूँ मैं.
Yeah, d5 is one of the breaks for black, and to be honest, I'm a little concerned if I'm Artemiev if I don't play something soon, because black, if I'm playing black and you give me a couple moves, I'll push my pawn to a6, maybe place my queen to b7, bearing down on that long diagonal in d5, and then breaking free. The move we just saw, knight b5,
Dun, dun,
that's a move playing against that plan, targeting d6. Artemiev does, black is
ओ वो
almost set up
बैंड
to
उन्होंने
counterattack
बांधा
in the
हुआ है
middle.
उसके लिए.
And
Heart
knight
rate.
b5 is an attempt to slow him down.
Exactly. Knight b5 hits two pawns, the a7 and the d6 pawn. The d6 pawn, I'm also wondering, is that actually safe to capture? And I think the answer is actually yes. Knight takes d6. We do
मैं
have
भी
ideas like
लगाऊंगी.
knight back to f5 in order to unpin ourselves. So
लोग
this is a
हॉरर
serious
गेम्स में
threat that
लगाते हैं ना
is
कई
addressing.
स्ट्रीमर्स.
And you start to
हार्ट
look at
रेट
what knight
मॉनिटर.
e8 for
एक्चुअली
Levon,
वहाँ पे जरूरत
rook
भी नहीं है.
c6. These are
एक्चुअल
all,
हॉरर
you know,
गेम वैलोरेंट है,
substandard
उधर
moves, not the
लगाना
moves that you
चाहिए.
would like to be playing. And one thing about this knight on b5
हाँ ना
is
आयाश, मुझे
if
भी नहीं
necessary,
समझ
you can
आया
always
ब्रो.
retreat to the c3 square.
अलग रखना
Once
था
it's
ना
there,
दोनों को.
it controls d5, and I think, you know, we can really say that Artemiev can be happy with this. He's up on time. I think he's got a great position. Seeing those pawns end up on light squares.
Yeah, pawns on light squares with a dark squared bishop on f2, looking at the queen side. I've spoken about the a6 move as
बट
black
जोक्स
maxed out
असाइड
white.
मुझे आज के
As
गेम्स के
soon as you
बाद जो
play a6,
स्ट्रेस
d6
और
is hanging,
फ्रस्ट्रेशन
and
फील
it's
हुआ
going
है
to be
ब्रो
hanging for a
इतना
while.
मुझे
You're gonna
IRL भी नहीं
play
होता है
pieces to
शायद
defend it because when white plays
ब्रो
a4
बहुत
c4,
गंदा था
you're
ब्रो
taking
आज
care of that b5 break. So in some ways, fixing the weakness. Queen b7. This is all standard in the structure, but until black plays
नहीं
d5
अभी अभी
or gets
एलिमिनेटर
some
नहीं
break in
होगा
properly, white
मतलब
does have the space
अभी
advantage
तो
and just a general
शुरू हुआ है
preferable
ग्रुप
position.
स्टेजेस सो
Yeah, this move sets up
जो
a6
हारेगा
that
उनका
you've been
लोअर
mentioning.
ब्रैकेट
The knight
चलेगा
will have to drop back. White was maybe intending the move a5. You know, a4 does support the knight, but also a5
ऐसे थोड़ी
is
यार
always
सीधा
going
की
to be a
बाहर हो जाएंगे
consideration. It loosens up the b pawn and the a pawn behind it. Don't forget about that sniper bishop on f2 for white. It's long range and it puts pressure on b6
भाई
and
ये
a7.
कपिल ने जो
So
लिखा है
while it
पढ़
might not
लो
be played right away, that's definitely going to be a big source of counterplay in the future.
Yeah, white's looking to break through on the queen side. And with those 3 pawns, that's where there could be a bit of a deficit. I don't mind this queen f4 move. It's telegraphed. You know, knight takes d6 is the threat. Levon plays knight g6, but it's the kind of position you can play on for a long time until you're ready to really play a committal move. What's a committal move for white? Maybe pawn to e4. If you notice, white hasn't played that, even though it grabs space, but it does give black some targets potentially in the future, maybe with f5 or d5. It just makes it
ड्रैग
more
पे
of a
कुछ
leader.
दिक्कत है क्या कि अपने
Artemian
और
prefers
के
to
मैचेस
not
सपोर्ट
commit
करूँ
too
तो
many
वॉच पार्टी
pawns,
करूँ तो
to just play the pieces right now and tell
दिक्कत है तो
Levon, look,
जाके देख
that
लो
d6
बाकी
pawn
लोग
is
को
going to stay there. I'm going to keep
जो खेल
pressuring
रहे
it
गेम
unless you play d5, and we have d5 on the board.
He did play it, but you know what? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Artemiev goes for
like
either
Aditya not
c to d1
seriously
or
but for
queen
fun
to
yes
d2, something to line up pressure on the d file, which would mean that that d pawn
मेरे को
can't
समझ
move.
में नहीं आता
So you can see right now, if
esports
the d pawn captured
देख
on
रही हूँ
c4,
मैं
the
चेस
rook
का
hangs
तो
on
पीपल
d8.
आस्क कि हैव यू
You're
एवर
also
प्लेड
maybe intending
तो
to move like
लाइक वो किस वे
e4,
में पूछते
now
हैं
putting pressure on the
कि
pawn.
एवी
Knight back
खेला
to
है
c3.
कि
So if that
ऐसा
pawn
ऑब्वियसली मतलब
stays
सीरियस तो मैं क्यों ही
pinned to the
खेलूंगी
rook on d8, I could see Artemiev
बट
just putting
एवी तो
every
आई
move
गेस
that
सबने
attacks
कभी ना
that pawn.
कभी
Knight
खेला ही
c3, rook
होगा
d1,
यार
e4.
मतलब
I
बहुत
think we
कम
might
लोग
see
होंगे
that because
जिन्होंने नहीं
black,
खेला
okay,
होगा
knight d6 was
या
played.
फिर
I thought
पता
queen
नहीं
a8 might have been played just to protect that rook on d8, and then you mentioned
Right.
triple on the file, all resources, simple plan, but that's suitable. You're not going to get in time trouble, and you get small.
लेकिन फैक्ट है दो प्लेयर है दोनों सेम ग्रुप में इमेजिन
Levon here is trying to solve his position
ओ
actively.
राइट वो लोग सेम ग्रुप में तो
One of the
मतलब उनका
questions
आमने
is, can
सामने
I
मैच
take
होगा
on
ना
d6 and play c5 and try to
टुडे आई
argue
प्लेड
for
अ
a
गेम ऑफ
queenside
स्टेडियम 5
majority?
प्लेयर्स विद
Moving the
मार्क
knight back. Similarity
among
is
them
the
3
biggest move
with
though. That
persistence ये
knight
क्या
on
होता है
d6 is loose if you take.
बचपन में तो सबने खेला होगा
And
एग्जैक्टली
if
मैंने
black
फर्स्ट
moves
टाइम
that
बचपन
knight,
में ही खेला था
maybe we triple on the file. Maybe we
Exactly.
move that rook on c1 and d1, and the questions are still being asked of Levon. How are you going to deal with his pin? So I like knight c3 Amon. I like rook cd1. I like white's position. But Levon, as long as he stays in the game,
थैंक यू ड्रैग शॉपी बट
doesn't lose
नहीं भाई
material,
मेरे को
it
पता है
keeps
मेरे को
it,
नहीं हो रहा है बैक पे
relatively even, but
And remember that this is a draw odds game
Yeah.
for Levon.
मेरे
So
को
he
बाकी
could
सब
make a
इश्यूज
draw
नहीं
and
होते हैं
close
मेरे
out this
मेरा
match,
एक ही
right?
इशू है जिंदगी में
Only
वो
two
मेरा
games here,
हेडेक
so
है
must-win
जो कि
game for
बहुत
Artemiev.
इजीली
What
ट्रिगर
I
हो
will
जाता
say
है
is Artemiev has got a similar good position to what he
ये
had in
इसी
game
ने
number
बीटी
1,
दे
but
रखी
he's
है लाइफ
played it
में
quicker, more intuitively. This is exactly what we were looking for from him. He's got a minute time advantage. Remember, if Artemiev goes into a time scramble against Aronian, this time
मैंने
ahead,
कोई गलत
I
वे
think
में
he's
नहीं
gonna be
लिया
the
दी
big
बट
favorite.
मैं सिर्फ बता
I
रही
agree.
थी
We were very
एंड
impressed with that time
ऐसा
scramble.
मतलब
The way
ज़रूरी
he's
नहीं है
handled
कि
this, I'm very
तुम
impressed
उसी
by
गेम
because
के वॉच पार्टी
it's
कर
such a
सकते हो
hard
जो तुम
thing
खेलते हो
in this format.
लाइक
You
देयर इज
lose a
नो
game,
रूल
you're faced with a
because we
must-win
all are
situation,
doing
and
watch
you have
party
almost
to
no time
support
between the
our
next game.
org
It
player
looks like he has psychologically recovered. He's reset, and he's ready to play this game the way he plays chess. Like, this is an Artemiev. Like, he's grinding him down. He's playing intuitively. And look at this position. White has won a pawn.
Yeah, that is a free pawn in the middle of the board.
अर्जुन
but
वर्सेस निहाल
you
क्यों
can't
हो रहा है
say that
पहले
he's,
मैंने भी
you know,
जब
he's
शेड्यूल
fully
देखा मेरा
claimed it
सेम
yet
क्वेश्चन था
because
कि
there
क्यों
are
हो
still some
रहा है
tactics and some tricky moves to work out here. The knight jumps into the middle. The rook is under attack. If the rook moves,
ड्रॉप
let's
से
say to
ग्रेनेड ऑन
d4,
गेटिंग किल
he might continue with knight to f5. And so
परिचय अभी
I
मेरे
do
दिमाग
think
में
that
कुछ
this
नहीं
move
घुसेगा
makes more
थोड़ा ना
sense
मेरा
because
मेंटल
rook
अभी
d4,
दीजिए
knight f5, it feels like the rook is just getting chased around by the knights a little bit too much.
Yeah, and he chooses to go rook e3, which both rook moves look awkward.
हैला क्या
What
कर
I
रहे
like
हो
about
ध्यान
it is
रखो
he played
ब्रो
it quickly because they both
Exactly.
look awkward. You don't want
Don't
to
be
put the
like
manners
me.
square. He just said, you know what? I'm moving it there. I'm going to try to stay up on the clock. It's up to black to demonstrate compensation for this pawn. Levon says knight g6. I'm not even going for compensation.
Why do
in
I
the
feel
sense
like
of recapturing the pawn? The pawn
White
that I'm
is
going
gonna
for
win?
is almost just scaring you a game of chicken. You take that pawn on e6, my knight on d6. It's going to move with a discovered attack on the queen.
That's right. And at this point, he might even be looking at certain situations where now the queen steps back. Looks like a very peculiar move, but the
पता
queen's
नहीं
protected.
परिचय.
On d2, it wasn't protected. So maybe
Phasmo
now there's
कब?
ideas of actually
यार
just
जब
taking
थोड़ा
on e6
रेगुलर
and playing
गेमिंग
rook e3.
स्ट्रीम्स होंगी तब करेंगे
And
अलग
also,
अलग
it
गेम्स.
freed up that d2 square for the
Look at
rook,
that.
so we have the same
आज
position.
वैसे
The
पता है
rook is
मेरा
on d2,
वालों
no
का
longer
बहुत
under
कम
attack.
मन था,
I think we can definitely see
बट
white is
समझ
almost
नहीं आ
full
रहा था
upon
और
white
क्या
is up a
खेलूं,
minute.
इसलिए खेला.
Artemi is playing fantastic. Just
गलती
look at that
करी.
calculation. Rook c1, queen c1, rook d5, queen. You know everything trades. You have queen c8 check in
Speed
the
Demon
end.
versus
And white
Madman.
maintains the pawn in probably
Let's
a winning
see.
endgame. So right now, Vladislav Artemiev putting immense pressure on Levon Aronian. This is a must-win game for White, but White is doing everything in textbook right now.
I'm telling you, Artemiev is really fighting for team spirit here. This is a must-win game, and right now he looks to be much better and calculating well. He seems to be in a flow state at the moment. I mean, knight f6.
Oh my goodness,
The line that you
f6.
pointed out, he didn't even need to play because of an intermezzo, knight f6.
This is better.
बहुत बहुत बढ़िया ड्रीम टीम है रैक्सो पे. इसी के साथ तुम जाके ना सो जाओ और फिर सपने में ये टीम को खेलते हुए देखो.
This match is tied up, Eric.
Enjoy.
I can't complain that we're going into an Armageddon.
Not at all. I mean,
That's a great way to start.
all the fans.
एक सेकंड मैंने मिस कर दिया. What happened?
Not at all. I mean, that's a great up, Eric.
Oh, he won?
I can't complain that we're going into
मतलब
an
मेरा
Armageddon.
prediction सही था.
Not at all. I mean,
That's a great way to start.
all the fans.
Can't.
Sorry.
About his bid, though, right? We're seeing the
भूल गई थी watch party कर रही हूँ.
format for Armageddon means both players submit one blind bid. How much time would you be willing to take as a deficit?
शेरो ड्रग डीलर क्यों नहीं खेलते? कौन सा वाला? खेला तो था यार मैंने एक वो ड्रग टाइकून, बट वो अच्छा नहीं था.
If the game ends in a draw, it counts as a win for black in Armageddon.
Yeah, I mean,
DJ Shiro, yeah,
I
bro.
think I'd be following the players a bit. Something in the range of 2 minutes and 30 that I would sacrifice, something like that.
Black वाला जीत गया. No, white won, bro.
How he's feeling.
It's important to remember the lower bid gets in. So we've seen situations, Eric, where
आज Shiro DJ बनी है. Yes, finding a
someone else bid 7 minutes.
new
34.
hobby.
That could be a big momentum shift.
वालों से मन भर गया है.
Your opponent.
It would be a big momentum shifter. I have to say.
मैंने
Artemiev
just अभी
really
hot coffee
played
पी है थोड़ी
his
सी.
way. He showed his speed in the last game, so that might indicate he's a bit more comfortable taking a bit of a time deficit if he's actually in that flow state that you mentioned, where he's playing intuitively, playing sharp. 2.5 minutes, I think he'd be down to give up. He doesn't mind taking the side with less time and draw odds. Now that the nerves seem to have settled.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's important to see the outcome here because it dictates what type of game we're going to get.
दूसरे वाले का क्या चल रहा है?
Eric, in a match where it's 1-1, you know, you're kind of feeling
यहाँ पे वो लिखा नहीं होता. अच्छा पॉइंट लिखे हैं. ओ इनका थर्ड चल रहा है और इनका दोनों ड्रॉ हुआ है और ऐसे पे इनको. ओ माय गॉड, ये क्या चल रहा है? Guys, ये थोड़ा crazy game लग रहा है मुझे.
Now it's slightly harder. Get that winning advantage to win that black rook, but you can see how nervous he is, shifting up and down in his chair now. Yesipenko, he knows he's so close.
Bro, 167 BPM.
And you can see it on him. Yan Apamnashi is only hope. Keep playing fast.
अच्छा sorry, second चल रहा है.
There are stalemating ideas that black wants to set up as well, but with the king at the center of the board, that's not going to be possible. Wow, for Asipianko now 30 seconds. Gives a check. The king needs to stay connected to the black rook.
आदि वो सब EWC के बाद ही होगा.
He's eating away at Esipenko's clock. The white queen dropping back. Now the black rook is going to give a check, and no, it doesn't. Apparently, it's checkmate in a few moves if white finds the right path.
And that's because the black king has been cornered to the flank of the board. But white has to be precise with the check.
भाई but ये तो tough है.
Does Asipianko
Ian is gonna win, I guess.
How this is done with 25 seconds.
Key moment, the black king and rook are so separated now that there might be
The only advantage Asipenko has is कि उस पे queen है जो थोड़ा freely move कर सकते हैं, but still.
And the more time Yan takes, the more time Andrei Asipenko has to figure out those queen dances, those queen maneuvers on the board. He gives a check.
He's getting closer though. That black king's in the corner. He's so close now. The black rook has no safe squares to go to. It's going to have to divorce itself from that black king. This spells danger.
And with the speed with which Asipenko is playing, it almost feels like he's figured it out. Notice how there are no big checks that black could have given. White coming in closer with that death trap on the black king and the rook.
And this is a position that has appeared in so many chess books throughout history. It is totally winning now. You can win the black rook by force. Computer says mate in 4. Is he going to find it? It's checkmate. If he brings his queen up to the top of the board, he finds a different path. He's struggling here, Yesipenko. The nerves are getting to him.
It's the clock against Andrei Asipenko right now. 13 seconds, so close yet so far.
Oh, he had a forced win. If only he had a few seconds more. Now, Nepomniachtchi pauses. He's going to try and make things as complicated as possible. He's going to try and run away with the black rook or the black king now. He might be losing his rook, though. I don't see any safe moves here for Nepomniachtchi.
It's so difficult to make a choice, and maybe there are no good ones, and maybe
White wins?
dawned on Jan Nepomniachtchi right now.
Checkmate is threatened in one move. We should mention the white queen coming back down.
Oh
to
my
D1.
God.
Its starting square. That would be very appropriate as an end to this game. The white queen, the MVP. Nepomniachtchi sitting back. It looks like he's about to resign. He's going to give up. Okay, a check, and now the black rook falls.
And 10
White
seconds has
wins.
to be enough for a queen and king versus king. This is about to end in checkmate. 9 seconds is an eternity at this level to finish this off.
Yesipenko's been practicing this since he was born. This is checkmate next move, and Yesipenko takes the win.
Oh, damn, bro. Bro, इनका तुमने BPM देखा?
In this incredibly tense first best of 2. Look, game number 1, tense draw.
My God, भाई ये तो कुछ crazy ही चला गया ना game.
Same story.
But I was right ना, queen है इस पे, he has more chance to win.
To break through, and it took until his 3rd or 4th attempt.
Damn, bro. क्या game था इनका?
In the armor of Nepomniachtchi.
हाँ, 160 plus था bro
To
उसका.
start off the Esports World Cup.
Wow, who would have thought it? Our experts in the studio were saying Nepomniachtchi was a favorite on paper.
Crazy
He was a huge
gameplay.
favorite, but here are the closing stages.
Bro, उसने जब ऐसा पूरा pause लिया and he was drinking water ना, मेरे को समझ आ गया था bro कि उसने सोच लिया कि
Like he was going to
वैसे भी वो क्या ही करता.
कुछ
कुछ था नहीं उसके पास.
Underdog story, then this game was the narrative that one had to follow at the Esports World Cup. What a banging start by Andrei Asipenko.
Damn, bro.
Last minute substitute.
But how do you do it? What's your go-to?
Easier said than done, James. I think at the moment it's just realizing that sitting back, if you're a Levon Aronian, and allowing Artemiev
15 minutes guys, 16, 15 minutes till our game.
And there's no increment. Things have to get decided.
Stalemate हो सकता था यार, वो तुम लोग को ज़्यादा पता है. इतना तो दिमाग नहीं चलता मेरा. आज तो एकदम ही बंद है मेरा.
Such a long game. At some point, his time is just going to go down. If both players' times just reduce, that favors Artemiev.
If I talk dumb shit today, समझ जाना guys.
Confident there. He's very stoic as he has the same face all the time here.
बालों का trauma है.
Star here, but I love that Artemiev always keeps the same face and
नहीं, knockouts नहीं है. Lower में जाएंगे लोग.
And I've seen him win many games, especially in Armageddon, but this one's very ferocious, I believe, in this match here. I think, you know, who do you have? Let's just put it on the floor here. Who wins, boys?
Well, I'll just go out and say that based on the bids, Artemiev's looking the favorite.
I have to agree. I'd like to be controversial, but I have to agree.
There you have it. We're getting into Armageddon. The players
Okay.
are ready to go.
Armageddon तब होता है कि
This
नहीं मैं भूल
decides
गई.
the entire match right here. Even if it's a
Guys,
draw,
Armageddon
we'll
कब
have
होता है, क्या होता है? मैं
I
भूल
love
गई.
that our first match
मैंने
is
पढ़ा था
Armageddon.
पता है,
We've had
मैं भूल गई.
memorable
Shit.
ones. There's going to be a few more coming up.
ऐसा लग रहा है
And here
स्कूल
we're
में
just
आ
having
गई
a
फिर
player,
से.
and I like casting games with players that not everyone knows about. Vladislav Artemiev is one of them. He is a world
अच्छा
class
टाई
player.
ब्रेकर कोई बोलते
He's
नहीं. मैंने जब पढ़ा था उसमें तो
probably
बहुत
ranked
कुछ
top 15
लिखा
in the
था.
world, and speed chess he's really strong in. Bullet, blitz,
ब्रो उसका
rapid,
टाइम ऑलरेडी
all
इतना कम
formats.
कैसे हो गया?
He's still a young player, lots of potential, and this game is probably one of the highest stakes matches he's ever played.
That's right.
You look at the prize fund where we are, who he's playing. This is big for him. So I don't, you know, is he ready for the moment?
It's a great question. And let's just take a look, you know, at a high level at this game. Is this Eric, the type
काफी
of game
chances हैं
that you
Ash.
think that Artemiev wants? Because Aronian, with that
I've been
limited
following chess
time,
since long.
6.5 minutes already. He's a
Arjun
3-minute
short
deficit
format नहीं
to
खेलता.
Artemiev. he needs to get things clarified. He can't play a long
Well,
game.
still,
where,
let's see.
there's a small weakness that Artemiev can target. That game will last way too
Armageddon
long.
tiebreak
Time
with white
constraints.
having 5 minutes
Instead,
and black
things need to
having.
get clarified.
Okay.
This is a, it's a
Huh?
very imbalanced position.
It's an
White having
imbalanced
5 minutes,
position,
black having 4
and
minutes,
that
black
might mean
have to
it's
just
sharp. It might be
draw.
like, oh, that's good if you have more time. My concern is that this is a very familiar structure for Levon.
हाँ
Levon is
इसीलिए
a
कम
go-to
टाइम
for
है.
himself. He knows about imbalances because he loves to play middle games like that. And
Black
this
has time
structure is well
disadvantage,
known,
but even draw is equals to
it's
black
not one that's
win.
going to pose him tough questions. I
Oh,
think that's an issue that I'm already
that
seeing.
means कि
Right, black is
time
supposed to
ज़्यादा है
equalize,
white पे, but
the
he
way
has to
equalizes
play
here,
to
you
win.
can get
Even if draw
your
हुआ
knight on
तो
c5.
black
Let's say
जीत
there's a
जाएगा.
trade on
Okay.
c5, bishop takes, knight takes.
Yes,
Black
यही
tries
पढ़ा
to
था
maybe
मैंने,
play
यही भूल
e4 in
गई
the
थी मैं.
position, or
Thank you
just play
guys.
some normal moves, but
अभी कल
it's a
जब
very
watch party
well-known
करूँगी
structure.
फिर
It's
से
similar
भूल
to
जाऊँगी,
other,
फिर से
there's
बता देना.
Penko, there's Benoni.
Right.
They're playing a reverse.
Hi,
more of a reverse
Joyce.
structure, but it's just very familiar. And
I guess he
like the
started with
last game we
7
saw,
minutes,
I
na?
don't see Levon playing the blacks out of a hedgehog that often.
That's right.
Like that kind of hedgehog, I don't see, and I don't think most players would want to do that.
He ended up in that position. He didn't want to be there.
Right.
This was very intentional. He knew exactly what opening he was playing into, and look at the time advantage. I almost want to call it a disadvantage now. It was 3 minutes. A minute and a half just got eaten up. And no, he's not even going for trades. You talked about familiarity. Levon Aronian clearly knows his position. He knows where the pieces belong. And look how
Norway
quickly
chess
he is
has
playing by
this format
comparison
for
to his
time
opponent.
break.
Yeah, when I'm looking from White's perspective. He needs to come up with something soon, or that time advantage is disappearing. And the only part of the position I like, there's two aspects. The B file. White can use the B file for counterplay. That knight on B3 will eventually move. That rook on B1, it's looking at that B7 pawn, but even not the B7 pawn, the whole
Bro, I
file.
forgot this
And the
caster
bishop
ka
on
name, but
G2.
his
Those are
voice
the-
is
those
so
are the
calm.
advantages for White, the good pieces. Bishop on G2, rook on B1. Outside of that, nothing else. the knights aren't ready yet.
It's true.
White's queen isn't ready yet, and White's not
Hi,
even sure
Abhishek.
about the center. If you don't do something with White, Black
White
might
is
start
playing
pushing those
Indiana
pawns in. You
attack.
give Levon
ऐसे
Aronian
सब भी
an
होता है.
initiative like that, where he can just push the pawns and take away squares. That's not good.
I love what we're seeing. He only needs a draw to win this match, Eric, and he's going all out. King H8, pawn to F5. We see queen to C1 here, and I was about to say
Queen A3, yes.
White may be angling for a position where the queens trade, especially because Black just clearly indicated, hey, I'm going to go for an attack on the king side. He wants to trade queens, and you know what? This is a game that can now last a very long time.
I like Queen A3 a lot
Hi,
because the pawn on
Natsol.
Black pushed to F4.
Player
So
bids
even
for
if the queens
black,
get
one
traded,
who
you're like, oh, that might be
sacrifices
closer to
more
endgame. Not
time.
quite. The pawn structure is also a
Huh?
factor, and you
ये
see
नहीं
that with
समझना
bishop on
है.
G2, Black doesn't have any
One
pawns
who
to block it. Even
sacrifices
in the
more
endgame, White would have a
time
lot of
gets
maneuvering
black.
potential. So Levon decides to keep the queens on the board, but you've weakened the E4 square. Now
Yep.
my knight on B3, why don't I go
ये मेरे
knight
सर
to
के ऊपर से
D2
गया
I
है.
like that.
and prepare to take over the E4 square?
That's right, and that would hit the black queen. You know, one of the things about the knight on e6, right in the middle of black's position, is it blocks the bishop on c8. Also, the rook on b1 for white, putting pressure on that b7 pawn. So you're in a position for Levon where the bishop on c8 kind of feels like it's stuck there. It's, it can't develop on the diagonal due to the knight, and the pawn on b7 is hit. White can play knight d2. Also, there we see it, knight d2 into knight e4.
H4. I mean, this position's getting better and better. Queen c1 and queen a3 was a great find by Artemiev. And Levon, we gave him credit for it, but when he pushed
Time
that
auction in
F pawn
which you
all the way
decide I
to
can
F4,
beat him here
all
in
of a
this
sudden
time.
White's pieces are so much happier than before. Those knights didn't have security. Now all of a sudden, we're a couple moves away. Pawn to h4, that's risky. He's thinking about it. But if that knight ever vacates g5, we have a great outpost
And
on e4.
Pawn to h4, knight h3 must be the move he's thinking of, because maybe there's knight h3, perhaps even knight captures on f2 if white plays king h2. So if he can't play that move, Eric, how significant is that? Because maybe now you can give up the b pawn if you're Levon Aronian, take the bishop, put it on h3, put the knight on h3. This is a little bit different than what you mentioned, because he didn't have time, or at least by his calculation, he didn't think he had time for h4.
Well, I think you're right. I think the problem with h4 was some knight takes f2 down the road. But if that's a problem, look at what Levon has done. He's saying, if you're going to let me keep my knight on g5, I will seize that momentum. I don't mind if you take b7, because you're going to be much more worried about your king
जा
side
सकता है
compared to
ये.
that loose b7
After
pawn.
this,
And
yeah,
And we
इसके
see it
बाद
right
होगा.
away. Bishop
I mean,
g4,
time
developing
6:45
that
है, but
bishop.
I
The whole
guess
point of
ये
the rook on
खत्म नहीं
b1
होगा
was
तब
to
तक तो
prevent
start
that bishop
होगा
from
नहीं ना.
moving, but black has used bishop g4 tempo because e2 is the base
ये
of white's
फाइनल अगर
position.
ड्रॉ
So
हुआ
what
तो
do you do?
फिर
Because
टाइम
F3
देखेंगे.
from black is one of the
अबे
moves
ड्रॉ
we were
होगा तो
looking at.
ब्लैक
Of course, the
जीतेगा ना.
e7 was also
आर्मेगेडन है
hanging,
भाई.
but pawn to f3, favorable trades. Yeah, he has to stop that pawn advance somehow, but hang on a second. You know, how does everything work out here with the exchanges?
I think he's
Hi,
okay with
Sarta.
exchanges as long as his king is safe and that there's a
Hi,
chance
Kabir.
to play a long game. So I'm looking at, after knight f3, if everything trades off there, yes, those pawns are doubled. I might even have to play some sad moves like knight e1. But if I can survive, that's all I want as white right now in terms of game planning. I'm not even looking too much further. That b file is long-term counterplay. White, the knight might eventually go to e1, but I'll place my rook on b5.
Right.
And try to pressure b7, try to pressure a5, try to pressure e5. That rook on b5 can attack 3 of black's pawns, but that's only if I'm not getting checkmated, which means if I'm not playing knight e1, I don't know how I'm going to have long-term security about attacks. I mean, technically, you don't need to play knight e1. f3 is not loose if you take on g3, but I'm envisioning a future where
Hi,
Levon is going
Mehraj.
to swing that knight from c6,
Yep.
some path towards the king side.
Yep.
And I'm going to need more defenders.
Yeah, who knows what the path is going to be, but you can imagine a future where the knight either goes to d8, e6, g5, or maybe e7, f5. I was also looking at
तुषार
the future
अपना
of the
मैच
rook,
पक्का
maybe goes
इसी
to
स्ट्रीम
a6,
पे आएगा ना.
swings over to g6 or h6 for Levon. The more I look at this position, though, I'm focused
Hi,
on
Klaus.
the time. It now feels like a position where, especially after this last move, Eric, Artemiev might not even have the advantage, but he has to win the game in order to win this match.
Oh,
He has to win the game, and
he has done 8 good
that
moves. He
move,
has
queen
done
c5,
9
it
good
looks
moves.
funny. I think his idea was queen d5 and to place it on
Oh.
e4.
Right.
Centralize the queen, defend the weak
The
point.
match
c3,
got
Exactly
mostly
what
after
Aronian
this.
just prevented.
and that's a great find by Levon, especially that he
ये
only took
ग्रुप
a few
ए
seconds.
मैचेस
Yeah.
चल
I
रहे
think
हैं.
he's
अपन
realizing
ग्रुप बी में
almost
हैं.
that I have a time advantage. I'm going to put pressure
इस ग्रुप
on
के बाद
Artemiev
ग्रुप
and just move quickly. The pressure
B
really should be
होगा.
on white, and he understands that.
Yeah, I mean, we see a double question mark
Oh no,
here
this is
given by the engine.
Well-
He's committing everything to the king side, and there's no more threats on the queen side.
Black
Now it's just
on
all
है,
in for Levon
Levon.
Aronian.
some of these moves played like rook e1. Just
ग्रेट मूव्स है
again,
नहीं. ग्रेट वाले डबल
Artemiev has done
एक्सक्लेमेशन
a
होता
couple
है.
sequences that don't make sense to me. The rook should not be on e4.
Like
How's he
एकदम
stopping checkmate on
excellent.
h2, Eric?
Well, he's so after king g1, is it just rook f6?
That'd be my
Just-
first question. Rook f6, rook f5. Bring that rook over to the h file. The rook and queen line up, and
Klaus,
you know,
because this
it
is
feels like you almost have to
esports
just give it up and try to run away.
and rapid
How do you give
format
it up
है.
and play rook
इसमें
g1
प्री मूव्स
here
भी होते
and
हैं.
give up the f3
वो लोग
pawn?
बोर्ड पे प्री मूव्स
It's a
नहीं
tough
कर
call.
सकते.
Yeah, rook g1, rook g2, or king g1, rook f to e1, and just plan to vacate via f1, e2. But either way, this is a position you're down a minute and a half almost. You also need to win it. He's got nothing in his favor at the moment.
Issue here for white is there's no coordination between the pieces.
Yep.
The queen doesn't coordinate
By
with
the
anything.
time
The
if
rook on
Magnus
e4
is
on
in
his own, knight
tournament,
on
it's like
c2.
everyone plays
What is
for
that knight?
second position.
What is that knight? It reminds me of game one. He had a knight on g8 and h8.
Let's see.
There's some poor knight play right now from Artemiev, and the problem is it's too late to improve it because f1 is hanging, and as Amon mentioned, rook f6, rook h6 is a mating attack that you don't want to face with just a few minutes on the clock.
And it's easy to play, right?
Yeah.
You can play rook f6, h6 in your sleep. This is a big attack for Levon Aronian, who only needs to draw the game. 2-minute time edge. We were wondering how he's going to defend
Bro,
it
he
soon.
started with
Well,
less
he's,
time और
decided
अभी
to
तुम
go rook
difference
g1, rook
देखो.
g2, but before that can happen, there is pawn takes g3.
What is this? What is this? You just give a check, you just take on d3. I thought at least
Ashmit,
it's gonna take
you
f takes
misspelled
g3,
Ronaldo,
and
bro.
after rook f3, play
It's
knight e1.
okay.
Yeah.
But here, I don't know what I'm missing, but
It's
this
falling
looks
apart.
like a lost position.
Oh, it's completely falling apart. f2 can be taken, but even more detrimental is what you mentioned. Queen takes d3. I could see either one.
So he's
Vivek, you
planning knight
want?
e1
I
after
can
queen
increase.
takes d3.
मैंने कम ही रखा था.
Queen takes f2, maybe smarter.
I think it's
Yep,
not
he's,
enough.
well, the
है.
knight on e1 is doing absolutely nothing now. Is he going to sacrifice rook takes f3? It has to be the question asked. I mean, if you accept this, and that
Hi,
gets
Jayesh.
the double exclamation mark, Eric, a brilliancy from
after
Levon
this-
Aronian when it matters.
It is a brilliancy because you can take, and just understanding the match situation, knight f3 would lead to a perpetual after queen takes f3, rook g2, queen f1 check, easy perpetual.
Hawk plays
After
my
rook
goat
f3,
did
Levon
not
is just
buy
a one-way show
FIFA.
right now. He's just attacking. Artemiev's on the back foot. Does
Yep.
White have any move here to stop Levon's initiative? It doesn't have to be good. It just actually needs to stop these mating threats, because if this continues, he's just going to run out of time.
Yeah,
Guys,
because
stick to
if
chess. We
LeVon
are
just
watching
plays,
chess,
You
okay?
know, at the moment, I might even
And
consider a move like Rook D7, a slower
don't
move.
get on
it-
my
it-
nerve
Rook
today.
back to
Trust
F7,
me.
but Rook D7 I like.
I'm
It
very
guards the B
angry
pawn,
today.
and I feel like as soon as Levon plays the move H6, just one of the pawns in front of his king up one square, there's not going to be any tricks for Artemiev, and the time is really going to tell the tale.
What a move, Rook D7. He hasn't even,
Hi,
played
Sohail.
H6 yet. Rook D7. Everything's secure. He's calculating properly, and he realizes White has no piece that can attack the back rank,
Exactly.
no threats, and
No, Vedant.
he's feeling
Only
it.
English.
Levon now doesn't need to do anything else to win the game. The pressure on Artemiev to even come up with a threat is going to be significant.
And this is not enough. He just made a move. Levon is happy to make the exact same move back and forth. If you repeat in chess, it will be a draw if you repeat 3 times. So you can't do that. Levon Aronian, we talk about the mental strength.
I think Levon
He
is
did
gonna
this
win.
against Esipenko in the last chance qualifier.
ये
That's
तो बहुत
why
tough
he's
हो गया है
actually
उसके
here
लिए.
right now. The momentum was against him. He lost 2 games in that match. He came right back when it mattered. We're seeing it here. He looked a little down and out after that game too, but in the Armageddon, he's a different player.
Definitely a different player. And Artemiev, what is that?
That's over.
He's just, now that's a bit strange.
Bullet.
Anything's better than that. A
True.
draw, whether
Yep.
you
I
lose or
thought
draw,
game
it's the
ke
same
related
result.
था.
And Levon Aronian
He
cruises the
wins.
next round with a very comfortable hold with black.
Very comfortable. That is a draw.
It was
But why are
tough
we so
for
excited?
him.
Because it is Armageddon. We see the handshake there with the players, some sportsmanship, and a victory for Levon Aronian and Team Reject, Eric.
Yeah, big win for Levon. It feels like he's been in this situation a lot, and he's almost won every time. Even if he had lost the match, we've seen him come through a loser's
This one
bracket
is a very
before.
good matchup
And I
incoming,
think
and
that's
after
part of the
that
reason why I saw
Nihal
the
versus
heart rate. He got
Arjun.
more comfortable and relaxed as that game went
Side
on.
by side
Yeah,
होंगे
It's like
दोनों, I
familiar
guess.
territory, and once you give him the initiative, bad things are happening.
No, he was comfortable.
Very.
And you think the pressure might be on, especially because he had just lost.
Okay,
Momentum seemed to
यहाँ
be
पर
against him,
Anish
but it's a different game.
Anish
Armageddon,
का आ
and
रहा है
you know
ना,
what?
तो
I'm
हमारा
going
इधर
back to
आएगा.
the bid, and I'm shocked.
Yay!
I'm still shocked at how low he bid. But
It's
he
time.
definitely knew that
It's
that was something that he
time.
could manage, Eric. So, we're both
Let's
standing here
go.
eating our words because
Let's
it seemed like
go.
that bid was the moment where Artemiev has to have the edge here, Eric. But he made it work, right? Under 7 minutes, very impressive by Levon Aronian.
Yeah, we talked about his familiarity with
Bro,
the
his
structure.
voice is so
He
calm.
took a risk, and then he got an opening that there was flow. He knew where the pieces went, already made up half of that time in the opening, and then afterwards wasn't so easy, but he found all the critical moves when he had the initiative. And it just, Artemiev never got going. He never got
No.
the type of chess we're accustomed to.
Arjun
or for
NG
instant
में
success.
है
He never had
यार.
an opportunity to improve his position.
Klaus, he is not
Yeah,
playing.
that's exactly right. And
सामने
we saw
कौन
at
सी
the end
और
of
है
that game,
Genji.
just acquiescing to the draw, making that capture and just allowed the perpetual. I was still a little bit shocked by that because, as you said, Eric, any move would have been better than that just to keep the game going.
Anything. That he's the first one, I think, to do that. In terms of game odds, you might as well go for the win. A draw and a loss.
Genji
is the same
versus
result.
Assetwell.
But again, this is a new experience.
Absolutely a new experience for these players. I mean, it must be nice for Levon Aronian to just get that initial win, right? The nerves we were talking about throughout that match. It did feel like Artemiev settled in slowly, but Levon Aronian, we watched him through the last chance qualifier, and this just seemed like another day at the office for him. He's been in this exact situation
Favorite
in the last
Valorant?
chance qualifier. He looked ready for the moment.
Flow.
He's so relaxed. He's, twirling his hand during the game, sitting back in the chair. I think we're going to follow some other players who qualified through the last chance qualifier. That
Yep.
might be an advantage.
And
How?
Eric, exciting. We have James Canty down there with an interview with the winner, Levon Aronian.
Interview
LeBron
आएगा.
and LeBron Aronian, congratulations on the win. You've been on fire lately. What is the secret right now? You're winning events. You've made the qualifier. You're here. You won in this Armageddon here. You feel confident. It looks like you are too as well. What is the secret so far for you?
I just remembered that I can play chess.
Crazy.
Anything else?
No, I'm just riding the wave of fun, and it works.
It absolutely is working for you too as well. A little bit about the Armageddon. You bid it 658, which was really low here, of course. But at the same time, obviously, you knew that you could probably.
हाँ,
get
बिल
it
मैंने
done.
भी देखा
What
था.
was the logic behind 658 for the bid?
The more time I have, the worse I play. I mean, the more safety I have. I'm learning this about myself.
Yes.
I'm not good with safety. I need to push myself to the limits, and then I play well.
There you go, guys. Push yourself to the limits. Be aggressive. You heard it here from Levon himself. Okay. Now, team spirit here. With what is the team spirit like? In fact, even though team spirit's another club, but what is the team spirit with you guys being around each other and obviously maybe talking and looking at plans for the team and etc.
Well, I think I love the name of Team Reject, the team that I'm representing. Yeah, you know, because it's to reject the negativity and embrace the fighting spirit.
That is amazing. Looks like that's working for you. And of course, what are you looking forward to the most through the rest of the event?
Winning.
Very nice. That's it from us. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, James, for that wonderful interview, and a huge congratulations to Levon for winning his match.
Casters change हो गए.
Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was a very up and down match. Levon started with a great win with white pieces, but Artemiev showed he came to
I
play.
think
he made a nice
काफी
comeback
hit
with
now
white, and I thought the
volume.
win
थोड़ा
was
सा
really in
volume.
Artemiev's back. Like he won the game
No,
with
this
white.
is
He
not
had
knockout.
the white pieces in the Armageddon game. He had a big time advantage, but Levon hung in there and he really launched a nice counterattack that brought him the needed half a point.
I mean, I think it's crazy that we already have Armageddon for the very first match of the day. What do you think of, you know, Artemiev's whole
Vaishnav,
strategy of
thank
going
you
for
for
an
the
8-minute
triple one
15?
on GPay. कैसे
Yeah,
हो
I like his
Sherlock?
bid.
एकदम
I thought
मस्त
Levon's bid
Vaishnav.
honestly was a little bit too low, but
आप बताएं
yeah, he managed
Vaishnav.
to make it work. I mean, he's got a lot of
आप chat
experience
में तो
playing
नहीं
these
दिख रहे हो
events.
मुझे.
So, you know,
You play
he won
close,
the
so if
Armageddon
I
in the end,
fell
so,
down,
the
would
winner
you pick
is
me up?
always right.
The winner is always right. I mean, that
Yeah,
is
मैं
sort
crate
of
लेके
how this
आऊंगी.
works.
Then I'll
Levon's
pick you
positivity
up.
definitely carrying him through. It's going to be really exciting seeing him play
Hi,
through
Moed.
the next match. We will have upper brackets later today. But
Divya
did also
Deshmukh,
want to
yeah,
mention
she
that,
won the
you know,
Women
that
World
flag
Cup
in the
na,
very
Chess
first
World
game,
Cup. And I
what
think
are your thoughts? This is a no increment
I
time
think
control. This is something,
कौन
you
सा
know,
youngest
we've been
winner
seeing this
of
throughout the Esports World Cup, throughout the
World
last
Cup है
dance
या कुछ
qualifiers,
ऐसा
but
कुछ है मैं
it
भूल
might be
गई.
new for some of the
ये
players.
chat
or the
में देखना
viewers
जरूरी है.
out
नहीं नहीं
there.
मैं ऐसे ही
Yeah,
पूछ
it's
रही
definitely
थी.
just
I
part
was
of the
just
game. You know, if you
asking.
play a 10-minute game with no increment, you gotta use the clock correctly. Artemiev, I think, was just too slow in the first game.
Oh,
Levon
guys,
still
Nihal
took
is
the lead on the
there.
clock
Hey,
and the position. I
Tanisha.
mean, eventually he lost his position on the board, lost the
How you
advantage on the board.
doing?
But he kept enough of a lead on the clock that he knew he could always still win the game like that, and that's what he did. I mean, at the end,
Youngest
the only goal
women's
is to win the game, and that's what he
grandmaster.
did. So it worked out.
I believe Benjamin Bach's advice for you
Jace!
all is to just win your game.
Yes, Jace,
But
Tanisha
I have
sab.
to admit, I mean, with 3 seconds against 0, unfortunately we couldn't see the very, very, very last of those seconds, or milliseconds actually ticking down, but Levon
I'm
did
not
it in the
like
first
truck
game,
crane लेके
and then
आऊंगी
did it
herds.
again. Well, won the game in Armageddon.
Well, guys, Armageddon was absolutely amazing there. Levon is on fire.
How you
Bach.
doing,
What is he
Joey?
doing?
Yeah,
Is
bro,
it in the
exactly.
food or something, Bach? What is he doing?
I don't know. He's going through his second youth. I mean, he recently won the freestyle event in Las Vegas. Now he's on fire here. I mean, he won the qualifier. Now he won the first match.
Yeah.
So Levon's on fire. But, you know, James, we also have a lot of other exciting
Youngest
matches.
World
We do,
Championship
in
winner
fact,
is
in fact.
Gukesh.
Nemo, take us through. What do we have the next one? That's
Female
actually
में it's
gonna be
Divya
Arjun,
guys
right?
now I think.
Yes, so
क्योंकि
we
मैंने
are
यही
going
पढ़ा था.
into Group
मेरे को
B.
post
We
आया
have
था तब.
Arjun Erigaisi
Female
from
mates
Gen G
Gukesh
playing
and
against Nihal Sarin of Seoul Esports. And while they are countrymen, they are representing different clubs here at the Esports World Cup. What do you guys think about this upcoming match?
Yeah, I think, like you said, they're countrymen. They're almost the same age. I think they're like a year apart, so they've definitely trained a lot together. They've played each other a lot, so they definitely know the ins and outs of each other's games. But here they're competitors, so I'm sure that they also know the strengths and weaknesses of each other. Nihal, he's a very fast player. Like, he might get low on time, but then he's just
World
extremely
Champion
fast.
and World Cup
So I
is
think we'll see
different.
Arjun
I don't
building up a
remember
lead on the
मैंने क्या
clock.
पढ़ा था
Nihal
यार.
perhaps falling behind
Sorry.
a little bit, and Yeah, Nihal will count on his bullet skills, but you
World
can't fall too far
champion,
behind against a player
World
like
Cup
Arjun.
different
Do
है.
you think that Nihal will be more warmed up because he played
He
in
was
last
the
chance
first
qualifiers?
Indian to win it.
100%. Yeah, we saw with Levon as well.
नहीं,
like,
मैंने
he
कुछ
had
और
that
पढ़ा था, अभी
experience of
छोड़ो
winning the
guys.
last chance qualifier, and I think it definitely will help Nihal as well.
Well, guys, of course, there's so much chess left to be played, and we're excited to bring it to you here at the Esports World Cup.
Krish.
We're going to take ourselves a short break and be back after this.
Oh, break है. That is a long break. That is a long break. ओ यहाँ शुरू हो गया है. ये देख लेते हैं ना तब तक.
road.
guys.
The Black Knight either goes pawn hunting, that's very direct, very
Anish का
ambitious,
match देखते
or the
हैं.
Black Bishop just moves out the way. It actually goes the other way, keeping that square vacant. The rooks might now be traded, and we will head towards an endgame. Very solid again from Anish Giri. The computer says 0.0. The engine, the bar,
First
locked,
ही है. Okay.
undecided in the middle. I think that perfectly reflects the actual position here.
You know, we spoke about the styles of these players and how this matchup, just given the head-to-head throughout their rivalry, is so 50-50. And I think it comes down to the kind of position that appears out of the opening.
Ooh,
If we get more
trophy.
chaotic, more intuitively attacking positions, perhaps that's where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave would have the edge. But this is Anish Giri's
World Cup
position
is
for
correct.
first
World
launch
Cup is a
and winner.
tournament
It's
and World
solid.
Champion
He's
is
in
के लिए you
control
have to
right
win
now.
candidates,
No
then defeat the
weaknesses.
reigning
There is a threat
champion.
on the board that he needs to watch out though. Maxime's
अच्छा.
knights jumping further on, attacking upon on the flank, the A7-1 under threat.
Those knights looked menacing. I spent a good couple of seconds busy negotiating my way through the potential blunder. that
Winning
was
World
one
Cup
of the
is
knights to C6, and I was desperately trying to make that work as white. I
Guys,
don't
I'm
think I
sorry,
could,
but आज
but
मेरे सर के ऊपर से
those
जा रहा है
knights,
सब कुछ.
like even the knight on the rim,
हुआ
on
नहीं
A5
match शुरू,
is
no,
actually
there's a
looking
break,
like a huge
small
thorn in
break.
Black's side right now. On the other hand, if
और
Black manages to
EWC
solve that
की
problem,
ट्रॉफी ये
Bishop
लोग
looks
का
reasonably well placed to rake across the board.
जो
There's flexibility with
टूर्नामेंट्स के
regards to
टाइम
shoot the other
म्यूजिक
minor pieces.
एवरीथिंग इज
They look
क्रेजी
okay
स्पेशल
for
और वो
Yeah,
की
everything looks
सिस्टम भी
okay if
बहुत
you can
क्रेजी है.
fend off the immediate threats, but momentum is definitely on white side. We talk about threats. That's the side who is kind of building the initiative, and it's definitely MVL trying to put Anish on the back foot. Just a couple of minutes ago, Anish was a minute up on the clock. Now he's a minute and a half down almost, and that again reflects the trend of the game.
And it's because there's a big question on the board, right? It's not just one pawn that's under attack. It's actually two pawns that are being threatened right now with the knight that's moved forward, the A7, the C7 pawn. So Anish needs to find a move that stops both or blocks the attack on both. We see the players head in hands. And I'm trying to figure it out. What are the ways that you can
Why
actually keep
chess
your
and not
material intact here if
PMWC?
you're Anish Giri right now?
So I'm embarrassed
Because
I feel like I
our team
dismissed
is
the
in
move that
chess.
they might play, because I was thinking there's no way you'd play bishop c5. I'd be so afraid of a3 and b4 coming in. You're not going to play that bishop out there to try and hold this, are you? But maybe that's the way forward.
Yeah, only one move to stop going down a pawn here.
आपका रेटिंग क्या है जिसमें? अरे मैंने कभी उधर खेला ही नहीं रेटिंग वाली साइट पे.
And to cover the pawn in the corner. No, Anish sacrifices a pawn. He jumps forward with his knight. Problem is, for the white knight now, you have a choice of two. No matter where you go, there might be no way back home. Very committal decision here. Either way for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
And you
स्टार्ट
probably
होने
have
वाला
to
है.
burn the clock on those decisions. It's just so tempting to go pawn hunting, to go pawn grabbing
कहाँ
right now. But is your
5
knight
minutes
too
है
far
bro.
gone in that place? Is there
मुझे
no
लगा
way
टाइमर
home?
कम हुआ
Then
इसलिए
for
कह रहे
Maxime
हैं.
Vachier-Lagrave's knight, I really liked, even though Anish Giri did not find the move that you were talking about, it felt like it would fend off the threats that we were talking about. I think he's found a very practical decision. You know, he took his time. Now he's sort of tempting.
Brother, we are not
Maxime
watching
to
an
go
app,
through those
brother.
waters.
वहाँ पे stream हो
What
रहा
do
है
you think? Does
literally.
Maxime take the bait?
Hi Keshav.
So ambitious, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I grew up with him, and he's always been the type of player
गुजराती में कुछ
to
बोल
start
दो.
games in this fashion, slight advantage, and then he tries to take risks to go for it. Rook takes pawn, given a question mark, and look at this: the white knight, white bishop.
तू
That all
गधेड़ो
overloaded, that white
छे.
rook might have to give itself up. Look at this, a transition here. White wins a
Oh.
rook. In
हाँ मैं
return,
वही
black
सोच
gets the
रही थी
bishop and
कि
knight, but white has so many pawns. in
लग
this
रहा
position.
है
Was that all
Indian.
forced? It felt like someone highlighted
Match
the queen side and
started,
hit
bro.
the delete key there. What
ये
on earth
पागल है
just
क्या?
happened?
Everything hoovered off the board there. All the pawns gone. It was a tactical tsunami, a sequence of
भाई मैं
moves.
इसको
And
unmod
this
कर
is the
दूंगी.
material imbalance that we've got right now. A rook and 3 pawns ready to push up the board against the 2 minor
इसका
pieces.
मतलब
Now,
पता
if
है
you're playing
मतलब
black,
कि
if you're the
तुम
side with
गधे
the
हो.
minor pieces, you need to combine an attack against the white king. That is where your compensation lies. Any endgames, get the queens off the board. It's advantage Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yep, those white pawns are sprinting forwards.
You are a
The
good
white plan
dancer.
is easy. In a
Bro, not
quick
gonna
game
lie,
like this
कल
one,
मजा
7
तो
minutes
आया
versus
मुझे.
5, I
ये
think in
कुछ जो
practical
मैंने
terms, White
reels
is doing
बनाए
very
ये
well here.
बनाने में.
Anish Giri, he needs to do something he's not necessarily known for, Tanya. He needs to go for the white king, but there we go. Very principled. Black has the queen, black has the knight, and 2
It was
bishops.
fun.
The white
It
king
was very
doesn't
fun.
have too many defenders around it.
निहाल का
That is
मैच
tough
कब है?
if you
बस
wanna
शुरू
get to
होने
Maxime's
वाला है.
king, lining
3-4
up his queen
minutes.
against that king on the same file.
Bro,
And what he's
Anish
threatening is
seems
to slide the bishop over,
stressed.
hit the queen, try and come in with some knight checks. There are immediate threats that Maxime needs to take care of. He can't just keep pushing those pawns, no matter how tempting they are. David, this is a 3-result game.
Great move from Anish Giri on the previous time,
आपकी
bringing out
voice
the black
बच्चे
queen, and
जैसी
great
है, हाँ
response
यार.
by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Blocking the dart squares. White has no dart square
I
bishops,
also
so
play
the white
Nihal once in
pawns
bullet
around its
chess.
king.
Huh?
Trying to hold that color complex right now. Still looks scary though. The black knight is going to start
Did
jumping
you
soon.
win?
The imbalances in this position are fascinating because you can see the
हायरा
pawns
भाई मैं
on the
सच्ची
queen
unmod
side
कर
for white
दूंगी.
with
हम
absolutely
stream पे
no
देख रहे हैं,
opposition
उधर
from the
timer
black
चल
pieces.
रहा है.
On the other hand, I'm looking at the position of black's minor pieces and the queen, and I'm going, hang on a second, Tanya, this is all pointing rather menacingly at the king side, and there's potential for f3 to become weak as well. It feels like whoever lifts off the gas first, if you like,
3
and
minutes.
loses that initiative might lose the game, and it's almost a game of chicken now, and people keep raising the stakes.
No, of course.
You know, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave for team vitality here. He's playing with all that vitality with his pawns, trying to get them rolling. But Anish is making no secret of going for that king on those light squares that you're talking about. The bishop could slide over, threatening that big check on the board. But what Anish is relying on is the attack. What Maxime is relying on is trying to trade those light squared bishop to make sure there are no checks. Once again, using that light squared bishop to stop the knight from jumping into the game.
Yeah, bishop controls light squares, pawns control dart squares, and there we go. We see Anish on the screen there, dropping his knight back. He looked like he wanted to move it forward, but this is definitely one of those games where the eval bar is deceptive. It's going to swing one way or the other very, very soon. A draw, by far the least likely outcome in this game.
Let's talk about how the eval bar is likely to swing, because I'm seeing one player soon with double the time of the other. 6 minutes 33 seconds, 36 seconds, pardon me, for MGL. Plays 3 minutes 15 for Anish Giri right now. Tanya, the clock here could be decisive.
It's the biggest factor in the game. I mean, 3 minutes touching that mark with your opponent 6.5 minutes, and the pawns rolling up the board. Bringing your queen back is not an attacking move.
I
And look at
personally
that.
want
Maxime
Anish to
Vachier-Lagrave
win.
sets up
What
a
if his
trap right
name
now.
was
You
Andrew?
cannot pick up that pawn.
Yeah, that white pawn is poisoned. It's only 2 squares away from
Guys,
touchdown
there's
as well.
still
The
time.
queen could land on the board. The black queen couldn't take it, as the white rook would have jumped out of the way. Let's just go back one move, quick action replay. Queen takes pawn here, would have lost due to some X-ray action. The white rook would have jumped forward with a check, given itself up, and the black queen would have fallen. This white pawn, if we go back to the game, is going to be the MVP potentially for MVL.
Love it. This is now looking like a lot of pressure is being applied by MVL with the white pieces. Don't forget, of course, both players will have the opportunity to play again with colors reversed. So even if it's a decisive victory in game 1, you could end up with fates reversed and you'd still go to
ये
an
रही
Armageddon game.
stream.
But right now,
45 seconds more.
with half the time on the clock, it's scary.
And like we said, you know, it is about getting to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's king, but with the
भाई तुम
queen
लोग
stuck
शांति से देखने नहीं दोगे. मैं यही स्ट्रीम ओपन रख रही हूँ. ये लो. अब ठीक है? खुश? Yes. Anish is from Poland. His father is from नेपाल. ऐसा कुछ है. चैट ने बोला था. Where he is from ये मेरे को नहीं याद. But yeah. ये प्लेऑफ इसमें जो राउंड है वो नहीं ये ग्रुप स्टेजेस चल रही है तो अलग अलग ग्रुप्स में डिवाइडेड है प्लेयर्स. यू हैव टू प्ले द प्लेयर्स फ्रॉम योर ग्रुप. मतलब मैचअप जो है जो हारा वो लोअर में जाएगा. लोअर ब्रैकेट सेमीज शायद.
And we are back, guys. Esports World Cup, the chess edition. We're here at Studio B here. I am FIDE Master James Kennedy III here with Women's Grandmaster Nemo and Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. Guys, we had a very nice, strong, crazy match. Went to Armageddon in the last one. Of course, with the quick thoughts on that last match.
It was absolutely insane. I mean, it gave us everything that we could have wanted. We had a crazy flag in the very first game. Levon, you know, beating out Artemiev with only 3 seconds left on the clock himself.
start होने वाला
Game
है.
2s and 3 were insane.
Yeah, no, game 2, nice comeback by Artemiev, and you know, we can't ask for much more than an Armageddon in these matches, and that's what we saw. And yeah, Levon pulled through, but this one is going to be a close one as well. We have Arjun Erigaisi from Gen G against Nihal Sarin from Seoul Sports, and yeah, I think Arjun should be a slight favorite. I mean, he's rated really high in classical. He's rating Nihal by like 100 points. But Nihal, he's very fast. Like, if it comes down to a pure time scramble, Nihal is going to turn up the speed. He might be a little slower throughout the game. Arjun, I think, will be trying to build up a lead on the clock, but you don't want to be in a time scramble against Nihal with each 10 seconds on the clock, because he's just going to flag you.
Do you think Arjun starting out with the white pieces is going to give him a little bit of an advantage going into this? You know, he's going to be putting pressure on Nihal to start?
Yeah, I think so. Arjun is someone who's really annoying to play. He knows his openings really well. He checks everything. So he'll be putting the pressure on Nihal. I'm also
You
curious
know,
to see
with
what Nihal will
Gujarati,
play in the opening.
I
He's a
know
very
him
creative player as
because
well.
he
He'll
used to be in
try to take
Samin's
Arjun out of book. So I
streams.
think we'll see an interesting opening stage. Then I think we'll see Arjun putting some pressure on the clock against Nihal. But you cannot count Nihal out until he's actually down. So it'll be a close match.
We had talked about, you know, how Nihal is very fast, and this is a time control that absolutely, he loves this.
Wow, take a look at this. They've never played in classical. Hard to believe that. But in the rapid format,
World
there are
ranking rapid.
4-1, which is kind of rapid here in a way. Now look at the world rapid ranking in rapid there, 25 for Nihal and 16 for Arjun, and very similar in the chess.com ratings there. So Arjun's known as a madman, of course, is what I think Magnus has dubbed him that when it comes to just you know, pure what he's looking for in the games here. And with Nihal, I know even when we saw in some of the video earlier, that Nihal is actually a underdog in a way. And he's very vicious in these fast time formats. He actually even won something with chess.com, Global Chess Championship at some point, which was a rapid sort of format. I think he actually got second place or something like that, in fact, but scored very well in this type of format. What do you think we're going to see with this type of clash and in this format?
Head-to-head is
you know,
4-1.
Nihal just played the last chance qualifier.
तो मतलब
if anything, I would
he
say
has
he's the one
one
that's a
more
little bit
क्या?
more warmed up, as they are sitting down behind us now.
Oh yeah, ready to go, as you can see right behind Nemo there. Yeah, there was that quick shot of Nihal ready to go. Bach, what do you think is going to happen here? Arjun or Nihal? Who gets the upper hand here?
I'm going to give the edge to Arjun. I think he's just a slightly better player, but Nihal definitely has... I think it's an advantage for him that he's just played the last chance qualifier. Like, he's a little warmed up. He just won, so he's in the winning mood. But I'm still going to go with Arjun. I think he's the slightly better player. We saw also that he has a 4-1 lead in rapid games. So
I think
in my
I
book,
will
he's definitely
put
the
this
favorite.
here.
Yeah. What about you, James? Who do you take?
That's a good question here. If fast time controls here, I definitely like how Arjun plays a lot of Jar Jar Binks London, as we talked about before, aka Jababa London. So, you know, I do love that opening a lot. I know he is a fan of it, but Nihal, fan of his tricking. Look at him, Zen mode or sleep, one or the other. No, but I think he's ready to go Zen mode, locked in. My goodness, that is crazy. What do you think that face was there? Bach, was that like a sleep? Was it sleep or Zen mode or what?
He's just ready to play right now. He's like, oh, can this game finally start? I think that's why he's a little bored. I saw also, by the way, as he was getting ready for the games, he was doing a little bit of puzzle rush. Perhaps Arjun is doing that as well. He's looking locked in. They're getting ready to start. So, yeah, I think the players just want the games to begin.
Yeah, and I think the audiences as well.
Well, games are about to begin here. Thanks to our analysts for being here on the desk with us as we bring in our casters. As we're about to start this with Arjun and Nihal. If you're watching from home here, who do you think is going to win? Who do you have? Who is your favorite? You can place your favorites in the chat here. Now, we bring on our casters to call all of the action. Grandmaster Amon Hamilton and Grandmaster Eric Hansen. Let's go, boys.
Excited, James. We're into another match here, and this one is going to be very exciting. Eric, we have a matchup between Arjun Erigaisi and Nihal Sarin.
All Indian matchup. We know there's going to be a lot of eyeballs here.
Yeah, the players definitely know each other very well. The games are just underway here. This is Nihal Sarin from Seoul Esports, Arjun Erigaisi, Gen G.
हो गया
We know
शुरू
Arjun, he's broken into the world's elite, part of this Indian generation. Nihal has a lot of supporters. He's a very strong grandmaster himself, around 2,700, but hasn't quite played in as many top events,
Castle
fields,
किया
such as this.
Yep, it's absolutely right.
Oh.
But these are the type of players, Eric, you give them that chance, they will make the most of it. And we already see some very, very quick play because, this might even be a game that they've played before.
It looks familiar, but part of the reason it looks familiar is Levon Aronian won from this opening against Andrei Esipenko in a remarkable game. I highly recommend
दो
it
दिन में दो
for those
Indian
that
chess
didn't watch it
derby
live.
That's right.
White goes for the attack in this position.
Yeah, and we see that immediately with the move knight d5 into the center. And we saw this exact structure. And one of the moves that, we highlighted, which was a key for Levon Aronian when he played with white, was the move d5 at some point. Now, with the rook on e8 for Nihal and the queen on e2 for Arjun, he's controlling that idea early. And, so far with the move f4 as well, Eric, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Arjun. Nothing too concerning just yet, but this is an aggressive game, and both of these players are very
No,
aggressive. And
Nihal's
we might get a
black
wild
Arjun is
tactical
playing
game.
white
I think so. Even though they're countrymen, this is the group stage and only 2 advance. There's only going to be 1 winner of this match. Nihal, Fiancaiwing, placing more pieces around the king side. The way Arjun is playing, f4, knight b5, feels like he's got quite a few ideas in the structure ready. Because this is even a bit different. Sometimes you tuck your bishop into b1, maybe you rook lift.
यहाँ
Here,
पर
he's
ही वो
kinda
तो मैं
saying,
समझ गई
how are
थी
you going to remove that knight on e5? If you ever take it, I'm going to be thrilled to open up the f-file, build my center. If you don't do it, and we see bishop f8 is not an easy move to play because you just placed your bishop on g7.
Yep.
Sometimes in chess, moving backwards is still the best decision. It's just hard to play psychologically.
Yeah, these players are at the top level of chess, so they can admit, okay, the best move is just to move back. But as humans, we don't like that. Look at this though, a6, kicking the knight out. Now he can finally get that bishop to the g7 square, which is ultimately where he wants it. I'm seeing every single white pawn make its way to the 4th rank. Eric, it's making me wonder, is he going to continue? Like, how crazy is Arjun willing to get with this position? Because you play a move like knight into e4, all those trades that can happen in the center will benefit Nihal. He'd love to trade pieces, even trade queens. White's pawns will actually be targets in an endgame or if a lot of pieces exchange off the board, whereas Arjun could do something insane like g4 and f5. And, it just depends what game he
Nihal
wants to
white
play.
no black
Yeah, for game 1, that would definitely
अभी
be
हमको
very
ऐसा ही
exciting
देखना
for us.
पड़ेगा
I think white
Like,
is
इसमें
going
तो
to
हम
wait a few
switch
moves
भी नहीं कर
before maybe
सकते
thinking
board
about
को
those options. I'm thinking about king h1, but I'm not actually sure. Sometimes you play king h1, it's prophylactic. Not sure with the bishop on b7 that's the right decision. a5 is interesting. You're sacrificing a pawn. It's not the biggest pawn to sacrifice. If black takes, those are doubled a pawns. In an endgame, those could be valuable. The way Arjun is playing, he doesn't plan on this heading to some sort of endgame. He's going for a middle game attack.
That's right.
And a benefit of sacrificing this pawn, once you move that b pawn, your c and d pawn, they have more potential to push forward, grab some more space as white.
I wouldn't be surprised to see b takes a5, c5, and this looks like the natural reaction. That's exactly what's happened. Of course, you have this idea in the future of playing c6, but you know what? I don't think this is something he's calculated that, I'll be winning on this next move. I think this is a long-term idea, Eric. There's doubled pawns on the a file. They can be taken at some point. Even though white is down a pawn here, he's happy to remain that way for a number of moves. And structurally, he's just created for himself a protected pass pawn on c5. Yes, I was more expecting the move d5 to open up the bishop on b2, but the structure has changed. And what I'm seeing here is that Arjun
उतना भी नहीं है
Erigaisi
guys अभी तो दोनों का
and that means a lot
ठीक ही है
in a match where, time is ticking. It's helpful to just know what to do.
It definitely helps to know what to do, but one thing we know from covering many of Nihal's games is it's not easy to phase him. It could look like a massive attack. It could be a winning position. He still plays quickly. He's still looking for resources. He doesn't get psychologically beaten. He doesn't have like a defeatist attitude. And so you see queen c7 played. White has a nice setup. The question is, how do you proceed now, though? How do you see that pawn on c5? I would love as white to get one of my knights, especially the knight on c3, to d6. I'm just not sure how to accomplish that. And right now, I think the ball is back in Arjun's court. How do you make progress?
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, all these pawn moves on the king side, g4, h4, yes, they help the attack, but it's at the expense of your own king, right? The white king would be completely wide open there. Instead, we're likely going to see a lot of piece play. So bishop c4, improving the bishop a little bit.
Knight b8 is a move I'm looking at, by the way, for black. The knight on d7, if you're not going to take on e5 ever, then you're kind of like even blocking your own d file. When you go rook d8, you're not even hitting d4. I'm looking at a move knight b8, knight c6 to try to alleviate pressure, or maybe improve that knight from c6 to b4. Just do something there, because
Guys, ये कैसे
I really
decide
don't
होता है
see
who's
a
gonna play
situation where
white?
black decides to take on e5.
Yeah, it's just far too scary. White takes with the f pawn, opens up the f file. And chess is always a game of squares. So
Because
if
white
black plays
has
knight
advantage
b8, trying to play
also,
knight
no?
c6, maybe then white finds time to play knight a4 in order to jump into the b6 square. You know, if white goes knight a4, it also gives up the d5 square, Eric. So you have every square under control right now, but the second you come up with an idea for yourself to claim a square, you give up something in return.
You give up
One
something in
round is
return. And
white,
the way
other
this
is
game
black.
is going, Arjun is up on the clock, but he's taking
Rating से
serious risk.
okay.
This isn't a position
दोनों को
where
एक-एक चांस मिलता
you
है नहीं,
can
लेकिन
be
पहले
like, okay,
किसको
you know
मिलेगा
what, this
वो?
attack isn't going somewhere. I'm going to liquidate
ऐसा भी तो
into an
होता ही
equal
होगा ना?
endgame. I don't see that being possible. You ever trade your knight on e5?
वो तो मेरे को
The
पता है
d4
कि
pawn is weak.
1 by 1
You have to watch
खेलते
out
हैं,
for the
but
pawns as pieces get
पहले
traded.
कौन खेलेगा?
And as I see, rook d8. I do think this knight
Brandon is
b8
not
move
that big, but still
is
यार,
nearby. There's also
जो
knight
भी है
f8.
छोटा बड़ा.
But Nihal's covering all the key squares right now. I think he's playing it really well. It's up to
I guess
Arjun to
rating
figure
के
out
हिसाब
how
से?
can I break through, because my opponent's not giving me anything.
Yeah,
So
I'm
he
looking at
has
rook
more
d8,
rating.
and, I mean, the first thing is, how much do you want to actually capture that pawn on a6? You know, Nihal doesn't want to spend the entire game defending a5, defending a6. They're doubled pawns, they're isolated. But at the same time, if white needs a move here, I struggle to improve the position. The bishop on b2 looks like a piece I might want to
ये
improve.
गेम तो
Bishop
ऐसा लग
a3,
रहा है
bishop
अर्जुन को
c1,
फेवर
but
कर
it's
रहा
a
है.
little unclear to me.
Well, I said that black wasn't giving white anything. He plays rook d8, and you make a good point. What happens if you take on a6?
Seems very tough.
Yeah,
Because I
it's
want
right
to take
there.
on a6 not because I want a pawn that
Right.
much. We need a plan. And if I remove the a6 pawn, the b5 square could be useful for that knight on c3, because the knight on c3 is one of the remaining pieces for white to improve the position.
Yep, that's right. Once that knight
क्या
moves,
score है
let's
first
say
ही है
knight
ये?
b5 into d6, the bishop on b2 also improves its scope. So this move, rook d8, probably has Arjun, Erigaisi, thinking, is this a trap? You know, can I actually take that pawn? Because you wouldn't expect your opponent to just hand you over such an obvious move like that.
And you know you're playing against Nihal, who's a very tricky player. So you're really looking at, is there a sacrifice? Is there something loose? I don't see it. Arjun calculates. He doesn't see it. And the game has changed now.
Yep, the complexion of the game has completely changed. And, you know, he's going to be using the d5 square, right? He has to. Now we see the move that you were saying you didn't really expect to ever happen. Well, dropping that a pawn, that's probably a moment where all of a sudden you do think like this. The bishop on b2, Eric, is not a great piece, but it can always reroute. Bishop c1, bishop to g5. And I look at the move knight d5, we may get a situation where if the light squared
Did
bishops
you know
exchange,
today didn't
if the
support
knights
Hora
exchange,
and they
the
gained
position that
chicken?
we're going to
Excuse
have
me.
is one that, you know, the
Excuse
bishop on
me.
b2 for white is not great.
Let's
All the
go,
pawns in the
Arjun.
middle are on dark squares.
Easy for Arjun.
The bishop on b2
Hi,
is not
Nakul
great,
bhai.
but black's dark squared bishop might not have the most scope either. I thought Nihal might have traded on c3, getting rid of the knights, because allowing the knight to jump in looks very scary. In a classical game, maybe not as much, you can calculate everything, but in front of you, you're Nihal here. The knight coming to d6 is going to stay there for the rest of the game, and that's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake for Nihal not to capture that knight. Imagine this same position, but with the two knights in the middle of the board, disappeared. That would be much better for Nihal. Instead, what he's facing is knight d6 at all times. Knight to f6 check he has to deal with, and pawn to h4, h5, even h6 in the future. I mean, there's a lot of threats that you have to deal with. Where's the counterplay? It's that A pawn. That takes a while to get going. Meanwhile, the center is completely defended.
It's completely defended. I like rook
I have
b8
to
because
leave,
pushing the
otherwise
A pawn.
Paji will
White
come
might
after
even
me.
go rook f3 in some positions. Multi-purpose move. You might double, you know, on the f file to hit f7. You also watch over the a3 square. Rook b8. What Nihal's thinking is he's going for some like overloaded tactics.
You know
where
how to play chess,
the
I
queen
know
on
the
e2.
basics.
In some positions, it's defending the knight on e4, defending on the bishop on b2. That allows for an opportunity. The queen defending both pieces, maybe. Rook takes b2 in the future. Well, actually, just right away. Rook takes b2, knight e3. We're seeing some tactics. Nihal's fast to spot them. But I will say, Arjun's a very sharp player himself. He could play either color here. He thrives in these positions, so I expect him to be up to task.
Yeah, bishop c1 is a great move. It wasn't really doing anything on that diagonal. It's much better on c1. We might see h5 next. Also, the bishop can come to g5, knight into d6 or f6. All the same moves that we talked about now exist again. And this looks like a position where you could pile up on the f-file. You talked about rook f3. That looks like a great move. Rook f3, rook f1, queen f2, knight d6. That's a lot of pressure on the f7 pawn.
It's a lot of pressure, so I think Nihal has to be quick, and he's looking at
ये
moves
जो
like
आप
rook
अर्जुन को
b3.
सपोर्ट कर रहे हो थक भाई को
Using the
क्लिप
only
भेजना
file
पड़ेगा.
that the rooks can move on. That's the b3
Hi
square
Gita,
I'm looking
welcome to
at.
my stream for the
Rook
first
b1.
time.
You
How
just
you
always have to
doing?
watch out that knight d6 is hitting f7 and the rook that you have enough to cover. Right now, black does because there's only 2 attackers. But if Arjun makes a couple more moves, we're looking at serious, serious kingside threats.
Yeah, I think this move is really critical because, as you mentioned, Nihal has to be quick. He plays a move like a4. It's just not quick enough. White has h5,
Head-to-head
knight
means
d6.
ki,
The
they
threats
have
for
played
Arjun
before,
are
na?
much more difficult to deal with. And Eric, as time starts to tick that little bit lower, you know you do not want to be in a position where you are just defending.
a4 played. I know Nihal's calculating. If rook f3, he's definitely going rook b3. That's why Arjun's taking his time. But you see that?
Oh, so
rook
he has
h5
won
was
4
played.
times,
Nihal was ready for it. He
bro.
anticipated it. He plays rook f8. If he spent time there, then that'd be a serious time trouble situation.
Yep, he's still within that 1 minute margin. And, you know, we've talked a little bit about time pressure for each player. As Arjun Erigaisi is thinking here, let's remember, Nihal Sarin, probably one of the best players, perhaps in this entire event, low on time. We've seen him work some absolute magic, you know, in the last chance qualifier, making it through here with 20 seconds. When you think he's down and out, he's absolutely not.
Queen g4, I like the move because rook f3 allows rook b3. Queen g4, you need to keep the options open. One of the ideas, you're eventually going to take on g6, place a knight on g5, and maybe you start attacking the h7, f7 squares. And look at this move,
Wow.
a3, asking a question. Are you going to continue attacking, or are you going to go?
He takes it immediately. What
भाई ये तो
confidence,
बहुत
because
tough लग
look
रहा है
at
मेरे
this.
को.
The knight can move to e3, Eric. It hits the queen and both rooks for white. But he took that like just cold-blooded. Bishop takes a3.
He calculated if knight e3, there's queen f3, and there's the discover check on f6 attacking the queen on c6. So he has time. There's no time for knight e3. Queen f3 and knight f6 is lethal. And I wonder if Nihal missed that based on the speed. Nihal usually plays quickly. He's just missed something here.
Yeah, knight e3 can't be played.
Nakul
This
bhai,
is just all
thank
the
you for
counterplays
the
we were talking
200
about.
kilo.
Everything
मेरे
that
लिए
Nihal
धर्म
had in his
संकट
back
है. Arjun is
pocket
my
is
favorite
just
player.
disappeared. Now
And
the
I
bishop
love
is simply going to
S7
go right
too.
back to c1.
क्या करा
We're going
जाए
to
इस
have the
गेम में
exact same
एलबी
issues for Nihal,
गाड़ी के
except
गेयर से भी
he's
ज़्यादा
missing that a
न्यूट्रल.
pawn.
He's really missing that
Nice.
a pawn. I'm expecting maybe rook b3 here. I don't see what else. But after bishop
Crazy
c1,
Nakul
this
bhai.
position, Arjun is a really, really strong attacker. And he's a young, talented player. What I mean is like, he can handle Nihal's tactics. Nihal can overwhelm a lot of players. He's very quick. but
गीता
Arjun
तुम
is as
रेगुलर
well.
वेयर होते तो
Arjun
तुम्हें
got
पता
to
होता.
like pretty much 2,800 FIDE by crushing people. Not just winning, not just grinding, by crushing them.
ब्लैक
That's
वाले
his
को तो
style of
नाइट
converting.
चलने.
And here we go, rook
Hello,
b3, just like you
hello.
said.
Yeah,
Bishop back to
sorry to
c1 and
disturb
knight
you,
e7.
Nihal.
You know what? The knight
ज़रा
is now looking
night
at the
चलना.
f5 square
Thank
in
you.
order to try to plug the position. You notice how white is targeting all the dark squares in the position. Black, on the other hand, targeting the light squares, d5 and f5.
So to get rid of a knight on f5, you often want to push your g-pawn. I'm not sure this is the position that it's easy to get that. But if you let the knight go to f5, that adds some stability to Nihal. That'll give him time to make some moves and not worry about getting checkmated right away. So this is a critical moment for Erigaisi. How does he deal with knight f5? There's knight d6. You could trade the knights off and still be up a pawn.
Yep.
Everything is good for white, but he needs more than that.
And Eric, there's another idea that we haven't really talked about. It's white pushing that h pawn all the way up to h6. And this forces the black bishop to take one step back into the corner. And you
Well, if
notice the
Nihal
bishop is
loses, bro,
100%
proof ho
trapped
jayega.
there.
आज का
So
दिन ही
there
मैं
is a way
lose
to
था.
play where Arjun just says, I'll play h6, trap your bishop, and then maybe just
I
try
have
to
to go
trade
for a
pieces after
meeting.
that.
Okay,
and
Nakul bhai.
you're going to be down a bishop later on.
I have an idea here. h6, bishop h8, queen h4. If you go knight f5, I go
Nakul
knight
bhai, अगर आप
f6
बाद
check.
में free
You
होगे
have
तो
to
feel
take, I
free
take
to
back
join.
with the queen setting up a mating net,
Mhm.
and then the next move would be rook takes f5, getting rid of the defender, placing my queen on g7, going for checkmate. I think he's going for that.
Let's see.
Oh.
He's kind of a combination of what we mentioned. Knight d6 that you called earlier stops knight f5 because maybe you just exchange it, but the bishop is trapped on h8. So this is a big advantage for Arjun, but look at the time. It's evening up again, and if this gets into any kind of scramble, Nihal has to be the favorite.
He does have to be the favorite. I just, in a time scramble where your bishop can't move on h8, that's tricky. I mean, we might see that position, but I think Arjun is confident in his own skills, and he's not afraid of that.
And look at what he's doing. Queen e4. He's happy to just make a trade. This is what we talked about with h6, trapping the bishop in the corner. The plan now can just be to
Nakul
trade,
bhai लंबा
Eric,
चलने
because
वाला है
it's
रात
like you're
तक.
up a piece. The bishop can't move.
Desperate times for Nihal. Here goes f6. He realizes I can't play an endgame. I can't pre-move if my bishop can't move. f6, trying to chip away at e5, but weakening squares around the king. Now, it's interesting. Does Arjun want to trade queens, or the inclusion of f6 maybe opens up the possibility of keeping the queens on and having additional attacking chances? Maybe the queen goes to h4 now. Maybe queen h4, maybe queen g4. The king is weaker. He takes.
And this move felt necessary, right? If you don't play f6, you're just down a bishop the entire game. f6 played, liberating the bishop on h8. Yes, there's going to be some trades here. Let's also not forget, white is
ये
up
तो मेरे को
one full
draw
pawn
ना
because
भी
it was
बहुत
given away
मुश्किल
by
लग रहा
Nihal.
है.
But white's no longer up on time pretty much. Nihal's really done a good job of catching up, and the position was already bad. It's not like it's any worse, so I think Nihal's making great progress here from a defensive perspective.
Completely agree. The d4
Okay,
pawn
Nakul bhai,
can also
same
be
here.
a target in the
If
future.
Nihal
The bishop on
loses this one, he'll
h8,
go
we
to
talked
the
about it being trapped.
semis.
Now it's liberated. d4 will be hit. Rook
है.
b4, knight c6 or knight to f5. Still in the
हाँ,
driver's seat is
कपिल, ये
Erigaisi.
तो मैं
Nihal
भूल ही
needs to
गई
move
थी.
here. He's under 1 minute.
Nihal needs
I
to
mean, if
move
you
for
guys
sure, and I'm
want-
almost looking at moves
अभी
like
इस पे
knight e8
focus
for
करो.
white at some moment. It's not being played yet. Nihal really needs to move. We've seen him slow down.
Yep.
When he's really low, he pre-moves.
ये तो
But he's gotten
GG's
himself
है.
into time trouble and bailed out.
Yep.
Is this going to
GG's
be
है
the same
भाई, draw भी
situation?
नहीं होगा ये तो.
He's not low enough on time yet to really, jump into hyperspeed. But believe me, it's going to happen soon. It's just whether he can hold the position. Bishop g5 right now.
Well,
the e6 pawn would be hanging.
Yeah, there's bishop g5 or knight e8. I like bishop g5 because you want to bring more pieces. There's also knight c3.
Yep.
So can you take on e6? Because knight c3 forks the pieces. Not the biggest move. Rook e6, 2 pawns up for
Watch out for the
Arjun.
d pawn though. If that pawn falls, Eric, the entire game falls apart.
But how do you defend d4? Are you really going to play rook e4 and move backwards? Then there's knight c3 potentially. If Nihal can free up that bishop, you have counterplay.
He's given up the pawn, but look, everything is kind of crumbling here. He's probably going to exchange, and he's looking at the move c6, but it's not that easy.
Maybe rook g4. Yes, Nihal spots it right away. That bishop is huge.
Very annoying here.
Oh,
Obviously, he does want to take.
Here
Look at
comes
bishop
the
d4.
bishop. Here comes the bishop. Is there rook e7? Do you have time to play rook e7 and come up with some counterplay?
Yeah, there's also rook h4 check, which he's trying to get under control with this move.
Time is even here. The players have to transition to a time scramble, Amon.
Yep.
And Arjun is slowing down. He really needs to improve his tempo.
25 seconds. There's now tricks for
The
black
king's
as
moving
well.
up. The king's going to move up. Yes.
There's rook h5, but that c pawn is going at some point. Just got to throw caution to the wind and push it. There it is.
Arjun's down 7 seconds, though. The pre-moves have to come quickly.
Yep. Watch out for white's king potentially. Oh, I thought there was a checkmate idea. Not yet.
He's looking to remove that bishop.
Oh, c7 is happening. They're repeating moves here. Surprise!
Here
Look at the
comes the king.
pre-moves.
11 to 18, though. He's got to go for checkmate.
Oh, there's a checkmate idea. Rook f7 is mate.
Rook
He can't
F7.
stop it.
No moves.
Time can tick down, but it won't matter.
Bro.
You can see he is really upset to miss that. But wow,
Bro,
Arjun
I
Erigaisi sets up a
I thought
checkmate
end
threat.
में we
Chen
had
Ji
a
wins game number
chance.
1.
Or at least draw.
We knew Nihal would come back, but Arjun, when he is trying to convert He's going for mate. He's ready
Bro,
to
क्या
take those sharp
intimate
positions, and
close
look at
है.
that.
Fun fact,
There's
Nihal has
simply
one
no
advantage in
time,
this game.
no
Arjun is
possible
left-handed and he is
opposition
using his right
for
hand to
Nihal to
use the
come up with
mouse.
counterplay.
Completely agree.
Nakul.
Wow, I mean, Nihal, we know how, I mean, I guess at the end of the game, I think Nihal is the type of player that he can do a lot
Almost
with a little bit of
draw
time.
था,
However,
हाँ.
Arjun was
I
just focused on the
actually
position.
thought
He
कि
never
anime
gave up
हमारे
on the
favor में हो
threats.
रहा
The way he
है.
activated his king and
was a
created that
good
mating
try.
threat was super impressive.
Absolutely, it's
काफी
very impressive to
disadvantage
see,
में था
you
starting
know,
में, but
what
still
you can
draw
create
तक
in the
मतलब
time,
draw का
in
attempt
the time pressure.
किया
Arjun was
निहाल
able to
ने.
create some things
अच्छा
there.
अच्छा
Nihal
try था.
definitely just, you know, couldn't hold under
मतलब
the
जितना
pressure.
मुझे समझ आ
That
रहा था
10-0 makes it
उसके
completely
basis पे.
different, and with the format, no
But
increment,
मेरे को
right?
सच
So,
में एक
with
बार
that
के लिए
being said
feel
here,
हुआ
of
कि
course,
भाई
you do
draw
have to
in
bounce
होने
back, but
वाला
how do
है.
I do it if I'm Nihal here, Eric?
How do you do it if you're Nihal? Well, he's got white. You see their styles. They both like to attack.
Aggressive.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Aggressive
so
chess.
now what couple
Absolutely.
Gotta
is
make sure
talking
everyone at the
about?
desk is credentialed, you
You know,
know?
we got to make sure we are credentialed here. I
Oh,
think I'm good
Anish
to go. I got
lost,
to check
so-
my pocket, maybe.
Look good.
Make sure I'm good. Okay, we
Upper
good. Amon,
bracket
yeah. At the same
final
time, Eric, what do you
में
think
the winner
Nihal has to
goes
do?
there, okay?
I think he's going to play
Upper
the same
bracket
way.
final is
He's gonna-
today.
he
Lower
knows that
bracket
Arjun's gonna give up
semi-final
sharp
will
positions.
happen
They both thrive in that.
tomorrow.
Time trouble, Nihal.
Okay, it will happen
It worked
tomorrow.
for him in the
ठीक है.
qualifiers. This is a different beast.
Yeah.
He
ठीक है.
cannot. He didn't have enough time to come back.
So
this game.
basically, if
So
Nihal
he's gonna
wins,
have to
then
up
we
the
have
tempo
more matches today.
and try to get the initiative
Else we
himself
don't
because
have
Arjun is too
any
dangerous,
matches.
too
ठीक है,
strong of a
done
player
scene है.
Yeah.
to have that sort of position. I think one thing to notice, Nihal, when
ठीक
he's
है.
in the flow and you give him a chance to come back, he
Mhm.
goes. He
अच्छा
attacks, he
मतलब
attacks.
आज भी
Arjun
वैसा ही था कि
gave
हर
him
ग्रुप
one pawn
से
back. He
दो
was
दो
up 2 pawns,
क्वालिफाई
but
होंगे.
then took over. Like he also understands initiative
So
and counterplay.
if you win
And they
2
probably
games,
know
you
each
are
other very well,
qualified.
coming from the same generation. That
If you win 2
he's
games,
he's
you are
gonna make it very
qualified.
hard for Nihal to get the positions he likes.
And if you
So I
lose
need
2, you
to
are
see
out
some
of the
more speed,
tournament.
more
Same
tempo from
same ही
Nihal.
चीज
At the
है.
end of the day, it's an uphill battle. He is playing someone who, on paper, probably is a favorite in some aspects, some positions.
Come on, I was 2,800 before here, of course.
Let's wish
Arjun,
the
right,
stream
like
goes
Arjun,
on till
2,800 piece,
10:30.
right? As he goes to sit down there.
Bro.
What is it? I need to lock in. How do I do it? What's my mindset?
10:30 तक तो start नहीं होगा game. Late है game.
Looking to strike
बहुत
back
late
with
है.
white.
Well, the thing about Arjun is
Pray
he
that
just
this
showed us
stream goes
a
on till
great
11, bro.
attacking game. So we've seen that in his repertoire. Now he might be on the back foot. So we might need to see a different side of Arjun. He has it. Don't think of him as a one-dimensional attacking player, but he might need to showcase that a little bit. If he plays in that all-out style that we know he has, I think what concerns
भाई
me
chat
is that
में क्या
that will give a
चल
lot
रहा
of
है?
chances to Nihal, and that's not what you want. So he has to find a way to rein it in
Yeah.
without, you know, trying to
आपको
play for
पता
a
है
draw too
match
much.
Eric, I'm
कहाँ
Nihal's
हारे?
coach here. What are you
कहाँ
saying,
हारे?
Eric? You put, get him. Hey, I got you, bro. It's time to work. What do you think you're gonna say if you are coach of Nihal?
अब क्या
You need to
करना
bounce
है?
back
एक
here.
और गेम होगा ना इन
I
लोग का.
think. I mean, we look at that game. Nihal went for the counterattack and actually blundered a pawn. Arjun
Correct.
called it right away. I think.
Yep.
I think Nihal just has
But
to just play a bit
draw
of a
नहीं होना
cleaner
चाहिए.
game.
Nihal has
He
to
gave,
win.
he gave too much there. He does get away with it sometimes against
If
some other
draw
players.
हुआ या फिर
It's
हारे
not
तो
going to work here. So
मतलब
probably going to
Arjun
have
will
to
win.
have a longer game and wait until a later stage before taking those risky moves that we know Nihal likes
Only
to do.
one round,
but
there is
do it
no
a bit
2 rounds
later.
of white and
Do
black
it when
with
they're a
player
bit
है
low
ना?
on the
अभी
clock.
हो रहा है.
He did it,
हो
he
रहा
did
है,
it
हो
early.
रहा
He
है.
got punished. He gave
Yeah.
Arjun everything he wanted.
Yeah.
Let's slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely like his opening choices. Nihal plays kind of everything here, so
बारह तक
opening
stream
choice,
कर
I
लो,
gotta play
birthday
for a
है तो
win. What am I
जागना ही
speaking
है.
about? What am I
किसका
gonna pick?
birthday
Well, you know,
है?
with Nihal, it always comes, James, to
Yeah.
London.
Sorry to say
Yeah, that's
typical
right.
life.
Have
इसने
it.
sorry Kevin,
Yeah.
I know.
I think it's a comfort pick as well.
People
So
are
it's
just
not
stupid,
just
bro.
what opening I pick that gives me the best advantage.
I
but
see
which one makes me
that
the most
sort of
comfortable, that I know the
stupidity
plans
every
that I can
time I
play
open
quickly,
Twitter
because
these
I think
days.
he wants a game that he's
इसलिए
not
अब
going to
मैं
spend a lot
Twitter
of
का
time in
use
the
करती
opening
हूँ.
wondering, you know, what
कचरा
am
आ
I
गया
going to
Twitter
do,
पे.
what
पहले
are the
Twitter की
plans
audience
here. He
काफी
wants
अच्छी
comfort.
थी.
I think
अभी
the London
कचरा आ गया
system,
उधर
especially
बहुत.
for Nihal, very, very good London player. He's always top of the mind.
Aren't you a
Knockout
London
game
player
and
yourself, Omar?
Yeah, he's a bit biased.
we will
Ah.
go
I
to
don't
lower
think that
bracket
should
if
be
we
the
lose.
pick.
What do you think the pick is,
I'd
Eric?
probably just E4.
E4,
जहाँ पे
E4
अर्जुन ने
for the
बोला
score,
अर्जुन
I mean,
जीतेगा.
Nihal sometimes
We'll see.
plays.
अरे मैंने
We'll
कब बोला
see.
भाई?
Maybe they can hear us, but sometimes he plays.
But if
knight
Nihal wins
f3,
second round, who will qualify?
he
If
just,
Nihal wins
plays a quiet
second
opening
round, then
and tries to
Armageddon
outplay you,
होगा
not
तो
theoretically,
उसमें
but just a bit like Artemiev like that. These
डिपेंड
guys-
करता है अपन
these
white
guys
होंगे या
they
black.
play everything.
I do see a lot of knight f3, b3
वो
from him.
tiebreaker
He likes to
होता
play
है,
the same thing as
तो
you
उसमें
mentioned with
पता
Artemiev
चलेगा.
doing the same thing. He's getting those positions pretty quiet, but also with some venom to it as well. So these guys are ready to go lock and
Round
loaded. Now,
number
they do
2,
have
guys.
white noise in there. Have you guys played with white noise before?
Well,
Come on.
James, my Last experience with that, I think,
Hope for
was
the best.
chess boxing.
Ah,
so, yeah,
okay.
I've definitely played under those
nice.
those
That counts.
conditions.
That does count.
That does count. So that, probably not quite like this, but you know, it's that different kind of pressure. Different kind of
type.
pressure.
All right. Well, all right, guys. You are calling the shots here. Games are about to start. We are excited and we're watching.
Thank you, James. We're about to get straight into the action. Eric, a lot of pressure. We've actually witnessed this already in the first match of the day. A win early means a win on demand required for Nihal. Sarin, he must be feeling the pressure.
He must be feeling the pressure. These guys are very familiar with each other, so I think there's some different emotions involved. But again, like if I'm in Nihal's shoes, like his goal is to make it the event. He did through the qualifiers. He has pressure to do well, but at least he's comforted by the fact this is where he wanted to be. In this situation against the best players in the world. Like this is what he's worked his whole career towards. And it's just whether he can, you know, reel that in to find his best chess, but I think he's happy to be here. Like, I mean, not just as like this is what he wanted. He knew coming in that there would be situations like this.
That's right. You know, he had to expect this, came in through the last chance qualifier, so definitely, you know, not the easiest path, right? He's really worked to be here and you know, definitely earned his spot just like everyone else. We see a position here a little bit more to the position that you were talking about, Eric. It's not really a knight f3, b3 opening, but what it is, you know, kind of a position that started with an English, but it looks a little bit more like a queen's gambit with that Grunfeld idea for black, fianchettoing, and going super solid.
Well, this is the imbalance that he's gone for.
Vignesh
He beat me
Breaking Bad.
last month with the bishop pair in this kind of structure. We saw him take out Alexander Bortnik in the LCQ. Just a slow position with a bishop pair. It allows you to build up. Is the position really good for white? No.
Bro, this is so confusing. Why do they have? ये क्या
It's
है?
very solid.
नाम
and
गलत
it allows
लिखा
for lots of
है.
maneuvering. So this is the kind of long game.
Bro, I got
that Nihal,
confused.
I think it's a smart decision that he's going for.
Yep, and I
नाम भी गलत and color भी
भी
गलत. We are white ना, तो अभी हमने black खेला. तो अभी हम white होंगे ना.
He wants to be able to maybe drop that bishop back to
आज
the
से शुरू
E1
करना हम
square,
Decisive
because
man.
he wants a situation
he
where
was
he
my
has the favorable
favorite.
imbalance. That bishop pair there, something he
और
wants
मैं
to
Walter
maintain
White.
for later on in the game. He doesn't
When
want
are
to
we
just have it
cooking?
exchanged right away.
He's going to keep the bishop pair. He's going to, you know, slowly push those kingside pawns, g3, h4. Arjun probably putting the knight on c4. You don't want it to stay on a5.
यार ने
And in the
जिंजी ज्वाइन के
structure,
लिए
often
बताया
that
ही
knight on
नहीं.
c4
हाँ
drops
यार
back
बताया ही
to
नहीं.
d6. But here we already see b5 with a bit of a threat. Said Arjun's not the type to just like really give you everything. He's going to give you some tough decisions, put you under pressure when he can, because they both like to attack.
He's doing it straight away. But b5, we talk about b4 being a threat. Eric, if he steps out of the way, queen d3 or queen d1, immediately I'm looking at knight c4 because now bishop e1 is not the same as before. We got a lot of pawns hanging, b5 and b2. Do you go
we'll be cooking
a6
chole
here to
bhature
just,
more
you
important
know,
than
strengthen everything
aap
together,
cook karna,
or
I'll
the more
eat.
kind of imbalanced knight c4?
You have to go knight c4.
Jesse was a
b6
lost
and
kid,
white
Abdi
goes b3,
lost
the knight on
kid.
a5 is
शायद तभी
misplaced.
favorite
Here,
था
I'm
मेरा.
expecting bishop b1, and we might see a trade of the b pawns. But at the same time, even though you exchange the b pawns and that might be solid, that could open up the position a little bit for Nihal. I really don't see any future, though, where Nihal gives up the dark squared bishop here.
Yep. No, it's critical because he's in that must-win situation. So if the knight exchanges for the bishop on d2, what's left in the position is the bishop on g7 and the bishop on
Bro,
f3.
उस पे
Opposite
तो
colored bishops,
pressure
we
भी
know those
होगा
have
ना,
draw
because
tendencies, but
he
we're
has
seeing
to
the
win
style of
to
Erigaisi.
stay.
Eric, is he, you know, right to stick to his style because this is his chess, or is he just giving, you
दोनों
know, too many
similar दिखते हैं.
opportunities for Nihal?
कौन? These
I
two
think that's
एकदम भी
right. I
नहीं.
think that's his level, his rating, his ranking. It's based on the style of chess he plays, and he thrives in active positions. And he demonstrated in the first game that he can go toe-to-toe in a sharp position.
Yep.
Even in the time scramble, he didn't blunder. He found attacking moves. He took away some of Nihal's venom. And here, based on his body language and the way he's playing, I'm absolutely for it. I mean, queen b6. If you're Nihal, you're worried, you know, I go knight c3, the queen comes in. We have some more liquidations, but it might be forced. You know, a4 doesn't really change that. Black can throw an a6, and that b pawn is going to be loose either way.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's a temporary
right.
sacrifice.
Yep, if the knight moves back, as you said, queen takes on b2 perhaps. So I think this plays against that a little bit. If the knight captures on a3, it'd be funny, we once again get that feature of the doubled and isolated a pawns. But white would be a pawn ahead, I don't really see any reason to do that, but what he is preventing is queen takes b2. Because now, after knight takes c4, although you can't just recapture that pawn, Eric, I think knight takes c4, maybe queen c2. I'm sure he'd be happy there.
Yeah, knight takes queen takes b2. I'm calculating because I think Nihal is going to take on
Bro,
c4.
Nihal is
Right,
yawning.
we're seeing it on the board, maybe knight c4, rook c4. If you take with the rook, there is queen takes a1 as well as pawn takes c4. So not a move you would want to do.
Yeah, the risk
इसको
here
देख
for
के मेरे को
Nihal
भी आ
is too
गई.
many things get traded. He needs to keep enough material to pressure. What are you going to pressure right now? Well, on a good day, that queen on d3 will go to a6. The a7 pawn is the only weakness. I'd like to play bishop e1. I don't have time. I'd like to take on c4. I don't have time.
Bro, bring
Rook
back
e1.
the overlay, bro.
He's going to trade.
And eventually he's going to be able to kick this rook out with bishop back to d1. The question is this enough of an advantage? You know, he's got the bishop pair, but black is a move away from playing. Bishop g7 to f8. If those bishops trade, I'm not seeing any advantage.
Absolutely not. So it's all about timing here. Will Nihal have enough time to play bishop c5 and at least maybe use that bishop to harass the a7 pawn? Because if bishop f8 occurs, if those dark squared bishops get traded, I really don't think he can press.
Yep.
He will try.
This is a pivotal
but it's too
moment.
comfortable.
Exactly. This is really important right here. If, you know, the rook drops back to c4 or c6, it will get hit by that light squared bishop again. Bishop to e2 if rook c4. Bishop to a4 if rook c6. And, you know, bishop c5 and white invading on the b file, that's happening next.
So even though I've mentioned, you know, black's pretty close to equalizing, I think I see the plan here. Nihal's never going to trade that dark squared bishop, so if it gets attacked or a trade is offered, that bishop on b4, it might tuck itself on a5, maybe on e1, but he's simply not going to trade it off, and maybe he's going to push his own a pawn, try to push it to a6, try to fix that a7 pawn. You have to try something. So maybe a4, maybe bishop a4, but the good thing for Nihal is he's covered the second rank.
Yep.
So there's no rook c2 coming. He's bought himself a little bit of time.
First game है ना
Okay,
निहाल
bishop to
का
c5,
क्या
right?
मतलब?
Has to be the move that you
Second
consider
है,
here.
तुमने first
And the
miss
main
किया
question
क्या?
is after bishop c5, are there any tricks? Just want to make sure. I don't think so. Just
वही तो
involving maybe knight
वेदांत वही
to
तो
e4.
उस पे प्रेशर
I
भी है
wonder if
जीतने का.
rook a6
वो
is
तो ड्रॉ के
possible.
लिए ही
Bishop
खेलेगा
b5.
अर्जुन.
No, it's a little too risky. Oh, look at this move by Erigaisi. Knight e4,
Yep.
offering that pawn.
Knight
But there is a knight
c3.
c3
अरे
idea.
अभी
hitting
भी
the
गलत.
bishop, rook, and pawn, and you can't defend all three of them at once.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice move there. Solving his problems with activity, but
Wow.
right back at you, bishop d7.
Rook
and
d8. You know the next move.
Rook d8, bishop e7 sets up a really, really nice idea of white playing rook down to b8 check.
But this is a key moment now because if white wins some time, that rook will eventually go to b7. a7 is hanging. What does Arjun do here?
Yeah, this is, I mean, you have to, first of all, keep the rook on the 8th rank, right? If you bring the rook up to c7, the same issue, rook down to b8 check. So rook a8 to guard a7. I guess that comes to mind. Okay, I think we know the next move.
He wants to pull the bishop out and then maybe move the rook. Force the bishop to go to e7. It's no longer hitting a7. Then he's ready to move the rook. So bishop e7. We know that rook a8 is likely to be played there. And at least he's not losing any material. And that bishop on g7, as soon as it gets a chance, it's going back to f8.
And he only has just enough squares for that rook to survive, by the way. Time is dead even between these two. This is a very, very razor-sharp game right now, very close. If bishop e7, rook a8, you know, every time you attack that rook, one square allows itself to free up, so the rook will not be trapped.
He's calculating rook b7 here, Amon. He's going to offer to lose his dark squared bishop like a trade and maybe have that pass c pawn, which is very close to queening. So I think the two options here, there's bishop b7, but rook b7 looks like a way to press.
Yeah, because I don't think you can even exchange knight takes c5 after rook b7. Just c6, c7, yeah, he's going to do it, which means first thing I would think of here, Eric, is moving that a pawn. It's attacked twice.
Are you playing a6 or a5? Every pawn move has an advantage and disadvantage.
And notice how he's been playing with such initiative, Nihal. He hasn't given Arjun time to play bishop f8. We were talking about how bishop f8, you know, that would
Guys,
be like
heart rate अब
almost
कौन सा
equalizing,
किसका
and
है?
certainly nothing to worry about after that. But there's just been no time for that. Every single move from Nihal has come with a threat.
For a must-win game, he's doing everything he can to squeeze this
अभी
position,
अर्जुन
and I
का
like what
turn
he's
है
doing
ना?
here. This is not comfortable for black.
हाँ.
You're just slightly worse, and your position's harder to play.
तो वो heart
I
rate
mean, you're
मतलब
thinking
अर्जुन
about
का है.
draw, secures
वो
it.
भी उल्टा है
We're
ना
not
शायद.
close to that. He's got to just lock in here and understand he's in for a long, long grind because Nihal's pieces are starting to take over.
निहाल का
I'm
लेफ्ट
looking at
वाला है ना
bishop
क्योंकि वहाँ पे
b6 and
लोगों
just
के
playing
अलावा सब
a4 and
निहाल का
a5.
ही है तो
That
फिर
looks like a good enough
लोगों
plan
के बिना सब ठीक
to be
है.
satisfied
हाँ,
with.
तो
The a6
निहाल
pawn will be
का
a
था वो
target. It
फिर.
is currently on a light square.
Got
The
it.
only person with a light squared bishop is Nihal. This is a provocative move. He understands you can't take that bishop. He's trying to chase the knight away.
I love this move.
Wow.
We know we can't take, and where do you place the knight? Because some squares, you can put it on f6. But when that bishop on d7 moves, what future does that knight on f6 have? What square can it go to? You can go knight c3, but then you have to make sure your knight doesn't get trapped on the wrong side of the board. This is an excellent
मंगेश
move by Nihal.
कालीचरण है.
Questioning
Who's that?
what future does that knight have? Knight f6, I will pull my bishop back to a4 or to c6. If knight c3, I'll use your move, potentially pawn to a4, push it down the board to a5, and then I get closer and closer to a situation where if I can win the a6 pawn, I'm very close to queening.
Yeah, after a4, a5, we've been mentioning how the pawn on a6 is on a light square. It means that white's light squared bishop, at some point in an endgame, if the rooks trade, can just walk up and take that pawn. There's nothing that can be done to defend it.
Probably the best move because the knight has some security on c4, still close enough to contest the queen side. But make no mistake, Nihal's pressing here. He's very comfortable. And a couple missteps margin, he can find himself in a lost endgame real fast.
Yeah, the knight is just trying to find a good square, but notice how all the squares that are available, they don't really bother the coordination of the pieces. This has been a really impressive game from Nihal, the way that he took a seemingly symmetrical pawn structure. The only advantage he had was that bishop pair. And look, he
Rapid
still
after
has
losing
it
one
some
game,
10,
Nihal
15
इतना
moves later.
I think what Arjun's looking for, Mon, is a chance for counterplay. If you ever go rook a7, I go rook b8. I'm willing to lose the a6 pawn to bring my rook to b2. So it's a waiting game for Arjun. And Nihal's going to do, that's why he hasn't played rook a7 yet. He does not want to give this rook b8 move. You see the knight on c4. That rook getting to b2 would really harass white's king.
Yeah, important rook a7, rook b8. Way too much
Kev,
counterplay.
the
But
overlay
if you
is,
don't play rook a7,
messed
you're
up.
never winning the pawn. So that's why he's playing
Like
king
logos
e2. He's trying
are
to play
wrong,
king
बाकी
d3,
सब ठीक है तो
maybe
फिर
include e4
जो
as well,
left
but certainly
वाला
bring that king to a position
info
where
है
rook
वो सब
b8 is
निहाल
not
का
as much of a
information
problem.
है.
We're
Right
just
वाला
going to
अर्जुन
go
का है.
king d3 yet because of bishop takes c5, followed by
सिर्फ
rook takes
तीन
d7,
लोगों
and the
wrong है.
tactics come. And both these guys are great at finding that. So Nihal, rook c7. He's preparing to go rook c8 if rook b8.
He must be, and that endgame is one he's willing to play. Notice how in the endgame, white's king, much better placed than black's, close to the action, and that passed pawn, that could be devastating.
Yeah, with bishops, if that's why it's so important when you have the bishop pair to make sure there's pawns on both sides of the board. If there's no a pawn for either side, this would be no problem. But the inclusion of just that one pawn on a6
We're going to see
gives
it.
white a push, a very serious push here, Amon.
If you trade the bishops, that might have already been a winning position for white. He couldn't. He plays a5. It looks like something is going to fall here. He can't take on c5 because the c pawn just rolls down the board. White's threatening bishop takes c4, Eric. If I can trade everything, it's completely winning for white.
And if you can trade everything and black's knight moves, there's a future that king on e2 finds itself a path to a4, picks up that pawn, and if that pawn falls, the a-pawn is just going to march down the board.
So, I mean, if you can't allow bishop takes c4, you have to play a move like this. But notice how that a-pawn is just going to be targeted by white.
It's time for a4, I think. What do you think?
Fix that pawn, bishop b6 next after a4.
The problem with the king position is some exchanges, some endgames are winning for white. Even material, the king is closer. So, for example, after a4, if you move your knight to c4, everything can be traded off. And that's a winning king and pawn endgame for Nihal. So this is one of the critical moves of the game for Arjun because he sees how he could be losing soon. Urgency is required.
So if a4, knight f5, one of the issues with bishop b6 is the black bishop gets out to b4, which I think is why Nihal correctly spends time chases the pawn to a light square. And why is that worse?
भाई
Because
scary
first of all,
इसलिए
the pawn
कि
can't
एक
go
तो
all the way up the board. That's on white side.
Arjun
Easy for the white
only
king to
has
just go
to
over and
draw
capture.
to win,
And if it stays
भाई.
where it is right now, that's a light square. And the only person that can attack the light squares reliably here is Nihal.
Yeah, after maybe white goes a3 and eventually they'll play bishop b5 and take it. No rush to do that because black's not threatening anything. Nihal is just provoking weaknesses, allowing Arjun to push that pawn closer to his position. And we're seeing a really, really good effort by Nihal to squeeze this position. And now he knows that he's got great winning chances. It's a 2-result game. His king is closer. Big pressure here.
And one thing he has to be careful of is bishop takes the knight. Even if you win 1 pawn, sometimes even 2, Eric, you don't want bishops that are on opposite colors. Those give really, really good drawing chances.
Yeah, no opposite bishops here. I just want to move my king to b4. What is Arjun going to do to stop that? Look for counterplay. Maybe you can't stop it. You just have to try to harass the king side. But it's hard when your pieces are both unable to move until he decides to his bishop on f8. Not moving right now. After king e6, the knight is pinned, right?
Yep.
So after king b4, is there a trick? Pawn to a3. It's a temporary trick, maybe, but I'm not sure it even. Yeah, no, it even works. No?
Yeah, that pawn is going to be taken at some point. It's just a matter of time. Nihal has been, waiting for this moment. And look at this. He's taken on a4. He's finally up that pawn. He's earned that extra pawn. 2 minutes apiece. No one has a significant time edge. This is all about the board and Nihal squeezing water from stone.
Squeezing water from stone, and I said, when you win the a-pawn, you should have a winning position. This is absolutely, with right technique, a winning position for Nihal. Can he make sure no opposite bishop endgames, find a way that he can push all of black's pieces back?
Okay, bishop to a7. There's maybe, I was thinking about knight b5, but no, not quite knight b5. Bishop a7? Is that the move that you want to try here?
I could go
you
king
have to keep
b4,
guarding e3.
Bishop a7. Nihal's defended everything right now. Bishop a7. I mean, maybe there's king b4.
Bro, are you good at chess?
This
No,
is
bro.
the incorrect move, but you know what?
Mad.
It looked like the move that made the most sense. Perhaps even allowing king c6 was not right by Nihal. Might have underestimated that move.
I still don't see how black punishes it, and Nihal's in a position to start pushing that a-pawn. It's up to Arjun to figure out how to defend.
Now, taking this knight is very tempting because you know what I don't want? Knight c5 and having to play bishop takes c5. I think you have to take that knight, but you know what? What he's saying is that after bishop c5, he's going to go king back to c6. And here we go. Same color bishops, Eric. They're not opposite colors. He's got great winning chances.
Outside pass pawn, the standard plan here, push that pawn, distract the king, and then you will pick up black's kingside pawns.
Now, he has to move the bishop. There's only one square, f8, right? Moving back to a7 will just repeat with king b7. So this move is 100% forced.
But he does spot it immediately, which is very impressive. Taking away Arjun's threat of bishop e1 check. And again, you want to time it properly. You want to push that a-pawn, distract black's pieces, and put yourself in a position to then pick off the king side.
This is a position with great winning chances for Nihal. He's got the extra pawn. It's on the outside of the board. He's also up on time. This is looking like a comeback in the making.
And now with that time advantage, he's got multiple win conditions. He doesn't need to push that anytime soon. He can take his time. e4, I think black might go d4 here. You don't want to push on dark squares, but what else do you do?
It makes sense, though. This is usually what you want. And by the way, look at every single white pawn. The opposite color of black's bishop, which means this is a position that Nihal can play forever. Not only is he winning on the board, Eric, but this is a position, even if it was equal, I think he would win.
Yeah, if you trade the bishops off, white will eventually bring the king back to c4, play f4, and you'll have 2 pass pawns. Black can't deal with that. Arjun has to keep the dark squared bishop on the board. But again, those pawns on dark squares, Nihal has to figure out a setup where he can push that a-pawn or try to win e5. Or this is even better.
Yeah.
He's just maintaining the time advantage.
Bishop
it's winning
d2.
anyways. Bishop d2 and probably f4.
Yep, bishop d2. First thing to calculate is, can it be taken? Black plays king a5. You have to make sure you're on top of that calculation. You do not want to mess this up now. He realizes he can. I would have even said, wait, what about the move f4? But he realizes he doesn't need to rush. H4 is another move. Pawns all on dark squares here.
Nihal's taking time here. The other plan is to just shuffle. He can probably win this on the clock.
Yep.
He's looking for a breakthrough. Is F4 playable? It's playable. Is it winning for sure? I couldn't tell you. And he's spending too much time, in my opinion, figuring that out.
He is, and you know what? He just needs to go back to basics. He's a very quick player. He can play this
What?
position for a win on the clock. Black has to move the king now.
Ah.
But if you move the king up, there is D3.
And then bishop E1 supporting it. Nihal's taking too much time here.
Way
You didn't
too
need
much
to do
time.
this, Saman. He was up on
Bro
time.
Yes, the
Now
move.
he's trying to win the game on the chessboard. That's not all you have to do.
Yep.
14 to 21. Look
Yep.
at Arjun's progress here.
And now you can't even play bishop D2 maybe because, you know, you're not sure if that calculation
He's running
works.
out of moves.
He's finally pre-moving. This is dangerous, though.
But he's not pre-moving everything.
I love that idea, but it's too little too late in terms of
8
on the
seconds to
board.
13. We're going to see a time scramble here. Nihal has to win this game. He has to keep enough material on the board. 6 to 10.
I don't think
Where's
he's going to be
the
able to do
time?
it. The bishop's trapped.
Why did he slow down so much?
It's trapped.
He can move back and forth a bit. 3 seconds to 8.
No, white needs to do something incredible. Oh, he
my
misses
goodness.
it.
This queen comes in.
Oh my goodness, and Arjun gets a queen and wins. Arjun
mean-
Erigaisi from Gen G wins 2-0.
That is incredible, Mon. That was a
No
lost position and lost on the
way.
clock. And we've seen this before. He never went into bullet mode. And
Yep.
he's one of the best players in the world.
The best. Oh, my
And,
goodness.
and he just forgot.
I
He
can't
tried to
believe
play too accurate. He could have pre-moved.
Sometimes in chess, your position is so good that you're sitting there and all you want to do is play the best move, but he needed to let that go and just play the clock game.
कौन लिख रहे थे?
Yeah,
90%
what a
winning,
reversal.
90%
I
winning.
really was 100%
Shit,
sure
yaar.
that Nihal, out of all people, when he's up 20 seconds in a winning position, wow.
भाई ये गेम
Yeah,
कब
that's
पलट गया?
Truly
समझा ही
something, because you know
नहीं.
what? In that spot, I just can't believe that Arjun Erigaisi managed that defense. In chess, it's so difficult when you have
अब
all
इसके
your
बाद अब
pawns,
हमारा
same
कल
color as your
होगा.
bishop. He created
Lower
activity, he played
bracket.
easy moves. I'm
Bro,
impressed with
but
the way
Arjun ने
Arjun handled that
कैसे
position.
निकाला
Yeah,
bro?
when you take a look at it, it wasn't just Nihal losing that game. Arjun made Nihal think. And every single move, Nihal thought, I'm winning, there should be a move. But because of that stubborn defense, he didn't see anything he was satisfied with. And he was just frustrated and kept spending more
Is he out?
time.
No.
Arjun earned that.
We
If
will
he had
have
just
a
given
match
up
tomorrow
or
now.
tried to flag him sooner and give him like, look,
Bro,
you're gonna
फिर
have
से
a
Anish
position,
versus
but I'm gonna
Nihal.
flag you. He didn't do that.
ये कल होगा,
He
guys,
still
अब.
tried to play accurately
Yep.
in a lost position. And in the end,
17-30.
that earned him a match victory.
That means
Yeah, I mean,
5:30.
that's really impressive because this was looking like it was going to go the same path as the previous match that
5:30
we
हुआ
witnessed.
ना?
It looked like it was going to be a comeback by
कल
Nihal,
होगा
but
guys अभी.
amazing
Lower
for
bracket.
Arjun
अगर
Erigaisi
उसमें
to take
हारे,
that
then
one
we are
2-0.
out.
No Armageddon in this one, and it looked all but likely. One of the best speed chess players in the world, especially low
Bro,
on
but
time.
Arjun is crazy
Eric,
good.
it's
वो
amazing to
कैसे
see.
भाई?
We have James
क्या
Canty
खेला है
down there
भाई?
with your winner.
I am here with the winner
अच्छा
of
try
the
था,
match,
but
Arjun
निहाल
Erigaisi
का
here
काफी
of
अच्छा try
Gen
था.
G. Arjun, congratulations actually.
ये मतलब ये
on
वाला
your win.
game
Can you
मेरे को
take us
लग
through a
रहा
little
था
bit
कि
of
he
what,
will
you
win.
know, your plan on him for a long time? You guys have played, of course, a lot of games. So what was your game plan for today?
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things was I wanted to play fast and avoid a mutual time scramble because he's very fast.
Right. He's extremely fast, absolutely, as we know. So in the other game there, of course, he definitely had some in-game chances, and he won there, or he could have won. He had some chances, but you kept your confidence and your stoicness. And
Magnus
I
का
always
match
notice
कब
that
है?
you're very
पता नहीं,
calm.
देखना
You're very
पड़ेगा.
calm, and you always have like a zen type of thing where nothing really rattles you, even when you lose. What is that, or how do you actually stay locked in like that?
To an extent, it just comes naturally. And yeah, about the end game, yeah, he had chances, but it's not that easy to convert because my pawn on d4 can always be dangerous because
Right.
it's a protected pass pawn.
Right.
And yeah, I just kept playing here and there, and it was on him to make progress.
Did you have any opening choices that you might have went for if he went for, let's say he chose something else? Did you have anything
9:30
planned
है
already, like
Magnus
opening
का.
choices wise?
Yeah, the first game was clearly something I planned, and black game I thought I'll just take it from there.
Awesome. And last question here is, how are you enjoying your stay here in Saudi Arabia? Is this your first time, or have you been here before?
My first time in Saudi, and it's been great. The whole esports atmosphere is so chill, and I'm loving it.
Looking forward to seeing you play more. Congratulations on your win today. Back to you guys.
Going? I
Thank you
can
very
stay.
much,
देखना है
James,
क्या
for
तुम
another
लोग को?
wonderful interview with our winner,
Tell
Arjun
me.
Erigaisi of Gen G. Arjun calm as ever in the interview as he was in
Let's
the
see
game.
और क्या
Insane,
matches
insane. What do you think
है.
of that match?
Yeah, very impressive by Arjun. Won a really nice game with the white pieces.
Oh, he's in Group D.
Because
Okay.
he was in a losing position, but he hung in there and he managed to even win that game.
For sure.
Not
I mean,
dear
crazy
Beck.
for a 21-year-old. He's
मैट डे मैंने
broken
बोला ना
to
गाइस
800.
आज का दिन ही मनहूस है.
You know, calm BBM during game 1, during game 2 as well. But when we heard that Arjun needed to step up his
नकुल
tempo
भाई अब तो
because
मैच
he
ही
was
हो
not
गया.
doing
क्या
that
करें
well
अभी?
in his game, it didn't matter at the end.
नेक्स्ट हिकारू का मैच है.
Do you think Nihal could have done more to push for his win there, or do you think that it was sort of
आपको सर देते नहीं अब नहीं
a
हो
tough
रहा.
fight at the end?
Yeah, Nihal definitely must be heartbroken. I mean, he was winning in game number 2, but he just was struggling to find that final push to win the game. Arjun hung in there, and
गाइस अपना मैच अब कल होगा 5:30 को लोअर ब्रैकेट.
Yeah, I'm sure Arjun is happy. Nihal must be heartbroken because an Armageddon won't seem to be quite likely.
लोअर ब्रैकेट
Absolutely. I
फाइनल में
mean,
फिर कल
Arjun has
होगा.
really earned his
अपर
screen name.
ब्रैकेट
The
फाइनल.
Iceman. That was crazy. What are your thoughts on that match?
The match was absolutely incredible there. As seeing Arjun again, as I was talking to him in the interview, was like Arjun actually is so like calm at all the
Magnus
time. Even when he loses
versus
games, he's the same when he
Caruana
loses as when he
होगा.
wins. So it's something to really learn from when it comes to emotion and psychology and how you actually handle the nerves there. So I think that was really nice.
आ
there.
जाओ
Of course,
नकुल
you saw
भाई.
the agony and just
गाइस
the
तुम
hurt
लोग को
on
देखने हैं
Nihal's
क्या
face
आगे
there,
के
'cause he knew
मैचेस
he had
बताओ.
the win there at the same time. So
हिकारू
at the
एंड
end of the day,
मैग्नस
we
का
have more
मैच आई
chess to be
थिंक तुम
played here.
लोग
So,
इंटरेस्टेड
Nemo,
हो.
last thoughts on the match there. What do you think?
It was a treat for us. I do feel a little bit like we could have had an Armageddon, and that would have also been crazy. But very well-deserved
Oh,
win,
this
as
is
James has said, for Arjun Erigaisi
already
to win
start
that
हो
in
गया.
the end, having a winning position, not just winning on time, but having a winning position. Pretty impressive stuff, right?
सिंडर
Yeah, no, for sure. I
हाँ
mean,
ऑलरेडी
like James
स्टार्ट
said,
हो चुका है इनका
White
मैच.
Queen. Brilliant intermezzo there. In between move from Sindarov, given an exclamation point by our all-seeing engines. And Hikaru
मुकेश
doesn't
अपना
actually
मैच अब
have
कल
too many
होगा.
great squares for the White Queen.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at candidate squares for the queen. I'm going, well, there aren't really many places where I think, actually, this would be better positioned. Like queen d2, for example, potentially runs into stuff with rook c2. Doesn't look that great. Going further forward, I'm not 100% sure that works either. What exactly you're looking at on f3? Maybe g4, but I'm feeling a little bit like there aren't that many options.
Yeah, you need to land a blow. Something very
PUBG
concrete,
देखो
something
ना,
very
I'm
direct
watching
here with
this,
white.
so tell
Otherwise, the
me
white
ये
knights
देखना
actually
है
don't
तो.
have so many escape squares, and they can get hit by the black pawns, by the black pieces. White's knights look
Hello.
clumsy. Black's bishop, black's knight, super active in the meantime.
Maybe then
Hello.
you anticipate that and you say, fine, queen g4 so that I don't care about g6. I don't need escape squares if you're the one
आप
having to do the
बताओ.
escaping.
Yeah, also lines up
मैं
some
मोटा नंबर बन
potential
जाऊं यार.
checks with the white knights.
And
Black
I'm
G7
semi-old.
pawn being pinned. That's the move Hikaru wants to play, but
Nice.
suddenly he's tanked. He's lost most of
काफी
his time
डिटेल्ड
advantage.
डिस्क्रिप्शन देता
It's going
हूँ.
to become a race to the finish line
अरे
now.
तो इनका तो
And we
खत्म
did
होने
first
आया
the
है.
hand move. You
First
play it in 10
first
seconds. He reaches
round.
out the mouse. Well, I want to say the mouse move in this case. I think he's ready, but he hesitates. So unsure about it. What Hikaru's trying to understand is there a follow-up to this devastating-looking move? And perhaps realizing there wasn't an attack to play for, he does put it on a slightly cautious approach. I want to say
नकुल भाई आपका favorite
आपको जब
player
भी जाना हो
जीत
तो
गया.
बता
in
देना.
that position.
Yeah, and
क्या
the
कह रहे हो?
black rook saves
आपका
itself.
favorite player जीत
Maybe
गया.
become more active, but Sindarov plays a very natural move
Arjun,
defending a pawn.
यार मतलब I really
His
like
second
him
rank
यार.
as well.
Hmm.
Hikaru
Like
needs to
दिल
get
से.
that black knight out of his
And
grill here.
अभी उसके
Needs
साथ
to
ऐसा था
keep away
कि
somehow, but
he
no
could have
real way
made it
of
to the
doing it
candidate cycle
without
अभी
losing
बस
a pawn himself.
कुछ
A big
confirm
threat
नहीं
for
है.
black.
I want him to be the
So
world
keep
chess
away the
champion
white
once.
knight from f5.
The only
इन
reason
सबसे
and
बुड्ढा
that
है
explains why
मतलब एज
Hikaru
में
chose the F3 instead of the G4
बुकेश
squares.
बुकेश
It
जो वर्ल्ड
stops the
चैंपियन है
black
ना ये
knight from
19
coming
years के
further
हैं. ये
into the camp.
Erigaisi
Knight
is 23.
D3 was prevented by Hikaru with this last
23
move.
in
So
chess
taking
terms is
control
old.
of some key squares there. But this is the scary part, right? Hikaru spent so much time coming up with Queen F3.
हाँ
and
इन
then
लोग का
again
BPM
took
बहुत
a few
ज़्यादा है.
seconds before he retreated with that knight. And now he's the one with less time on the clock.
Hyper
Question
players.
mark move,
दूसरी
though.
team
White
Vitality
Queen
yeah.
is within forking
And I
distance.
think
Look
ये
out, the black knight
Falcons.
might later land a check.
Hikaru.
In the meantime, a retreat from Hikaru forced and a shake of the head. He's not liking his
भाई
position.
मेरी
He's down
बीवी
10
सैयारा
seconds
देख के पागल हो
suddenly.
चुकी है.
This is a bullet game. It
Wow.
looks roughly level.
The
at
hype
least
is real अब ऐसा
visually,
लग रहा है
but
मुझे.
Sindarov is the one with the momentum on his side.
मेरे
It
को तो
does
कुछ
feel
नहीं
like if
पता
you
उस
compare
movie
this
के बारे में.
position, you know, superficially to what was 5 moves
भाई
ago,
अभी देख
the
क्या ये
white
पागल कर
knights,
दिया मुझे भाई गाना
really
गा
menacing
करके मैंने भी
positions,
बोला
but
बीच में
not really able to do
डिस्कॉर्ड
much
पे जा रहा
about
हूँ.
it because the queen could have come up to g4 and
जब
stuff like
सैयारा
that.
करो मैंने इशारा करा कि
Compare that
डिस्कॉर्ड पे
position
एकदम
4 or 5 moves ago
सैयारा
to
का
what it
सैया
looks
पे
like
रुक गई
now.
वो बस.
It feels like the thread is being lost just a little bit.
The biggest difference is the 0 to hero piece, and that's the light square bishop on b3, taking away so many big squares. And Sindarov now
चीजों को
improves
पता
the
ना कि मेरी
position of
marriage
his
बहुत
queen. Finally,
weird सी है.
Hikaru kicks out
It's
the
a very
knight
different
after the
marriage.
h3 pawn was
पता ही नहीं
defended,
पता आपको.
which reroutes itself.
मुझे
But I
कैसे
have a
पता
feeling that
होगा?
Sindarov is feeling ambitious about his chances here.
मेरी
Sindarov thinks he's
Wi-Fi
doing
शादी है.
well.
My
Sindarov
wife
wants
stays
to
in
win
Pune. I
this
stay in
on the
Indore.
board, maybe even the
अच्छा
clock. It's
वैसे.
a huge time advantage for black.
हाँ.
And this is
Oh,
और अभी
getting
तो इस बार तो चार
extremely
महीना
tense. You
बताइए
can
ये.
see it on Hikaru. He is feeling the pressure.
Nice, yeah.
तो
Those
जब
pieces,
भी मैं
the
किसी को
lack of coordination,
बताता
a
हूँ
big threat
इस
on the
सिचुएशन
board.
के
There's
बारे
a
में तो
fork
मेरे को सिर्फ
coming
दो
in.
ही
Be
रिएक्शन
careful.
आते हैं.
Watch out Hikaru Nakamura.
एक रिएक्शन
He
आता
defends
है
it with his king.
लेडीज का कि आप
Pawn
कैसे
drops.
मैनेज कर रहे हो.
Sindarov now with
और
the
जो जितने भी
advantage.
लड़के होते हैं वो बोलते हैं
One
मजे तो
pawn
तुम्हारा ही
up.
है.
Also 30 seconds up. Hikaru
Crazy.
Nakamura needs to put on his put on his speed here. Ooh, the white queen coming in with the check potentially.
The white queen coming in with a check. That's the resource he's relying on for this move that Sindarov had planted. The knight jumping
Hikaru
in now.
is
The
world
rook
number.
does defend. Hikaru Nakamura, known as the most resourceful player on the planet.
Is
He's got to put
Sindarov
that cap
winning?
on right now.
He looks so frustrated a moment ago, Hikaru Nakamura. He keeps glancing up at the clock. Suddenly Sindarov, longest think he's had in a while. And the bar all in black side, pushing the F pawn forward was apparently a winning move for Sindarov. Instead, trading queens, being a bit more conservative here. But he's still up on time.
भाई
got that one pawn.
BPM देखो
And
उनको.
Hikaru just couldn't afford the queen trade. That would end up in a lost endgame. He tries to fight. He tries to keep the calculation going, the complications going. But I'd be scared for that queen, which is now being chased around the board.
Ooh, that white queen almost trapped there as it stood, but resourceful from Hikaru Nakamura. That white knight near the black king now, the black rook a bit loose, everything hanging by a thread for both players. Hikaru jumping around with his knight, threat after threat. This is just going to be decided on the clock. This is blunder territory for both sides.
And it's 30 seconds. It's almost a hyper bullet mode right now.
Zero.
That extra pawn doesn't matter. Look at the control that Hikaru has
मीटिंग का
on the
बोला हुआ
right
आ गया
squares.
फिर
The
तक
queen and
कैंसिल
knight
होके
deadly
वापस
combination
पीछे
that is
जुड़.
forced off
कोई
the
नहीं
board.
कोई
अरे
नहीं
यार.
जाओ.
Close to winning ending for black, but does
ये
Javakir have
प्रमोशन
enough
बहुत
time?
भारी पड़ रहा है हम पे.
He's turned it around on the clock. Hikaru Nakamura,
चलो.
those few seconds might
मैं
be worth
जाता
the
हूँ.
pawn here. As
कल 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 है ना
still
इसका.
with the material advantage,
क्या?
but losing control.
निहाल का
Knight's
कल है मैच.
jumping,
Yes,
still in the checks.
5:30.
Oh, it's anyone's game now. Under 20
So
seconds for Sindarov.
I'll be
This
back
is a
from work at around
flagging
6
game. He's
6:30.
got
तो मैं आपको
10
पिन करता हूँ
Oh.
YouTube पे.
Checkmated.
ठीक है.
Hikaru Nakamura does the
है ना?
unbelievable.
Okay.
चलो. All the
Bye
best.
bye.
SATUL OP.
Yeah. Classic है bullet. It's rapid. Hi Phenom. Bro, I thought Sindarov was winning and मैं ये कैसे जीत गया? मेरा ध्यान भी नहीं था because बात करते हुए ध्यान नहीं रहता मुझे.
In game number 1. Now, a lot of players,
इसका आवाज से that
a
was
lot of
Nakul
viewers
bhai.
would say, oh, hang on a second, that could be
Okay.
construed as a bit lucky in a difficult position. I'm pretty sure he manufactured that and knew exactly what he was doing.
That was experience playing a key role deciding that game. Here we see
Disadvantage में mate कर दिया. ये हिकारू कुछ crazy player है ना शायद से.
This final check, this final trap.
क्योंकि शायद मैंने भी
landing
नाम
Hikaru the
सुना
win.
है.
And for Sindarov, it's heartbreak. He played so well.
Hikaru
Still
sounds
couldn't get
very
past his
familiar.
wily
शायद
opponent.
पहले सुना
What
है.
a beast Hikaru Nakamura, and what we saw in those last few moves in that game 1 is wintered Hikaru win. Just a complete swindle. You call it luck.
Oh,
well,
world
you
hashtag
don't
2
luck
है,
the chessboard,
तब भी
and
सुना
that's what
होगा, I
Hikaru
guess.
did in game 1 on the back foot,
That is good
on
in
the
rapid
defense for
and-
the most part.
Oh.
But again, his resilience, his resourcefulness, and he's the one who delivers a checkmate.
चलो guys, I've
That
never
result is all
watched.
important now because Hikaru
ऐसे तो
Nakamura
चेसी में
now
कभी नहीं
just
देखती थी,
needs a draw
but मैग्नस
from
को
this
भी
game
खेलते नहीं देखा. आज
in
तो वो
order
देख के ही
to
जाऊंगी मैं.
advance, into the winners match in this group, and that's so important considering he was on the back foot, even losing for parts of that game. He now needs to, okay, let's play slow positional build up. Not sure we need to go so explosive now. Advantage Nakamura.
Exactly, and that plays into all of his strengths, Hikaru. He's Mr. Solid these days. He has so many gears. The previous game, he was in trouble, but mainly because he was trying
निहाल
to make
का
things
कल
happen.
की में थोड़ा
He was
jinx
trying
कर
to be a bit
देना,
too creative
please.
Potentially, and Javokir was able to counterattack.
I don't
But,
think my
here we
jinx
see the
will
potential of
help,
defense
bro.
opening of the tournament so far. It has appeared a few times.
मैंने 2-3 matches
and,
देखे
that
हैं.
shows Hikaru's mood.
Especially by the player who's got that match
Bro, I
advantage, right? With the
actually
first
need to
game
go
win, you
watch
want to keep the
Sarin.
second game solid. And look at that, Javakir chooses a response that does try to create an early imbalance, but Hikaru knows this opening. It was incredible to watch him in action in those last few moments. That just felt like a Hikaru Nakamura stream on, just the way he turned around game 1.
Really amazing stuff, and he pulls the rabbit out of the hat. I suspect that's not going to be the first time we see a similar finish to that in this tournament. That was simply the opening salvo, and many more to come, I am sure. But right now, look at, he's back in the zone, he's bobbing his head, he's getting his head in the right place for game number 2, and that is the hallmark of a player who's so good at resetting. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like Hikaru holds the record for the number of Blitz wins in a row. Probably not just on chess.com, but other places as well. And frankly, his ability to reset after every game and just continue to crush his opponents is one of the hallmarks of why he's so good.
Exactly, defeating dozens and dozens of Grandmasters in a row. Not many are capable of that, even on 1 or 2 occasions, but Hikaru, he plays game after game after game, and that experience, that kind of muscle memory really pays off. This opening, meanwhile, we only saw a trade of 1 pawn. Sindarov doing a great job with white of keeping as much tension as possible, but Hikaru seems to know his stuff, seems to have studied this before, just judging by the speed with which he's been playing. Opening success for Hikaru, it feels like, Tanya.
Javakir also equally impressive, I want to say. Yes, opening success on the clock. You know, you also have developed all your pieces, but let's not forget the big takeaways for Javakir. He was the one on the edge for the most part of game 1. He was the one putting pressure on as well. So he knows he has it in him to create those chances. And the last 2 moves, H-pawn moving up the board, the bishop sliding with the spin, a potential knight jump to G5. I think Javakir's got tricks of his own. Hikaru, meanwhile, unfazed, simply retreats, unpins the queen.
I want to ask you guys a little bit about that because, you know, we
मैग्नस का टेबल को मुक्का मारने वाला तो are you talking about वो मुकेश के सामने वाला?
How normal is this? Are we raising eyebrows? Is this perfectly within theory?
I think up to a point it was within known territory, but this is Sindarov kind of trying to keep as much tension as possible, trying to put his own spin on things. The Petrov is known for quick trades, quick simplifications. Often it's very symmetrical, the pawn structure. So although objectively it feels like Hikaru is doing decently, it feels like Sindarov has managed to create enough imbalance to be optimistic for the future. There was a bit of a frown on Hikaru's face there in the meantime, the white queen stepping forward, hitting one of the black pawns on the diagonal, but inviting black forward.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the question. D3 is screaming at me right now. Is that the insta move you play here, Tanya?
It is the insta move, but you know, social media didn't get anyone too far, and I'm just wondering if white wants to plant that queen to the center of the board. You go D3, you go queen E4 with a duo threat. You're attacking the 8-7 pawn. You're also threatening the C4 pawn. I think we're going to see this being played out, and the only way black can counter this resource is G6. It arrives. Hikaru Nakamura, it's like he's seen far into the future, David.
Yeah, and playing very quickly, playing intuitively here, Hikaru.
आज हारा तो पीसी तोड़ेगा. Bro, there's no way he will lose. Like, there's no way.
Somehow, maybe even leave it on the square.
I don't think so.
But ultimately, there are safer options. You can retreat it. You can trade it off for that black knight. The black king doesn't have too many defenses around it.
Enjoy.
The H-pawn marching. We have
Nihal बाहर हो गया. नहीं guys, Nihal बाहर नहीं हुआ है. He will play tomorrow at 5:30.
The pass pawn sitting on D3. Short term, Javokir needs to land a knockout blow.
Absolutely, and Hikaru bobbing his head. I think he agrees with everything that you just said right now, as Javakir pins that pawn which was attacking the bishop, lines up the queen against the king. And this might be a good time for Hikaru to try and think of some trades that he can get going on the board with that D3 pawn planted so beautifully. Endgames would favor black.
It is worth pointing that this looks hella scary if you're the black player right now, and white to an extent. You've got a protected pass pawn on D3 on one hand. On the other hand, you're thinking, hang on a second, those pawns in front of the king look like they could be seriously provoked with a move like H5. There's a lot of stuff to consider here, and H5 could still be on the cards, you know.
Yeah, Hikaru trying to force some trades first.
मुझे तुम्हारी बात को प्रोसेस करने में 10 minutes लगेंगे.
Plan. There was a trade of light squared bishops that alleviates some of the pressure. 3 is the magic number when it comes to attacking. White had a queen, bishop, and 2 knights. There was more than enough to overload the defenses. But now with that trade, it feels like less pressure. And the white queen is staring at a pawn on the 4th rank on C4, but then a black knight will jump out of the way. Knight takes E5, discovered attack, black rooks, black knight, all hitting Her Majesty there.
But definitely in the air. Always watch out for those tricks. One of the trades that I would think Javakir wants to get on the board is get the bishops off the board. You know, you see for Hikaru's king camp, there are a lot of dark squared weaknesses. Yeah. So if Javakir is able to get that defender bishop and then plant his knight on a beautiful F6 square,
बीच में छोटा दिखाते हैं because बाकी चीजें भी दिखा रहे हैं, players को दिखाना चाह रहे हैं वो लोग. They are not going for that वाला क्या बोलेंगे उसको?
The idea be to try and get a
एंगल
knight to
जो पहले के
d4 and have
मैचेस
a
में
swap
था
off,
कि
so
बस
the
आमने
bishop can
सामने
stay on
बैठे हैं और
d4
ऐसा
instead,
सीधा
or
उनको
where
दिखा
are
रहे
we
हैं
thinking that lives?
I want to go to
constantly.
g5. Like I said, I want to get the
Okay.
bishops off the board, trade those bishops and make the most of the dark squared weaknesses. But Hikaru's got plans
So
of his
manifest
own
his
right
moves.
now. Even Javakir has got plans of his own. h5 does arrive again. He has to play for the win. He has no option at all. He's in a must-win right now, trying to create trouble for Hikaru on the king side.
Yep, Harry the H-pawn is often used as a battering ram in chess, in modern chess, ever since AlphaZero. The AI entity introduced all of these ideas of just planting a pawn near the enemy's king and playing the long game, hoping for checkmate a bit later. But Hikaru says there might not be a later if you want to go for checkmate with the queens off. And again, long-term black's doing well, so this queen trade most likely should be avoided by Sindarov.
Yeah, and I should point out as well that the pawn on h5, if the queen moves out from defending that pawn, it looks on the surface like you've got a pawn and knight attacking it, and black can go a pawn up. But given that g-pawn is directly in front of the king, that's not really something Nakamura is seriously considering at this point.
Yeah, you rarely want to capture one of these h-pawns, especially capturing away from the center, opening up your own king. Better to let the pawn live and just maintain the status quo.
Hikaru must अपनी
Hikaru
thinking
just
में
looks very, very chilled on camera. This is like streaming Hikaru, as you mentioned.
He's like,
Tanya
"Oh,
Javokir locked
what
in,
is he
but
doing?"
goes for something very
ऐसे.
forcing. We talked about how this pawn maybe was poisoned.
Nice
He's
expression.
playing
I like
fire
his
right now
expressions.
with the rook lined up against the
And
queen
मैंने
and
कहा
a
जिनको
potential
बाद
knight
में
jump.
gloves
You've got
use
some
करता
juicy
है, जो
squares to
water
choose
में
from,
जाने वाले
including a
हैं,
pawn
water
capture at the
gloves?
center of the board. If you
use
are
के
Hikaru
नहीं
Nakamura
नहीं
right now, but I think this is the need of the hour for Javakir. He just had to go all out right now. Just hard to find, hard to keep control otherwise, hard to keep playing for a win. But this is playing with fire. And I think the chances are more that it backfires. Knight takes pawn is the first move that comes to my mind here.
I have just tried and failed, by the way, I should point out. After black plays knight takes pawn, I'm going.
Hikaru is just
So
a
white
chill
queen
guy.
captures with the
लग
knight,
रहा है.
both queens can be captured. And then I think my brain short-circuited.
He's
itself,
gonna
I'm
win,
not actually sure,
definitely.
whose side that figures. But maybe that's a suggestion that the complications could be favorable for one player or the other.
Yeah, it's pure calculation, and I think this last move by Sindarov
Not
is
today,
intended
Nikhil,
to
not
force
today.
Hikaru to calculate. We
I
see the
have
analysis
pinged the
board on the right here,
message.
the live board is on the left.
Read
and
it,
the move
bro.
Hikaru wants to play is knight takes pawn. It's a double attack against the white queen. If the white queen moves, for example, tries to run away, we would see a trade, and maybe the black pawn will step forward to the d2 square in the near future. This looks very powerful for black.
Yep.
So the key, the one you have to evaluate is after the trades. Rook takes queen, knight takes queen. When the dust settles, does white have enough of an advantage here for Hikaru? Is he safe enough? Maybe this pawn is just a bit too far forward and could be corralled a bit
Hikaru is
later on.
thinking about the next 10
Alternative
moves.
for Hikaru is to jump the knight the other way, hitting the white queen, and next move landing.
I
the
could
knight
never
fork.
be a chess player.
This would lead to pure chaos.
I'm going to be honest, that
ये
move
लोग आगे के 10
completely
चलते
skipped my
हैं,
radar.
अपने
That is
सारे matches
extremely
याद
dangerous.
रखते हैं,
That's
मैं
coming in
अपना
with a
पिछला
big
move नहीं
fork on
याद
the
रख
two rooks.
पाऊंगी.
Not only one major attack, but the other two coming under fire as
Not
well.
today,
I'm going to
Om.
ask the question,
यार
is
तुम
that
लोग
winning
pin
for
message
black?
नहीं
What's
देखते
the
हो क्या?
resource here that saves white?
मैंने किस लिए
Thought it
पिन किया है
was,
खुद के लिए
and,
किया?
here, this is not me, this is me checking the oracle of the computer. Pawn to e6.
No.
Counter-attacking, hitting the black queen. And this is happening, by the way.
Today I
Now
played
the white
one
queen
rapid
slides
game and
across, and there's
regretted
still an ongoing
instantly.
attack against the black king. This is far from
Nah.
over, but played by Hikaru Nakamura.
This
He's going for the win now.
this shit
Now
not for
Javakir needs to
us.
find this move.
Yeah,
and
you've
it's
still
not an
got it.
easy spot. E6 going on the counter offense. If he doesn't find it, Hikaru Nakamura will be with the edge.
Now he has got a little bit of extra time, but we're talking 5 minutes, plays 5.5. So it's some time, but it's not a crazy
Yeah,
amount of time.
Bruno
When you're
ने
under
copy
this much
paste
pressure,
कर दिया.
having to find a move like that is wild.
Yeah, so difficult. And just as Javokir forced Hikaru to eat up some of his clock time, now Hikaru is forcing Javokir to calculate.
I think to put this into perspective, this is exactly the kind of move where in a classical game of chess, you would not
Rapid
blink
is for me
twice
and Baji.
if you had a
4 minutes
grandmaster
तक चले उससे
taking
अच्छा है
15,
rapid
20
game में.
minutes before making this next move. Like, it is so super critical, and these players are having to make that decision in like dozens of seconds.
Absolutely, and look at this. Javakir as well on beast mode finds the only move. Process of elimination is what got Sindarov to this decision. He gets that e-pawn moving up the board. You can still capture it. Knight takes pawn and the line isn't over. The complications continue.
Just to point out one possible continuation, knight takes pawn, the white queen will slide across. The key here is that the white knights are jumping forward. One of the white knights can hit the black queen in the near future.
Yep.
This is just the beginning of the battle.
That is absolutely insane. And choosing to go
Nothing
into these
is
kind of
granted,
complications,
everything is
when so much
earned.
is at stake. We should point out, of course, the match situation. Hikaru won the first game. This is must win for Sindarov. So trying to create as many complications as possible. But every time I see this exchange of ideas, I'm thinking, well, hang on a second. Is it Yavakir who's trying to create the complications, or is it Hikaru? It feels like both players are going at it hammer and tongs.
Well, the brand of chess that both of them have, this is what we expect, and this is what we love to see, right? It is a cutthroat battle, and for Sindarov, only one result matters right now.
Yeah.
So it does make sense that he's gone into these complicated waters. Pawn takes pawn was the choice for Hikaru Nakamura, and still big questions for Sindarov to answer with just about 4.5 minutes on the clock. Where does he move the queen? How does he respond to the knight fork that's coming in next?
This is all in from Sindarov. Yes, he found that brilliant last move. Yes, this was given a question mark by Hikaru Nakamura, but ultimately, he's just got to go
No,
for the black king now.
Sarthak, I
One of the
don't
two
play
white rooks will
chess.
fall. The black knight is going to jump into c2. You're just going to have to ignore the fact that those rooks are hanging, and time to go for
I
that black
think
king.
I
He's got
might
a knight
start
around to
now.
defend, but other than that,
I'm gonna
white
play
queen, white knights,
everything.
they could do some damage too.
If you want a summary
Anything
of how
and
tense the game is
everything
and how high
except
the stakes are,
Valorant.
hearing someone say, you have to
Valorant का
ignore
नाम
that
ले
your
और यहाँ पे
rooks can be
दर्द
captured.
चालू.
You just ignore that everything's hanging. You're thinking, hang on a second. Given the
Trust
magnitude
me,
of what's
guys,
going
for
on
your
here,
own good.
that feels
For
like an
your
insane statement to make.
good
But you're
health.
absolutely right.
You need nerves of
Good
steel to handle this position.
mental
And I think we
health.
might see those steel
Don't
being
play
played out because
Valorant.
you really can't defend both rooks, right? You are going to lose
Fire
material.
when
Your
never.
best hope is to fight for that advantage. And there are a lot of tempting options. You could start with pawn takes pawn. You could start with a knight jumping over. You got about 3.5 minutes to figure all of that out. It's definitely harder to be Sindarov right now.
Yeah, this is like a labyrinth. Good luck finding your
कल
way
से
through
वार शुरू हो
and,
जाएगा
coming
आपका.
out healthy on the other side. The white bishop can move. You can ensure that you get at least that black
यार
knight
सच्ची
for
में
one of
हम
your
तो
two white
Val is
rooks.
not the problem.
But where to put that bishop is a
I
question.
don't want to talk
How
about the
directly to go
actual
for the black king
problem
is a
because
question.
people don't understand.
Sindarov, he would love 3 hours on his clock, but 3 minutes,
Everybody
surely
always
not enough now.
Misunderstands
misunderstands
of the
me.
ascents, not only on the
So
clock,
I
on the
will
board
shut
as well.
up.
Does he have time to move that bishop? Does he have time to capture the pawn? And he's fully locked in right now, trying to calculate and navigate his way best through these variations. A tough ask. He does jump in with
Oh
a knight.
my God.
Comes in with a threat on that queen, which can be on that queen. Which pose there, starts looking at the ceiling right up.
Psychologically as well, it's just it's so important.
It is genius
where
for Sindarov.
Sindarov is trying to create complications. He needs to win this game to stay in the match. And Hikaru is staring him down, saying, you want complications? I'll give you complications. You can't handle complications. And he's really bringing the fight to Yavakir here.
But do not underestimate Javakir's ability to handle those complications. David, eventually he does go for your idea that at least he wins some material back. Not only that, he places the bishop at a square. That Hikaru's pawn cannot move any forward. He's still eyeing that g6 pawn for trades to open up pathways towards Hikaru's king.
That is a crazy move, though. He could have moved his bishop to another square, protecting the knight in the center. This is a full rook sacrifice. He will not get that black knight if it captures
He
the white
played
rook in
good.
the corner on a1. If the white rook retakes, the white knight
He
on e5
played good,
drops.
bro. Arjun was
This is a
just
full
better,
rook
bro.
sack, and he's
It's
going
okay,
all
it
in. He's going
happens.
for the attack. If the black knight sidelines itself, he's going to go for that black king.
So knowing that, I'll ask the question, does knight takes a1 win on the spot?
For who is the big question?
And for who? Yeah, exactly. I'm not even sure.
It's very gutsy, this last move. Knight
So
takes
क्या
rook
अर्जुन
on the
का
corner of the
मेवा
board. The idea that white has to have is pawn takes
Not
pawn. And it
played.
was scary enough for Hikaru to not go for it.
ऐसे मेरे जैसे noob
There's
लोग को तो
something
बिठा
about
नहीं
that
दिया
that maybe
उधर.
we haven't
हैं?
seen, but this is getting into some seriously deep territory.
Yep,
I
he's
guess
arguing
he
here,
needed an
Hikaru,
check
that,
ping
that rook
message.
in the corner will not run away. Here we see some of our very special guests in the audience. But pawns f4 given a
खुद के
question
लिए
mark, it's one of those
pinning
positions.
क्यों
I
मैं?
think we can forgive the players for the mistakes that are
Oops.
guaranteed just due to the clock time. And this now results in Hikaru capturing this rook, maybe capturing the other rook. Would have been the acid test of White's whole sacrificial idea.
Hikaru को तो वैसे
But still,
सिर्फ draw
this one,
करना है.
anyone's position. This could swing either way in a heartbeat.
It's over.
I would love to
It's
find out
over.
why rook takes a1 wasn't played on the previous move. There's some really cool stuff here that I'm sure we can go and understand. A check getting played in the meantime. And this is, regardless
Nice
of how this
try,
game ends,
kid.
it feels like it's been chaos unleashed.
Well, Hikaru with every move is just not giving Sindarov the opportunity to go pawn takes pawn on that right flank to open up the line for the white queen towards the black king. There have been trades and captures in every single move, forcing the capture
Yes,
back.
they just
Now the
did.
white rook hits the queen, and Hikaru Nakamura needs only a draw. So will he force further trades there? He seems undecided. Will he put the rook to block?
No,
Will that be
Sindarov
the
has
bridge,
the
or will
same
he find a
expression
square for the
throughout the
queen?
whole game. Meanwhile,
looks
Hikaru ने
tense.
100 अलग expressions
He
दे दिए
wanted
हैं
to
अभी
move
तक.
the queen, but realizing the black queen doesn't really have anywhere good to go. She can drop into f2. She'll get hit by a white knight, so he does block. Very, very logical when you're up material. You want to exchange, and he sacrifices his queen, Hikaru Nakamura.
It's a big move. He picks up the knight, and that
Nihal
is a full queen sacrifice. The
It
queen
was
falls back, trying
4-1.
to activate to get to those pawns. Look at that beautiful centralized rook, defending b7, defending d3.
There we go. He solidifies that rook. Very hard to kick that rook out of the middle. We should clarify here. Black has 2 rooks and a very powerful passed pawn in return for white's queen. It is small advantage, at least objectively, for Hikaru Nakamura, but queens, they are so tricky. And this is not going to be one-way traffic for now. The white bishop is the problem. Cannot really get into the game. Purely a blockader. But the black knight, not impressive either.
And that's because of Hikaru's last move, right? Sindarov's last move, the G-pawn moving forward, taking away some jumps from that black knight from getting into the game. This is still anyone's game. Yes, the bar says that Hikaru is the one who's doing well right now. But if the queen is able to infiltrate with some devastating checks or get on those dark squares on the longest diagonal on the board, you know, plant it on e5, get the bishop
Nihal
on
versus
c3,
Anish,
there
then
are
I
big
think
ideas
Nihal
for
will
Javakir
win.
to play for.
Let's
Meanwhile,
see,
Hikaru Nakamura wants a post for his knight.
He runs away with his king. That does drop the G6
NCQ
pawn,
में
but
तो
if
हराया
the white
था
queen
वैसे.
ever runs away,
But still,
c4 is hanging.
anything
The
can
black
happen
rooks
भाई
would enter.
जैसे.
If you could pick up the black rooks, put them anywhere near the white king, this is Hikaru Nakamura's game. But for now, it's very, very tense. And Hikaru is down on the clock. He's down 20 seconds. Javakir needs to use that as a weapon.
He does, because that's the weapon that Hikaru used against Javakir
Guys,
in
I
their game
think
one,
Nihal
from a
को आज
busted
copy
position
नहीं
to
हुई थी.
eventually deliver checkmate. Can
was
Javakir get
yawning.
the whole story done again
शायद
in his
हम
favor
वहाँ
right
हार
now?
गए.
But now the clocks are leveling out.
कल
Not an
निहाल
easy
जीता
decision.
तो अब
Queen
lower
takes
run
pawn is what you
चलेगा.
want, but that allows the rook
He'll go to
activity.
lower
He has to move
finals.
fast. Javakir, he's thrown away his 20-second
Basically,
advantage.
4 groups
It's
हैं,
currently
चारों
93%
group में से
accuracy
2-2
against
player
92%
qualify
accuracy.
होंगे.
Such a high-level game.
So,
Javakir going for
lower
it, trying to blow
final
open the black
में
king.
जाके
This
भी
is
you can
great play
still
from him.
qualify.
But did he spend too much time? Hikaru now 1 minute versus 1 minute. Can he hold it together?
Hikaru can always hold it together, and we are in a bullet ballet right now. The rook's coming into the attack. There's a threat of a rook sliding onto the e2 square.
Oh,
coming
end
in with
time,
a
intense
check.
music.
You could pick up the pawn on d3. Did Hikaru just miss that? He never misses anything.
Wow, Javakir
हाँ,
didn't
अब
take
ये
that
है
black
कि अब
pawn.
lose
A foul
मतलब
here
हार नहीं
from
सकते.
Hikaru Nakamura. Watch out, the
निहाल
black king is
हारते
caught in
out
a
हो
mating
जाएगा
net. There are some
tournament
back
से.
rank
He
checkmate
has to
ideas.
win.
The white king now, only one way to go. Has to go back, otherwise it would have been mated itself. Do not take that bishop. The white queen will deliver a killer blow. Retreats this rook. Any checks now on the back rank can be blocked by the black rook.
And if no check, then black just simply picks up that power pawn on g6, and no checkmate, thank you very much. This might be forcing a repetition with the rook going back and forth. A yo-yo dance between the rook and the queen.
That's not good enough for Sindarov. He needs to win. He's down 1 point. The white queen goes a different direction, grabs a pawn, but now the black rooks coordinate and harry the h-pawn, marching forward. Whose pawn is quickest? It's a pure race right now.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be the h-pawn, right? Which comes in with a big check on that h1 square, assisted by the beautiful 2 black rooks as well, as Javakir clears the squares for his own pawn to move up the board.
Here we go. It's going to be checkmate on the board, potentially. Nope, he trades off queens. A new queen is born. And here it's all about the clock. Sindarov down at 12 seconds. It's not enough. The white queen fighting a losing battle. And there we go. It's resignation from Sindarov. Hikaru with a fist pump.
He still won.
And by a scoreline of 2-0, but my God, what tense action over the board. Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons takes on a very successful match, 2-0 against Sindarov from Team Vitality, but not without its shares of ups and downs. The first win, getting the checkmate from a losing position at one point, and then what a grind. Queen for 2 rooks, imbalances all over the place in game number 2, but the pawn race is won by the player of the black pieces.
Wow, 2-0. It could have been 2-0 the other way.
भाई,
Sindarov
क्या है
so
भाई?
close. Ultimately, the time scrambles. Just that extra millisecond
उधर क्या
speed.
चल रहा है?
We see a lot of thought put into this move by Wei Yi. I wonder if he's thinking about knight g6 or even knight back to d7. But remember, the rook on a2 is swinging over to c2 next, putting pressure on the c6 pawn.
Okay.
I thought that knight c4 was going to be an
We are
automatic
waiting
move
for
here.
this.
Well, knight c4, I'm wondering, he's worried about rook
It's
c2
in
anyways in the exchange
Fabiano.
sacrifice.
Right.
Knight c4, rook a to c2, and Alireza might be willing to give up that exchange to open up the bishop, pick up more material. And I don't think he'd be risking anything there. I don't think that's a easy defensive task where he's spent time and decided to play it anyways. But I'm really looking at it. I think it should be played.
Yep, and you can throw in the move e3 ahead of time and then bring the rook over. All of that works out the exact same. Those two pawns on b4 and a5 for white, plus the two bishops barreling down on the a8 and b8 squares on the long diagonals. That is more than enough compensation. White definitely has an edge here. It's reflected on the clock as well.
इधर से
Yeah, those
qualify
are the worst
होके
positions to play
end
when
में
you're down
देखने मिल ही
time, because
सकता है.
white sacrifice material, those bishops are hard to get to. So Wei will just be permanently defending,
Hi,
and he won't be able to trade off
Jolo.
pieces. He can trade off that bishop on g2 with his rooks. I mean, it's just too long ranged. He's shuffling the knight around now, but this is getting worse and worse. Alireza is making progress.
Notice how he's not
yellow
taking on
का भी
e5.
first
He's
ही है.
not looking to enter a position with opposite color bishops. Once again, we saw it in the previous match, Eric. He's maintaining the bishop pair.
And there's no reason to give easy decisions, easy moves. You take on e5, not only is it opposite bishops, but it just gives black an easy move. I'm going to recapture. Keep the tension, keep the
इनका
pressure,
BPM
keep the tough
कितना वो है.
decisions. Target the c6 pawn. Just maintain, nurture that time advantage.
और
He would
50
love
का
to play
फर्क
the move
almost.
b5. He plays rook over to c2. I think he may have underestimated this move. Will he actually take on e5 now? It doesn't look good. He's dropping the b pawn. All of a sudden, Wei Yi's kind of coming to life a little bit.
Yeah, if Wei Yi can get opposite bishops, get some dark squares going, that is counterplay. I mean, the a pawn on a6, it looks good, but white has shifted the pieces in a way that you can't push it anymore.
Yep, this is starting to become a very dynamic position. In fact, we might see the move. Oh, he actually decides to take. Okay, I think he did not like the look of his position, and Wei Yi playing very quickly.
Look
He
at the
anticipated that
speed.
entire line.
Wow. He can try to play on the dark squares. Black can go for the dark square blockade, and
How
now
is
white
it good
has
for
no more pieces to
Nihal?
contest
इनको कुछ
that.
Yeah, rook e7 can be
कुछ
played here. You don't
relation
have
नहीं
to
है.
trade, and he does
अलग
so.
group
The
है.
black rook can also go to a4. Keep in mind the time here, Eric, but I think Wei Yi is going to be playing with some big momentum.
You know that I played Wei Yi in Bullet, you know, in the past year, and he's actually quite strong there. So not to be underestimated if he gets really low. At the same time, you don't want to play a Bullet position against Alireza down 15 seconds. So if you're Wei Yi, stabilize, play faster, make up a bit of time. Opposite
Sarin,
bishops,
hello.
really unfortunate in time trouble.
That's right, and I mean, we're talking about Alireza
Oh, that's a big
Firouzja,
find, Amon.
Team Falcons. He just played the best move in the position. He is the current bullet chess champion, and that is 1 minute chess. That's exactly what we're playing.
He's going for e5, Amon. He's trying to lock out the bishop. If you play d3, he's still going e5 potentially.
Yep, he wants to play e5, bishop coming to c4. Also, after e5, there's even f5 as well with bishop c4.
That bishop is running out of space on f6. If black allows e5, that bishop has nowhere to go but h4. That's not a good square.
Yep,
You can
c4 is screaming for that bishop.
You want
Ye
bishop
to
c4,
white
king
is
g4 for
winning.
f2 check. This is looking worse and worse.
Easy.
One bishop's dominating the other.
Yep, and there is pawn to f5 as well. Of course, pawn to e5, but pawn to f5 wins that
It's a
e
check
pawn.
though. Do you play king g4? Do you go further down the board? Is he confident in his calculation? I think so.
Watch out, king g4, rook g3 check, king takes h4, rook g1. He might be nervous about potential checkmate threats. Otherwise, why not play king g4?
He's nervous, but I think he's going for it. What are we missing? March the king up, prepare
don't
your
know.
f5 move, and there it is. But he's lost his time advantage.
Okay, there's bishop e1. Rook g3 is an absolutely huge move in the position. And wait, rook g3, is it possible here? He's playing the move f5 next.
Wait, he's going for a check. The king has a good square. And what a find him on g5.
Yep, he's actually finding a way to defend it. But you know what's funny? The pawn on a6. Did he forget about it? Because he found a way to save material, but the a pawn.
Yeah, that rook is pinned, and there's almost no way to stop it. King takes g6. Do you push a7 here? Probably not. You might be worried about checkmate. Alireza here doesn't need to do that. His win condition on the board and on the clock. He's up 10 seconds. Now he's forcing the bishop back. The conversion is coming.
I wonder if you could play
that's the
d3.
blunder. That's the blunder.
Oh my
there goes
goodness.
the bishop down to 16 seconds and a resignation.
Alireza Firouzja, Team Falcons, gets the victory over Wei Yi in game number 1. Eric, that was incredible to watch. The blunder at the end, two of the best players low on time. But Ali Reza Faruja, it did feel like a very methodical game from him after that B6 move from Wei Yi earlier.
Once he had the initiative, he never let go.
Kind of faster in the second game too.
Oh.
Do you think that you are just as fast as Nihal?
No, when it's pure scramble, I think he's faster, but in general, I also maintain a pretty decent speed.
Now in that second game, you were facing down those bishops the entire game, and you knew you were lost in that second game, but he seemed to freeze. Did you
I
feel
got
in
this
the
from
moment that he
Miniso,
just kind
bro.
of lost
This
his
is
way in that
Hedwig.
To be honest, this
Miniso में अभी Harry Potter का
yeah,
वो
with
आया
all
था
my
ना
pawns on
collection.
backspace and his past a pawn, it should be winning, but it's not that easy because he cannot easily come up with his king because then the d pawn would be quite dangerous. So he had to like make
Bro, Nihal का face
so that he
देखा.
had to find a plan and yeah, he thought a bit and he couldn't find and yeah, I think it was a dilemma between whether to think more and or just to play something, and yeah, that kind of got him.
And we had this interesting structure of the match. If you win again, then you'll actually get a day off tomorrow. How important is that for the your progression in the tournament?
I wouldn't say day off is important, but it's very important to secure your spot because everyone is so strong. So if you miss your chance, you might as well get eliminated. So
Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi of Gen G wins against his countryman Nihal Sarin 2-0 in Stream B. Now back to you guys.
Oh, Magnus.
Thank you so much, Mike. Great respect shown by Arjun Erigaisi to his opponent as he takes down Nihal. But now we're getting a look at Magnus Carlson, the world #1, arriving courtesy of Jamil Motorsport here to our esports arena. He dives into our next matchup to see if he can follow the likes of Hikaru Nakamura and buy himself a bid into the upper bracket. We'll be back in just a few minutes to preview that series. Stay tuned.
क्या ऑरा लेके चल रहा है ना ये वो इसका जिसके साथ है वो नावी में है मैग्नस ओ नॉर्डर भाई मैं तो नाम ही नहीं पढ़ पा रही हूँ नॉर्डर ओके
White wants to gain a bit of space. That often comes in the form of pawn to d4 at the right time. But before that, maybe you play h3. Sometimes you play a4. Do you take on b6? Generally not. Black is comfortable with the structure after a takes b6. However, if black ever pushes that a7 pawn, then you might take on b6, pulling that c pawn towards the queen side, having one less pawn in the center for black. So Wei Yi, he's going to take his time, try to make some useful moves. But once those run out, it's up to him to imbalance the position and put pressure on Ali Reza.
Yeah, we see slow moves here, h3. He's just getting a feel for how Ali Reza is going to play the position. Curiously, we haven't seen the move d6 yet from Ali Reza, a standard move in order to get the bishop developed, but he's delaying it for a reason here. And because he just played the move rook e8, it almost makes me wonder, is he maybe intending knight a5 because the e-pawn is defended there? No. He just goes right back into sort of standard stuff with d6.
Well, now knight a5 might be an idea. And so I wonder if e3 or e4 is going to be played. a3 fairly common as well. But the decision.
Okay, captures first. He could include it now, right? a3, a4. Instead, pawn to d4. He's opening the center, but at the expense of a lot of trades.
A lot of trades. Normally, black is okay with this. Wei Yi has an idea. I mean, those doubled B pawns aren't the worst. If you can keep them there, at least that's something for white to play against.
Dan, Ali Reza very quickly, by the way, responds with bishop to d7. Now, it seems unusual. For example, why would you allow white to play d5, attacking the knight, gaining more space? But that actually blocks the bishop on c4 for white completely. So you don't want to, you know, put that pawn right in front of your bishop and totally ruin its scope. As soon as you play d5, black just reshuffles the knight, knight e7, knight g6. So we might see this tension in the center between the d4 and e5 pawns stay there for a while.
With this a4 move, I was saying, if you're going to double the pawns, a4 is a normal follow-up. You don't want to let those doubled B pawns expand. If black had a bunch of time, probably would reroute that knight on c6 to g6 and try to push that b6 pawn up to b5, whether it's supported by c6 and b5 or if you can get b5 right away. The point of a4 is to freeze the pawn on b6, and there's going to be certain positions that make, put a bit of pressure on black. You want to, like for example, if black ever moves the knight on c6 and he wants to push that pawn on c7, when that pawn pushes, then all of a sudden that b6 pawn will be a little loose. These are some long-term strategic goals. The position is okay for black, but Wei has an idea. When I see e4 means, you know what, he's looking towards a long game. He doesn't mind playing an end game, and in some position he'll have the argument that things are pretty balanced, but I have a bit of a better structure on the queen side. I'm going to try to push that.
Okay, queen to c8 has just been played by Ali Reza, right? a4 feels like one of those slow, methodical moves playing against the pawn structure. Queen c8, you actually have to respect the idea of bishop takes h3. And white's moved rook e3. It looks like it's taking care of that, right? You don't want to sacrifice on h3 now, but let's be honest, that was a real consideration for Ali Reza.
Yeah, when you win that pawn on h3 or sack, there's perpetual ideas. You have the attack, but also sometimes a perpetual. Rook e3, I like. What does white want? He wants black to take on d4. If you take on d4, then that knight on f3 jumps to d4. Then you see that rook on e3. It has mobility. It can go to g3. The queen on d1 would love to be centralized on a place like d4. Ali Reza is certainly not going to take on d4 unless he's forced to.
Right.
So now, again, a lot of tension in the middle, up to Wei to continue to develop his pieces and find useful moves until Ali Reza is at a point where maybe he runs out of squares and he has to take on d4, but it's up to Wei to figure that out. Sometimes you can play b3 here, sometimes queen d2. Rook a5 is an interesting move. Maybe there's some future where Ali Reza says, you know what, I will take on d4, but the reason is I want that rook on a5 to swing over to g5 and put pressure on the g2 pawn.
Yeah, kind of meeting Wei Yi's idea with the idea of his own. Rook e3 intends maybe rook g3 in the future. Well, rook a5 over to g5. Maybe black will actually get there first. And remember, rook on g5 pins the g2 pawn in front of white's king, which means that bishop captures h3. It's not just a sacrifice. It actually wins material. So you have to be a little afraid of those ideas. And also, if Wei Yi ever captures on e5 here, you're not just exchanging pawn for, pawn on d4 for the pawn on e5. If you take back with the d pawn, you're trading the d4 pawn for the d6 pawn. And it's not always a trade that you want to do. Bishop b5, Eric, locking that rook out and preventing the lateral idea that we were just discussing.
पहले भी करती थी बहुत stream, but gaming stream मेरे को उतने tiring नहीं लगते, but yeah, watch party मुझे comparatively ज़्यादा tiring लगता है.
It's not evident right away, but if he ever needs to really imbalance, maybe there's some future where he does give that bishop for that knight. Maybe there's some future where he tries to play rook b1 and b4 now that the rook is locked. No matter what, he wants to keep the tension in the middle. Doesn't want to push that d4 pawn to d5 yet. He really wants black to play e takes d4, and he's going to wait and wait and wait as long as possible.
And it looks easier for Wei Yi to wait because he's got that little bit more space. You see the cramped position for black. Knight on c6, bishop d7, queen c8. White's position, you can play queen d2, queen d3, slide the rook on a1 over, play b3 to stabilize. Feels like there's a lot of small useful moves, and that's why you see knight b4, a more committal move. You want to, get those bishops exchanged. You want some clarity in the position because I think it favors white to just keep the tension and keep things going.
I think it does for sure. Knight b4, I like that move. Wei Yi probably doesn't want to take on d7. Every single time there's an exchange, Wei Yi wants the benefit or have an imbalance as a result. So unless there's a good argument to be made, he's not going to go for any easy trades. Queen d2, good move. The queen might target the knight on b4 in the future. As you mentioned, it allows the rook on a1 maybe to join the game. And maybe in some position, if the rook on e3 ever gets to g3, all of a sudden you'll see that queen on h6, queen on d2 targeting the h6 pawn.
That's right.
A few useful moves here.
Bishop goes all the way back to f1. This is a standard move, I think, for the top players, but a lot of people would look at that move and say, why would you put the bishop all the way back when there's other squares like c4 and e2 available?
So I have to say, c6 is a committal move by Alireza. If he does not play b5 or free things up, he's taken away also an escape square for the knight on b4. Like, let's say white just moves the rook on a1 to e1 or d1. In some future position, I'm going to go b3 as white to defend a4. Then my knight on c3 is able to move because it doesn't need to defend a4. And then that knight on b4 is looking really loose. I never want to have to play c5 as black to defend that knight. That weakens the b5 square permanently. And do I really want to put my knight on a6? Where is it going?
Well, I'm getting desperate, Eric. I actually might play pawn on e5, takes on d4. Reason number one, my rook on a5, if it doesn't ever jump across the board, I start to wonder what it's doing on a5. But also, if the pawn on d4 is gone, then I can maybe drop the knight to a6. And you were just saying, where does that knight go? Now it has the c5 square.
Yeah, something very concrete from Alireza. If d5 works, that's a huge accomplishment because once you play d5, you're chipping away at white center. And if you can take on e4, that knight on b4 I was talking about, it can slide over to a nice centralized square on d5. Also, that rook on a5, once the d5 pawn captures e4, has mobility. It can slide over to e5 or g5. This is a way to activate Alireza's position. It's a push for equality and a big, big decision for Wei right now because this is not what he wanted.
No, this is a move that you do not want your opponent to achieve, right? Every single piece in black's position is kind of ready for this move. The knight on b4 and f6, they both control and protect the d5 pawn. Even the rook on a5 is participating here. So without that move, I think Wei Yi was expecting to have just a very comfortable position with no breaks, but d5, Eric, I think Alireza has picked the exact right time to strike. He's up on time because Wei Yi is wondering, how do I react to this? Not just in order to play the best move, but also he needs to keep winning chances, right? I can see a future, Eric, where all the pieces just trade off on the open e file and open d file. Wei Yi cannot afford to let that happen.
Well, that's being threatened right now, and I have to say the rook to d1 move looks like a mistake. Wei Yi should have played rook a1 because he has to anticipate that Alireza is looking to equalize, looking to dissolve the center, but only under the right circumstances.
This is not nice.
He's placed his pieces in a way, Wei Yi, that this works for Alireza. This move looks like it's really pushing to remove all attention and equalize. If he had his rook on e1, the d1 rook on e1, he'd have the move pawn to e5.
Yes.
And things would be completely different.
That's really a miss, a move he'll look back on, but hopefully not something he's looking back on now because you have to focus on the task at hand. As I keep saying, taking on d5, it only serves to just trade everything at this point. Eric, I'd be happy to just play rook a8. We don't need to be fancy anymore with the rook on a5. Now the center is going to be wide open. That rook belongs back on d8, right in the center of the board, aimed at white's queen. There's no e5 move. I think we might have to just take on d5, but also the white knight, if we capture on d5, the a pawn is going to be weak as well.
Yeah, that a pawn is weak. I'm not happy with my knight on b3. It was better in the center. I'd rather defend a4 with the pawn. I don't want to have to defend with a knight. This is another way you playing rook a, like rook to e1. I like that because he's realized he can't do anything about it. He just has to play fast at this stage.
Yep, and I mean, you have to just capture this. He's down more than a minute and a half. Trades are happening here. I'm concerned about the a4 pawn, but something we talked about earlier is finally coming to light. The b4 knight is hit by the queen, and that's why we see knight to d5. I'm sure that he's going to take on f6 in order to remove that black knight from the center of the board, but look at the a pawn for white. It is under attack right now, and most importantly, Eric, there's lots of trades. Every rook might disappear on the e file right now. This is becoming a position where Alireza has phenomenal drawing chances, and that will win him this match.
Really good drawing chances. The only imbalance after these exchanges is on the queen side, those doubled b pawns. So I think Wei Yi's looking to centralize his knight, move it out of the way, play b3. At some point, get a queen on d4. But I'm not so sure about this decision. It makes a bit of sense if you can get your knight on b3 to a5. But at the expense is we did get rid of those doubled pawns.
Yeah, there's just not much of an advantage to speak of here. You can see the evaluation bar right in the middle of the board. This is just an equal position with a 2-minute time advantage for Alireza Firouzja and draw odds because Wei Yi needs to win.
Yeah, he needs a plan here. Maybe he's playing queen e3 hoping for a blunder. You can't take on c4, the net on e8 is loose. But Ali Reza, he's not going to miss something like that. It's just a decision. Does he play c5? And he's played it. He's got a light squared bishop, his pawn's on dark squares. One of the only chances I can see is even in imbalance, queen and bishop. If Ali Reza ever gives up his bishop for the knight, it's still going to be relatively equal, but at least there's going to be queen and bishop versus queen and knight. Pawns on both sides of the board, some sort of small idea. I don't think it's enough.
I was thinking, okay, he plays knight f6. I was thinking about knight d6 there to try to trade knights, and I thought there was a possibility we might see what you were talking about. No, the king is on h7. I actually think that we're very close to a situation where Ali Reza just might even have the easier position to play. Queen f8, Eric, last attempt, because if that black king moved over one square to g7, I think we would have been completely solid.
Yeah, king g7 would have been ideal. King is super safe. It controls everything here. A little bit annoying, you know.
Yep.
The king can't move. There's some positions where the knight on f6 can be loose. Where he's probably planning on rerunning that knight on c4 to e3 or somewhere towards the center. I just don't see the plan. I don't see the coordination where the queen on f8 can coordinate with one of white's other pieces to come up with an idea or an initiative. At the same time, he's playing quickly. Ali Reza's slowing down a little bit. Sometimes that happens. You equalize, you slow down, you get comfortable, and then you start misplaying. We've seen a few players grind equal positions. Here, I don't know, I guess his idea, put the king off, and then is it going to be king g7? Queen f4 first. That's a nice find from Ali Reza. Right now we have a draw being threatened with queen c1 check. That's at least a repetition, at least. And a big decision for Wei Yi. How can he prolong the game?
Yeah, he might need to drop the knight back, like knight e3. Really good coordination by Ali Reza. Knight d7 guards the b pawn, also kick the queen out of f8, and queen f4. You can also drop back to you know, f6 if the position depends.
Knight d3, queen f6.
Yeah, there it is. And that hits the b2 pawn as well.
इसके बाद I think थोड़ा तो break होगा before.
And what is there to do?
Group D matches. Instant तो I don't
incredibly
think
solid. He finds it, and
I hope
chances
instant कर दे
are
वैसे.
diminishing for Wei Yi. Ali
Yeah.
Reza's found the
एक second,
setup.
उधर क्या चल
His
रहा है?
king is safe.
This trades.
Bro,
this
I
is
was just
exactly
wondering कि कहीं उधर start तो नहीं हो गया? क्या timing है मेरी?
Becoming the
मैंने
youngest ever
just
world
सोचा कि
racket
कहीं दूसरे
champion,
जगह
and
चालू तो
then
नहीं
on
कर
his
रहे.
way to do that, takes down Magnus Carlson in 2023. He beats
Instinct,
Magnus Carlson
bro.
again in the
Crazy
classical in
instincts.
Tata Steel, Vaika and Zay. But that is only poking the dragon. Ever since then, Magnus Carlson has been relentless.
Because
He's
I just
unleashed
realized
every
क्योंकि
match
पहले
for
वाला
him
match
has
बहुत
been
देर
paid
पहले
back. He's
खत्म हो
got
गया है.
Nodebek's
तो
number.
next शुरू हो
Will we see
जाएगा.
Nodebek finally striking
पहले
back
बल्कि pro
in this
match.
absolutely
No, bro.
unpredictable
Instincts,
format?
bro.
I feel like we're setting something up
Chalo,
here, Tanya.
guys, we
Does that make
watch
this
the
a grudge
goat
match?
play
Because
now.
it's sounding like one.
Definitely does. It's yet another clash of generations. It's yet again one of the best players in the world against a young Uzbek phenomenon. And Nodebek is one with the best pedigree from the Uzbek golden generation. Magnus Carlsen, though, meditating, it seems like, with the white pieces, he does start as a big favorite, as he always does.
I'll tell you one thing about Magnus, you know, you beat him once.
Yeah.
For him, revenge isn't just one win then against you. He wants to take you down every single time. He wants to be that dragon that's been poked and relentlessly breathed down fire every single match. For Nodebek, he knows the last few matches have not gone his way. That's the psychological block he needs to get past. He needs to make sure that Magnus Carlsen does not live rent-free in his head.
Payback for Magnus. I'm going to beat you back 20-fold if you beat me the once. But look, it has to be said, Abdusattorov has beaten Magnus Carlsen. He knows what it takes. He's under no illusion. It's not going to be an easy feat, but the point is he's done it before and he is here now to try
Guys,
and
I
do
will
it
enjoy
again.
the match
It is still
with
possible that
India
regardless
and
of match
Roki.
result, both of these players make it through to the playoffs. We do not know yet, but what we do know is that Nodebek has
Magnus
what
भाई
it takes.
PC तोड़
And
देना
surely
है.
even the
मेरे को
tiniest
तो
fraction of Magnus Carlsen's mind
Magnus
must agree with that. Must
effortlessly
acknowledge
हटाने
that
वाला
at the
है.
very least.
Definitely. There's always hope, even when you play a
Chalo.
giant of the game. And Nodebek has done it before. This game does begin with a queen's pawn opening. Magnus Carlsen goes for, okay, it's branch of the queen's gambit declined. A transposition here. Magnus, will he bring out his bishop? No, he trades pawns. And a very classical start to this game. In strategic waters, he should be a heavy favorite against Nodebek. If it becomes more dynamic, anyone's game.
A traditional line. Millions of games have been played in this opening setup as the bishop comes out eventually. For
2942
Magnus, it
इतना
will be
rating
about
किसी का
opening
नहीं
up
है.
diagonals for his light squared bishop. Meanwhile, for Nodebek, he will try to reroute the knight from the left
Zero
flank
is
towards
winner
the
of the
right
game,
side of the board.
Magnus.
He first takes out his own
Team
bishop.
Liquid
With
Nats
this
where?
particular
हाँ यार,
approach by
Nats
Nodebek
को खिलाना
does
चाहिए था.
invite some
पता
potential
नहीं Magnus को
complications.
क्यों
The
खिला रहे.
G-pawn pushing
पता ही नहीं
forward
इनको कुछ.
could be ambitious play. We're about to find out Magnus's mindset.
Yeah, and Magnus is known as the leading expert in
सामने
this
भी
pawn structure,
बताओ.
mainly from the
सीनेड
black
नहीं
side.
है.
But interesting to see him kind of flip the
मुझे
board
पता है
here,
वो चला
take
गया
it
है
from the
फिर
white
भी.
side. Happy to just set up this very solid structure. Here we see a trade of bishops. It's a pawn sacrifice from Magnus Carlson, but do not take that pawn. The black queen taking on b2 would only be met by the white rook sliding across, and white would regain the pawn with the rook on b7 with a lot of interest.
रुको मुझे फोकस से
Nodebek
देखना
does
है
realize that
ताकि मैं भी
keeps things
सीख
under
सकूं.
control, brings his own knight into the game. Magnus still ignoring the b2 pawn hanging. Now he finally does draw back with the queen, defends it. Nodebek advances with a flank side attack, trying to gain more space on the queen side.
So let's talk some of the ideas in this position, in this kind of pawn structure. We mentioned already the possibility of the G-pawn marching up the board. Now that we've castled kingside, does that make that significantly less likely, or is that actually still a feature? Are we playing things like king h2 and then proceeding with the plan? What's going on here?
Madrid was my favorite.
Less likely, at least in the near
2016
future.
Madrid.
Pushing pawns in front of your own king while queens exist, a bit risky. But more likely here, Magnus Carlson first relocating his knights. He wants to play on the queen side. That flank the queens sit on, you can go for what they call a minority attack. White has 2 pawns, the A and B. Black has a lot more pawns there. You can try and trade off, isolate some of your enemy pawns, and create some targets for your pieces a bit later. For now, though, it just looks like pure maneuvering. Both sides setting up their rooks, getting ready. The white queen dropping back, very mysterious. But I think we'll see the status quo maintained for the next 15, 20 moves, and then the fire be unleashed.
And what about if you're playing with the black pieces here, Tanya? Are there any particular, I don't know, outposts or pawn advances that could be committal or anything of the sort that you're particularly watching out for?
Well, this is the minority attack that David was earlier implying about, right? Magnus using his 2 pawns on that queen's flank to get those open lines in. You mentioned outpost. If you're allowed to breathe fire down, Magnus will use that knight and jump to the c5 square.
Yep.
Any trades would open up some lines in favor of Magnus. We see some pawn trades here.
अरे बड़ा बोर्ड दिखाओ भाई क्या कर रहे हो
doubling down on that c5 square. He pushes the pawn. That b4 pawn contains the pawn chain that Nodebek has on the queen side.
Okay, so a reasonable amount of pressure being applied early on. Not exactly like this isn't going to be, you know, backbreaking or anything like that, but we're asking questions and we're trying to give our opponent the opportunity to make mistakes. Those mistakes aren't happening. You just want to start introducing the potential cracks in the armor, looking for first, maybe second weaknesses. Let's see what's going on the other side of the board and poking and prodding to see where the position could be weaker.
Exactly. It's just accumulating small advantages. First, you want to
I mean,
isolate
Amal
one
is
of your
very
opponent's
talented,
pawns,
but मेरे को ना
then you want to
ऐसा
maybe trade off
attitude
the
वो
correct
नहीं
set of
पसंद.
pieces. Only then do you start looking for a plan of action. First, we see a rook trade. Nodebek pausing.
Egoistic types.
He
Egoistic type kid है वो.
instantly recapture or even pre-mover recapture. Maybe thinking about trading knights first. But there we go. Knights do drop off the board on Magnus's terms, and the knight leaps forward.
And now we could potentially see an imbalance appear in the position. You know, if you take that knight, which has just moved forward, that would mean the B pawn. You always want a flank pawn towards the center. That's how you want to capture, opening up a B line, a direct path to Nodebek's B7 weakness there.
And I'm going to guess that the pawn on b4 is absolutely nowhere close for the taking because of rook b. Well, whole bunch of moves starting with rook b1, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, for now the black knight is hit as well, so there's not quite time for the black queen to go pawn hunting.
ये क्या
I
matchmaking
would
है
advocate for not
matchmaking.
taking that white knight.
आपको जिस कब में कब
I've
से
banged on
इंटरेस्ट
about
आ
this
गया
too much
जब
in my
से
chess
हमारी
career, but
ऐसी
connect
जुएल
4
चेस
is the
में
perfect
आई.
pawn structure. White's b pawn taking and replacing that white knight
And
on
I've
c5
never
would set up
watched
an
matches,
unbreakable
so
wall
I
for
just
black to
wanted
never
to
break through. So keeping the knights on the board, at
watch
least trying to improve the
how
black knight here.
Magnus
A good
plays, so
decision. He's going
yeah.
for that white b pawn on the b4 square.
And this is getting extremely concrete now because Magnus better have something up his sleeves. He does capture the central pawn. He's given Nodebek a B passer, which can start moving up the board. Magnus is relying on his central pawns eventually moving forward. Perhaps some
ऐसे
attacking
तो chess
ideas
में है,
as well. The white queen
wow.
going to the G4 square, lining up against the king with some checkmating patterns developing with the knight maneuvering eventually. This is becoming tricky for both players. He goes back instead with the knight to C5.
It certainly looks like we're setting up to say, you know what, let's play an
आपको
endgame.
आते जैसे मुझे
White's got one
बहुत
pawn island,
basics
black's got
आते
two.
हैं यार, obviously मुझे
Who is
इतना
going
नहीं
to be
आता
more
मुझे.
comfortable potentially pushing for a win in that sort of scenario? Is there any way to isolate a black pawn and play against that in the end? This is all getting rather technical.
Yeah, getting rather technical, and one of our fans there in the audience working with his technology on the phone there. But in the meantime, I think it's all about which pieces to trade. If queens come off the board, it's unclear who benefits.
HF नो
It's
चेस अरे
probably
तो वो
decide
तो
who could
बहुत
attack the
खेलता
enemy
था.
pawns with their rooks. If
उसने
knights
शायद
disappear, I
नेशनल
think that
लेवल पे
really
खेला
helps
है,
black.
ऐसा कुछ है
White knight's
शायद.
so
मैं
active right now.
I could be
Bishop to
wrong,
knight trade is
but
available
ऐसा
for
कुछ है
Nodebek. He
शायद.
can remove that knight from the board. But then the black king loses its best defender. If the f8 bishop disappears. It's just a series of very small questions. Ultimately, alone, one trade might not
स्टेट
change the
प्लेयर या
balance too
नेशनल
much,
लेवल
but
मतलब
if
ऐसा
you
कुछ
leave
है.
your opponent with
अब तुम्हें पता है ना मेरी
superior
मेमोरी,
pieces in the endgame,
so
that
समझ
could
जाओ.
be decisive.
बट
You want to
किधर
be
तो
able to
खेला
get
है वो.
activity for White by playing
क्योंकि
moves
बहुत
like queen
पहले
f4,
कहाँ
but
बताया
then
था,
you
मैं
allow the
भूल
black
गई.
queen to move in and get really active and start harassing the rook as well. So it feels really unclear, and it's almost one of those games where whatever you do, keep everything active. You can't afford a passive move.
Exactly. And a trade there. It's queen and knight versus queen and bishop, a big imbalance now. And activity is the name of the game. The queen and knight hold their own because they control a lot of central squares.
And honestly, both combos look very tempting. You know, the black queen and knight on those light squares really nicely planted. The black knight has a beautiful outpost, cannot be kicked out. Magnus's bishop doing a fantastic job on the longest diagonal on the board as well. Extremely active, plus defending its own pawns. That is the big imbalance here, and it's coming to the point of just asking these small questions. That's just what Magnus Carlson does best. You know, keeps probing his opponent just little by little. It almost feels inconsequential. It's somehow gaining that little time on the clock, gaining that little advantage, those strategic points. There's a B7 weakness. Watch out for that. But right now, we've got Nodebek who lines up his own rook against the white queen. For Magnus, the big question would be, does he want queens on the board or off the board?
That's I love the way you summed that up about Magnus, Tanya. With a lot of players and a lot of games, it's, oh, look, there's a big mistake. Here's a positional weakness that's been introduced that we can target in 4 or 5 moves' time. Magnus plays these subtle, maneuvering, grinding moves where you don't understand why that's useful until 12, 15, 20 moves later, and then it all sort of clicks into place. It becomes clear. He's a master at being able to do that to anyone on the planet.
And you have to take 20 right decisions of these small questions being asked. And that's the tough part about facing Magnus. David, we often talk about the Magnus touch in the endgame. He does decide to
इनका भी heart rate ज़्यादा नहीं जा रहा वैसे.
We're going to see a vintage Magnus grind here.
Well, the ingredients are there, but Magnus did a bit of a double take. He missed this last move, potentially. The black knight blocking the power of the white rook. The bishop in the center of the board is next on the menu. If you move the white bishop away, the black rook gets in. So it does feel like, objectively, Nodebek totally fine, but we have seen Magnus squeezing water out of that stone so many times before, gaining space, pushing pawns, ready for any potential pawn race later. I'm going to say a draw much more likely than a Magnus grind.
Hi Ravi, how
here
you doing?
Okay.
Another cooking stream soon.
But you never know. We've seen it before.
We've said it
Headphones क्यों पहने हैं? गाना सुन रहे शायद.
thousands of times where the
Probably noise cancellation क्योंकि उधर तो शोर तो हो सकता है, पता नहीं मेरे को.
And it's like a
Anybody knows?
a snowball that becomes an avalanche, and Magnus just finds a way to conjure those out of nowhere.
It's just unbelievable.
क्योंकि बाहर का noise distracting भी तो हो सकता है ना.
Where it all slipped away. But so far, Nodebek's doing a great job of keeping everything under control.
Obvious है noise तो होगा ही उधर.
Attacker, also a defender, just completely restricts.
ये लोग के लिए distracting तो नहीं होना चाहिए
key squares from the bishop. Meanwhile, he's using his rook for activity. The clocks. Yes, Magnus has got an advantage, but 4.5 minutes still feels like should be enough for Nodebek.
Mostly noise cancelling होगा और क्या ही point है?
You know, once again, asking questions. Are you scared?
क्या है ना?
Just a little bit more.
Exactly.
कोई गलत way में ले लेगा.
Not much going on here. I accept there's not much going on. Let's make something go on. And that's just Magnus's attitude to every position. And he does that when he's in worse positions as well. And you think, hang on a second, this is about to flip. I thought I was the one who's supposed to be pressing, yet he's pressing me. When we've seen him do that to so many people before. So yeah, very, very dangerous player and #1 in the world for good reason.
In the meantime, Magnus asks another difficult question. Do you want to trade rooks or not? Black would be justified in going back. There we go. He does retreat. Magnus looks surprised on the camera there. But a rook trade, I think, would have been totally fine as well for Nordebek. Black has a fortress. Very difficult to break through past the Black Knight. But Nordebek wants the tension. And here we go. Pawns on light squares. Bishop controls dark squares. That is classic Magnus Carlson strategy. And it feels like Nordebek is just waiting here.
Oh, इनका एकदम से heart rate बढ़
Doesn't
गया.
have much of a choice, right? The knight is ideally
Magnus,
placed.
bro,
The rook
calm down, bro.
maximized
You're
for
winning
black
this.
as well, also in the open line, the king centralized.
Calm
For
down,
Magnus, the
brother.
big question is, can he strike in the center with that e-pawn moving forward? Who will those trades benefit? That's the key in this
देखा
position,
मेरे
right?
बोलते ही
That
कम हो रहा है.
Magnus
He's
holds the
listening.
break. He's the one who will decide when to open up the position, and he decides it's right now.
Okay, that doesn't come without risk. Magnus Carlson, he's going for it. The black pawns were hit there on the king's side. But now the black rook has access into the white position. There we go. It attacks the white isolated pawn on c5. And Magnus goes in with his rook. This is already narrowing the margin for error. The black rook here can grab a pawn, but then the white rook gets into the 7th rank. Rook and bishop combine so well, and it's already a blunder by Nordebek.
And this is what happens every single time. All those little questions. Finally, this moment, and Magnus Carlson out of nowhere is winning. The rook about to land on the 7th rank. The pawn beautifully placed. The bishop centralized. There's a check, and you can see panic on Nordebek.
He gives a check, but en passant here, taking that pawn as if it just moved 1 square. They say it's a streamer's favorite move, but that is also the most effective move. There we go. Magnus has tripled pawns on the g-file, but if you take that pawn back for Nordebek, your king is caught in a mating net. The white rook will slide down to the 7th rank, end up on g7. Magnus looks happy. He's winning.
He's got all the reasons, and now suddenly Nordebek's knight completely offside, far away from defending the king. I mean, that would just lead to checkmate. A pattern we saw Hikaru deliver with his own rook and knight against Sindarov. And we ask ourselves, how did this even happen?
You see the furrowed brow there on the face of Abdusattorov. He's going, hang on a second, what on earth happened here? Like you said, Tanya, it's a draw until it isn't. And, Magnus looking pretty chilled out with proceedings, but wow, what a way to squeeze an unbelievable win out of this game. Well, let me rephrase that. Unbelievable if it was any other player. For Magnus, it's Cold Tuesday.
Yeah, most of us would have just repeated the position, done nothing, acquiesced to the draw. Instead, the black rook there had to give itself up for the white bishop because Magnus, out of nowhere, magically created that mating net. The white rook was about to land on g7. Now it's a clean-up job. The black knight has a couple of squares to jump to, a couple of checks, but ultimately will not be able to stem the tide. The white rook is going to be so effective here at cleaning up the black pawns, which are separated and isolated.
Nordebek also completely in disbelief. He just keeps shaking his head. A position totally in control for the black pieces, for Nordebek. Played a beautiful game, really. You know, kept everything intact. The knight, rook, playing brilliantly, and then suddenly out of nowhere, is getting checkmated, has to give up his rook. He can give a few more checks, but that's really not going to help. Magnus can decide to centralize his king. That look from Nordebek is one of a player giving up. He realizes there's barely anything to fight for. You pick up that pawn that's on the left side, put it closer to the h-pawn. Yes, you can play on. But right now, with the pawns just being so far apart, one of them about to fall, I think Nordebek's about to fall.
You can tell from the body language here. Although surprisingly, stone cold, 88 BPM on heart rate. It's lower than Magnus's at the moment. Unbelievably fit. But unfortunately, you can't say the same for the position. So right now, things looking like they are collapsing for Nordebek, almost reliant on an extremely rare and uncharacteristic blunder from Magnus. I think this is going to be 1-0 very, very shortly.
Landing some knight forks there was Nordebek's goal. Be careful, the black knight jumping back with a check, so he keeps his rook and king on opposite color complexes. That's how to avoid knight forks. If you keep one piece on a light square, one piece on a dark square, they can't get hit simultaneously, and the black knight now has to give way. The black c-pawn dropping, and Nordebek resigns.
Wow, absolutely fantastic stuff from Magnus. Was it a vintage Magnus?
ये resign क्या मतलब वो give up कर देते हैं?
At least it wasn't 120 moves. Let's
पूरा
put it
नहीं
that way,
खेलते.
but the exact same strategy was there. Maneuver your pieces, look for small openings, give your opponent chances to make small mistakes so that something that looks really innocent
पता ही
turns
था
out
भाई
to
ये
be a
game तो
blunder
guys
by design.
Always, right? Magnus Carlson goes fishing in
पता
the
ही था ये
dried
तो
up pond
ऐसे ही
and comes
जीतेगा
back with the catch of the day as he did in this one. Just looked like that had to end in a draw.
मुझे
And these were
देखना
the
है
final
how he's
moments,
gonna
you know,
play the
Novak trying to get
second
tricky with those night jumps, but Magnus
to
finding
draw
the
to
perfect spot
win
for the king,
because
getting rid of that
he's
defender,
Magnus.
finally picking up the C6 pawn, and this was the moment that Nodebek that resigned. It was the last few moves. You could see him shaking his head.
Yep.
He couldn't believe how this slipped out of his hands.
Why is it an impossible question to answer, David? To be clear, why is it
मालूम
that
भी ऐसा
Magnus
होना
can do
चाहिए
this to
9-3 के
anyone
बाद
man, but other people can't? What
मतलब
is that
वैसे तो
secret
होता है
sauce? What does he
surrender,
have for
but
breakfast?
I don't give up.
It's experience, it's that muscle memory, it's the
He gave me
know-how, the
farmed aura, he
cunningness
left.
to always be alert,
I think
setting
बचा नहीं
traps,
है उसके लिए
and,
अब farm
just
करने के
forcing the
लिए
opponent to walk these narrow
खुद ही
pathways,
बन
changing
गया
the
है वो
pace when necessary. They do say
One
take
bad
kids to the
move.
endgame.
Oh,
Magnus
वो
loves
मुझे नहीं
taking the
समझ
younger
आया कौन
opponents
सा था
into these drier territories and kind of
ओ
wearing
इनका
them down.
instantly start हो रहा है ये अच्छा
Cannot
लगा
trade
मुझे
queens in the next game. He has to go
no
on the
break
attack, go
लेकिन
for
मेरा
Magnus's
खाना
king.
क्यों नहीं आया
A position like that, you never beat Magnus, and more often than
गाइस
not,
इसके
he
साथ
takes
1
you
के
down.
likes हो जाते
Is
तो
interesting
मजा आ
because
जाता
Nodebek, look, he does come from
Let me
a
ask
background
for
where
who
at
by
a very
Hannah
young
Neal
age he
Hannah
has
Neal.
scored wins against Magnus Carlsen. He is coming back in game number 2 with the white pieces, looking to go on the attack. This is territory where he has scored the dubs before.
Yes, he has. But again, you know, after those wins that he got, reminding everyone of 2021 World Rapid Championship as well as 2023,
Yep.
every match has felt like a payback for
Well, it's 2025 now, so he always skips a
मैं
year,
हार गया
so maybe
तेरा
this is the
खाना
time.
Well,
excuse me
if he has
इतनी
to get it
हिम्मत
done, it
किसी
has
की
to be
है
this
नहीं
game,
थी
right? Good news for Nodebek, he starts with the white pieces, so he might be able to control the narrative of
Oh,
the amount
start
of
भी हो गया
complications he could get on, or we get the king spawn opening. And will
Excuse me.
Nodebek try to play something aggressive with a central pawn break, or will we see a more cautious approach with the Spanish?
Yeah, instead it's the Scotch opening, the Scotch game. We see a trade of knights here. Nodebek advances with his pawn in the center. This is known to be very, very ambitious with white. You've ruined the black pawn structure. Neither side can castle easily. The queens are both a bit clumsy, and therefore it leads to more imbalance. And a very interesting choice by Nodebek. I think a good practical decision. Depends how well prepared Magnus Carlsen is, of course, but unlikely that Magnus has looked at this
Lower bracket
unfashionable
कल
opening in recent times.
And this is interesting as well, purely in the history
Shafin,
of the Esports
us, bro,
World Cup
us.
and what's gone on so far today. On the surface, we're going, ooh, difficult to calculate, unclear positions. Magnus has got to
Bit
be
clumsy,
favored
मेरे
against
को याद
anyone in the
किया.
field.
Bit
But
बोला ना
we've had surprise after surprise sprung at us
Very
today
clumsy
in
नहीं
this
बोला.
very arena. So Abdusattorov here trying to manufacture one of his own.
Well, no surprises so far in this match with Magnus sort of grinding that end game. So it really comes down to this. Can Nodebek, you know, get that shocker in? Can he get the big upset in? Can he get his win to force an Armageddon? Not going to be easy, but I think it's a bit
Zero
of an opening
rating?
success. He forced Magnus to take a thing.
क्या
You know, which means that Magnus is perhaps not as comfortable in the Scotch opening as he would have been in the other setups. Magnus, meanwhile, sets up a development concept for his bishop,
हाँ.
which we call the Fianchetto, to try
अच्छा
to
Hans
get
qualified
to
था
that
Magnus
central
के साथ
E5
matchup
pawn.
crazy होता
And,
Why
I'd like to think that I have a little hand in this. This was my pet opening with white in Blitz for the last
अच्छा
10 years.
Magnus का zero
I've
दिख रहा
played
था क्या
hundreds and hundreds of Blitz games in this exact
But वो rating नहीं, वो
variation
तो
with
वो
the
हुआ ना,
Scotch
score.
with white knight coming out early. But unlikely Nodebek was looking at...
Next 10 moves, David. Go.
Next 10 moves.
Let's go.
Both sides are going to bring their bishops out. Both
Yep.
sides are going to get castled. White's going to defend the e5 pawn with a rook, maybe with a knight. And it's going to be a very imbalanced middle game. One that I don't think is better
अच्छा
for white,
वो
but at least
controversy
gives some
one
chances.
okay okay याद आया
This is your
याद
best
आया
pet, this is your pet opening
अच्छा
for the
rating
last
0
10
दिखाया
years,
था मैंने
and then
ध्यान
you
नहीं
end
दिया
this
sorry
with,
sorry
by the way, I don't actually think
My
it's better
bad.
for white.
No, it's just tricky. And
Okay.
that's my that's my
Just
blitz
checking.
style.
You swindler.
Okay, the black knight doesn't move. It was hit. There's a pin. The black bishop on a6 pins down the white c4 pawn.
castle किया
Both sides do get castled. I'm expecting Magnus to do the same here. But the eval
उसने
bar
भी
getting a
castle
bit more
किया.
optimistic for white.
you.
I have found from my experience in this opening that the black
Thank you,
bishop on
thank you,
a6
thank
is
you.
very misplaced.
नहीं,
A lot of
नहीं,
variations
बस.
kind of bites on granite. So some hope for Nodebek.
Oh, okay. So are we thinking like if white can, I don't know, cement a pawn on b3, get a rook to the d or e file, and just move the queen out of the way? You're asking black the question. Thanks for developing your bishop to a6. What are you doing there? And there's just no good place for it to go. Is that the idea?
That's the hope.
Okay.
No guarantees, especially against Magnus, but that is the hope. The black knight in the center is kind of caught in two minds as well. It's not directly attacked because of the pin, from the black bishop on a6, but at some point it will have to give way.
And that point will be when Nodebek decides to move the queen away and unpin itself. Right now, he
Shiro is Joy, but her name is Monica.
to not only
True.
defend that e5 pawn, but sort of eye those greener pastures. There's a nice central square for the knight to eventually jump on. Magnus decides to
But
enough is
but
enough,
I don't
moves
flirt.
his knight away,
Just
attacks the pawn, David. But
clarifying.
James, John, your idea of b3, you know, consolidating the pawn in c4, but Magnus tripling down on it.
This is fun because, as we all know from streamer chess, en passant is forced. Unfortunately, if that gets played here, the dark squared bishop from black is eyeing up a free rook on a1. So gonna have to break the rules on this occasion. And suddenly, that bishop on a6 is frankly applying a heck of a lot of pressure to the c file.
It is for now. En passant would also drop the white queen. There's a pin on the e file and on the long diagonal. So multiple pins that Magnus Carlson is using to try and win this match. But for now, there are still resources here. And even dropping the c4 pawn, even allowing that black bishop on a6 back into the game isn't the end of the world. White otherwise has a very healthy pawn structure.
And I think what those tactics would be relying on is you give up the c4 pawn with the hopes and
भाई
dreams of
सामने वाले का
activating
सोचो.
your own light squared bishop on g2. You know, you're eyeing those c pawn weaknesses that Magnus has created if there's a trade on the c4 square. So a lot of tactics. It sort of seems like the position that's about to explode. I don't see a healthy way for Nodebek to defend the pawn, and I think he's setting up those ideas. Saying, Magnus Carlson, take my pawn, I'm going to play for compensation. If you were to grab on c4, Magnus does not rush.
Magnus has studied these types of things before. I've seen him play these types of positions in Blitz. I'm very surprised, therefore, that Nodebek, having chosen this opening, is the one lower on the clock. He's a minute and a half down. After all, if you choose the opening, you want to be well versed in it and at least land the surprise, land the time advantage. But for now, world number one Magnus Carlson looking very comfortable.
Are there any kind of positions that Magnus Carlson hasn't studied before, David Howell?
That's true. Freestyle chess
हमेशा
positions, but he loves
heart
those too.
rate जीतने
he
हारने
was,
से
he
वो
was
नहीं
quite good at
होता.
that as well, unfortunately. So it feels like he's
How
a bit
we
of a
are
Swiss Army
thinking
knife.
क्या चल रहा है
You
दिमाग
could say
में.
one of the best. Isn't that
बहुत चीजें होती
interesting?
हैं.
But in this kind of position, I love the fact that even though the c4 pawn can be won, Magnus is taking his time about it, right? It's not exactly like a wonderful full pawn up that you can easily convert in an endgame because there are still doubled pawns on the c file. It's not the biggest advantage in the world. He can sort of take his time here. Isn't that interesting?
He doesn't need to rush with that decision because there's really no good way for White to actually defend that pawn at any given moment. You know, you never want to retreat your knight to hang that pawn because you lose another central one instead. So he's just saying the moment you unpin your
Rapid
queen
and
is
reasons
when
are
I'll
really
grab that
stressful,
pawn. But I'm
वही
not
तो.
going to rush with that decision. I'll just keep the tension on till
पूरा
then. You
game
waste a
चल
move,
रहा है.
that's when I'll win that pawn. And then we see a few more moves here coming in with tempo, attacks the queen. Magnus pushes that bishop back. Nodebek, bringing it to f4, keeping the center under control. Some trades. Eventually, I'm expecting Magnus to go up a pawn because of that c4 weakness.
I'm very surprised that Nodebek kind of invited this. He lost a tempo with his bishop. The white dark square bishop moved out, hit the black queen, then retreated. This is the plan that Magnus wanted to set up anyway. He wanted to break out and erode White's stronghold in the center. Now that pawn for White on e5 has disappeared. Yes, you can take back on e5 with your bishop, but it's only going to result in trades. You kind of pin yourself as well on the e-file.
उसका time already कितना कम हो गया है.
The last two moves, 3 minutes down as well on the clock.
Very tricky. And the reason you can't capture that pawn with your own knight is because then Magnus Carlson has set up the g5 idea, deflecting the defender. All the pins on the e-line will land into trouble. So instead, capturing with the bishop. And now Magnus has plenty of choices. You could trade. You could get more attack. You know, you pin it, you win it. Find a way to get to that bishop. Grab on c4. A lot of tempting options. And Magnus chooses one that's perhaps strongest. Wins material.
We see a quick queen trade, but in the process, Magnus has won a rook for bishop. Yes, it's only the exchange, as we call it in chess, but the black rook looks mighty strong as well. Question mark given to Nodebek's last move. It feels like if Magnus is solid enough,
ये
if
तो
he
draw
makes
भी
sure there's
नहीं,
no
bro. I
counterplay, the
think he's
bishops
gonna
don't break
win.
out, then he should still be in control. Nodebek, it feels like a roll of the dice.
It's not all about grinding out those small imbalances to try and find a win in the endgame. Magnus showing that he can out-position and out-tactic opponents in the middle game as well, showing some of the versatility that has made him the #1 player that he is today. So
Bro, सामने वाले का heart
frustrating
rate इतना कम
position
कैसे है
for
अभी भी मेरे को
Nordebek
तो
to
वो
be
नहीं
in.
समझ आ
And I
रहा.
also want to point out, yes, okay, players go exchanges down all the time, but this quickly against against a player like Nordebek, it's just incredible the kind of things that Magnus can pull out of his hat.
Yeah, looked like a level opening position.
Right.
And 5 moves later, he's a rook for bishop up in a game he only needs to draw with black. Magnus, though, kind of accepting that it's not over yet. Just to point out, white does have a big threat on the board. The white knight wants to enter the center, land on d4, attacking the black rook, and winning a pawn on c6 in the process. So Magnus needs to preemptively deal with that.
black है
He
हाँ.
also kind of understands, right, the moments where he needs to pause. He understands these threats that his opponent's setting up and just sort of doesn't give them the chance. Like you said, the one big idea, and look at that. Magnus just coolly and calmly not only defends the a5 pawn, also takes control of the c6 pawn. Now he can just fall back with the rook, gain complete control. He's up on material. I mean, he's playing like liquid here. Impossible to contain, smooth endgame conversion. Brilliant stuff by Magnus.
Could become solid.
उसको कैसे नहीं समझेगा bro?
This liquid player.
2700
He's just covered
rated,
all
bro.
the holes, rock solid. Again, it's a change of gears. He accelerates it, wins the material, then he takes a step back. He knows he's done the hard work, and just defending everything is enough for now. Nordebek needs something special,
मैं
but
थोड़ी हूँ
if
Magnus
there's
के
nothing
सामने.
immediate here, black will have
जो
time to
कुछ
make
समझ
use
नहीं
of
रहा.
that rook.
Feels really strange as well being in a position where the light squared bishops are staring each other down through several pawns in the center of the board, where actually, like, the position's kind of opening up, but the bishops are still just staring. Everywhere else, the action's been absolutely insane, but really, the minor pieces just feel like they're on lockdown.
Guys, आज का मैच 2-0 हार
It's
गए.
amazing how Magnus
निहाल
is
का
adapting
match
also
अब कल
defended.
होगा.
You know, that bishop on b7,
5:30
it also
PM.
doesn't only take control of c6, but makes sure that the d5 pawn is also supremely guarded,
Yep.
not allowing the bishop pair to get active. And now Magnus's knight comes into the game, tying down the white knight to defend the b3 pawn. It could next jump to the center of the board, knight e4 coming on, trying to trade off more pieces as the game goes towards a Magnus win.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nordebek, he's coming up against the best front runner in chess history.
Elimination नहीं. अगर कल हारे तो yeah, we will be out.
Back. He knows how to just set up the barricades.
अब हम
be
lower
defensive,
bracket में हैं
trade off the
क्योंकि
right
आज हार
pieces.
गए तो.
You need
Tomorrow
to
is
make
the
sure
last chance
Magnus
था.
is on
अगर
edge,
कल हारे तो
going for the
out.
win, because then you can counter
फिर
attack.
eliminate हो
Yeah,
जाएंगे.
counter-attacking chances minimal. The white rook indirectly eyeing up the black knight, but that black knight, as you mentioned, Tanya, can land in the center, can improve. The black pawns will
But
start
कल का
rolling.
first game जीत लिया
Minimal chance
and
of
lower
a,
bracket final
miracle
में
here.
गए. फिर
for
वो भी
Nordebek.
जीत लिया,
It jumps
then we
further into the
qualify.
game, attacks the rook and plants itself on a square where it's inviting a trade, but that trade will only help black to connect the pawns. Now the c pawn's freed up, you know, it could go to c5, displace that white knight, which is a power piece at the center, c5 being set up. This is beautifully played by Magnus in this endgame.
We were talking earlier about how, okay, no big advantage here yet. The c pawns were doubled. They didn't look great. It didn't look like it was a game-winning asset.
Klaus.
And then you compare
Mostly
it to
तो
now,
noise
and you're
के
thinking,
लिए
hang
है.
on a second, Magnus
Yeah,
has just
playing
been
tomorrow
playing 20
5:30
moves
वही
ahead
तो
of
बोला
everyone
मैंने.
else, because this is suddenly looking beautiful. The d pawn will be able to wall down the board with tempo as well. I mean, he just manufactures this out of thin air, I swear.
And it just looks so smooth and effortless.
भाई उस पे
Almost.
double
Black
time
c-pawn
है bro.
hitting the white knight, c5, d4, push those pawns. Nordebek is going to get steamrolled. And the rook versus bishop kind of dynamic here just doesn't provide any counterplay long term. And okay, a trade, as you mentioned there, Tanya, though, the pawns will just begin to roll. He's hitting 2 pawns. He's hitting d5 as well. But trades here only going to guide black closer to that desired goal of a safe endgame.
And you've got to watch out, right? Magnus has all these ideas of that c-pawn moving even further and then creating a b-passer that's going to be unstoppable on the board. Magnus is
Anish
grooving
के
in
साथ
his
है.
head. He's
Anish
enjoying
versus
the
Nihal.
position that he has. You know, he's got it all under control. Meanwhile, for Nordebek, and these are the hard wins, right, where you can't figure out what went wrong. You don't even see a mistake that you've made. How do you overcome this mental block against a player like that? It's just psychologically just a very difficult place for a player to be, even the world number 7.
I'm afraid I'm in very much the stereotypical Hollywood movie guy going, it all happens so fast. I'm
Yeah,
one
I
of those
think
guys
he's
who I
listening
don't
to
have
The
an answer to
Weeknd
that question.
because he's
It is
vibing.
unbelievable the extent to which Magnus can make it feel like I've done nothing wrong, and yet I'm not just getting beaten,
कितने
I'm
ring
getting
match
crushed.
LCQ में
We
भी
mentioned
अनीश
earlier,
के
we've seen it
सामने
all
है
before.
फिर
We've seen
से
Magnus grind out these end games hundreds, thousands of times, but feel for his opponents here. They've been on the receiving end of it. They've been victims to these end game masterclasses so many times as well, and it's a matter of moments now before Magnus starts pushing those pawns forward. Full control. 5 minutes against 1 here. Nodibek, he just never got in the game. It was just the previous end game. It all turned there. He didn't hold, and he's being punished now. Magnus getting ready to start trading favorably. And, okay, playing safety first chess, dropping one of his central pawns, but still very much in control.
Another pawn could be picked up right now if you're white. Rook takes pawn, defending the knight. Magnus is set up. His own bishop retreating. He wants to get as many pieces off the board as possible. There are back rank ideas if white goes pawn hunting. Bishop b7, it's on the board. The knight had to retreat, defending. Rook d1 check. Wait, could you still go for this?
You could
Honey
land a
sings
check with
on
the black
that.
rook, even drop the exchange rook for knight, then white knight will take back on d1.
Bro उस पे
At
तो
the very
टाइमिंग
end,
कितना
white
कम
bishop,
है
yeah, will be forced to self-pin and be lost.
That awkward move that didn't feel great earlier on, David.
खैर
Bishop on
हमें पता ही
a6.
था ना
Favour of the day
रिजल्ट
now.
Exactly, and note how the white knight didn't take the
है ना
black rook
परिचय
because
मेरे
the
को
white
भी
knight is
मस्त
forced
लगा
to defend its bishop. Cool tactic on the board by Magnus, and now he's going to go hunting for the white b3 pawn.
Just super stuff, right? Combining positional elements, strategic elements, and when the tactics present themselves, he just grabs it with both hands to finish it off in style. And now the b3 pawn, no one's coming to its defense. It will start marching up the board. You could just slide the rook away, clear the path, go b3. But look at this. Magnus doesn't want to give any chances to Nodibek's knight there. Make sure that knight isn't getting close to the black king.
The knight jumping,
easy
hitting
for
the rook.
magnesium
Magnus,
calcium
though, just setting up his rooks in an ideal
पता नहीं
spot.
क्या
He
क्या तो
retreats,
नाम
covering
निकाल
all
रखे हैं तुम
pawns.
लोगों ने
And yeah, the problem is for Nodibek, even if you play really well, you might secure a draw. Magnus is actually repeating the position. Will we see a draw? It is a draw, and Magnus Carlson takes the match.
खैर मतलब पता ही था
Absolute
हमें
domination strategically in game number 2. It was a draw by repetition, but that is because Magnus Carlson knew that a draw would be good enough to send him into the winner's match in his group. That was a masterclass in dismantling your opponent positionally in the middle game. What
Let's
an
watch the
incredible
interview.
show of force from the world number 1.
And he did it from a position of strength, Magnus Carlsen. He still had several gears to go up if he so wanted. Nodibek, we have to give him credit this second game for defending really, really well, but ultimately the damage was done in the first encounter, not able to hold a level endgame. How many times have we seen that before?
And I think that really plays on your mind. Getting over that first loss is what cost Nodibek the match. Magnus just doing Magnus things, and he made it look easy. Team Liquid, Magnus Carlson drowning out the competition as he usually does.
So that first game decisive, that second game, frankly, more dominant despite ending in the draw. Let's head over live to hear from Magnus Carlson.
मेरे को तो लगा था वो ड्रॉ
Where was
नहीं
Magnus
जीते
after
गए
that soul-crushing
Oh my
win?
God.
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Tyler?
That was methodical, perfect. There was no mishaps, no blunders, no mistakes. They were like, dude, you need to ask him a question. I'm like, I don't really know what to say. So I'm just gonna ask you, how are you feeling during that game? Like actually playing it? Did it feel that easy? Was there any like things that like sparked your interest there? Or is it pretty standard?
No, I feel like he did a very good job for a long time in the first game defending. I thought my position was slightly easier to play than I was a little bit better, but I didn't really believe it. But I was trying to keep pace up on the clock, pressure him a little bit there. He was doing well with that, and maybe a little bit too good since he blundered with a lot of time left on his clock. But overall, yeah, felt good, and was just trying to play by intuition, flow more than anything else.
Now, when it comes to your next opponent, it's going to be either Fabiano Caruana, your teammate, or it's going to be Jan Krzysztof Duda. Do you have any thoughts on your next matchup, or it's just another day in the office for you?
Of course, it's unfortunate that Fabi is in the same group as I am, but you know.
Bro, imagine Liquid versus Liquid हो रहा है.
Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case. Congratulations on a sensational win. Boys and girls, what a series that we've had so far. 4 matches down, and next up, we're going to have some qualification matches, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. But first, the studio will take over.
Thank you so much there, Sandstorm. Magnus Carlson will get it done here in our 4th matchup of the day and his debut here on the Esports World Cup stage up against Nodibek Abdusattorov.
Giving some respect tonight. Bishop.
Oh.
Everything looks
Fabiano.
good.
Oh, इनका
When you have
first
an
draw
isolated
हुआ
minus
है.
white, your compensation often
So
is
basically
initiative,
जो
you
यहाँ
know,
जीतेगा
pieces pointing
वो
towards the king
मैग्नस के
side.
अगेंस्ट खेलेगा.
Here it's not
Bro,
so
liquid
tricky.
versus liquid हो
Sorry,
जाए
it's not
मजा
so
आ
easy
जाएगा.
because when you're attacking, you might be weakening your king as well.
Nice, he's
Fabiano
all in, right?
is hashtag
D5,
3 क्या
you gotta, you
तुम
pointed
लोग
it out
बता
earlier.
रहे थे.
Just great that we get to cast this type of game. Yanchesov Duda went for it. King on F1.
Most
I'm looking
probably
forward to
finals.
the ideas like Rook G3,
Finals
H5.
is either
The
Nats
nice thing
versus
about
Nats.
White's
Oh
position
no.
is, although it's an attacking
It's
position,
Nats
Eric,
versus
you don't have to go
Scream.
all in.
Actually,
Like,
Nats
that's the only way
versus
you can play
Yumpy.
the game. White has moves like Knight A5 into C6, like Knight
Tyler one who learned
C5
chess by
next.
himself
There's
can
a
improve
lot of
very
ways
fast
that
than
you
normal
can continue.
people.
Yeah, the problem is the d5 square is great for black.
शायद
Only one piece can be placed there
I
at any
should
given
try the
time.
same.
So right now remains to be seen. Where's that knight on b6 going? Fabi wants to push the initiative or counterattack. Doesn't
Acha,
wanna let
he's
white just
number
play
2.
Knight e5, rook g3, bishop to h6. Those are easy moves. That's a good initiative. It's his job to
Hikaru
make
versus
that
Firuza also
uncomfortable, make it
मैं
hard
भाई
to
ऐसे
achieve.
तो मैं बैठ के
Let's
सारे
see,
मैच ही
that's a
देखने
step
लग
in that
जाऊंगी
direction.
ब्रो.
Maybe he's going knight c4,
ऐसे तो
but
तुम
he
लोग
needs
बोलते जाओगे
to
ये भी
not
क्रेजी
let
मैच है ये भी
Duda
मैं बैठ के देखती भी रहूंगी क्योंकि मैं
optimally
हूँ
places
पागल
pieces
थोड़ी
on the
सी.
king side, where you can see they're pointing towards g7, towards h7, and there could be a deficit that leads to a pretty
खाने
good
का लाइक
attack for
चेंज
white.
कीजिए.
Yeah, Rook G3 and Bishop
I think
H6
it's fine.
immediately looks like something to consider, especially because if Black decides to play a move like G6, there's H5. It's perfectly placed with the pawn on H4 to generate that attack. Now, don't get ideas of Rook takes A7 here, hunting a pawn on the queen side for White.
All
Immediately
that's
Black can play
crazy, all
Bishop
our legends
takes
वो तो
on
है ही bro.
B3. The bishop on
इतना
C1 would be
high
hanging,
rated
so
players है
you
भाई
really just
सबके
don't
सब.
want to play on that side of the board. I guess Rook G3 is probably the top move I would consider. I'm between Rook G3 and H5, and the reason I don't want to play Bishop B2,
ये वाला
Eric, is
Fabiano
that
जीत
Bishop is
जाए
useful
बस.
against the king side.
Yeah,
Very nice to see you enjoying
if I
chess.
want my bishop, I want my bishop
It's
on a good
fun
diagonal.
actually.
I
I
don't
was
want
not
it staying at
expecting
d4.
it to be.
Duda wouldn't mind maybe losing the d4 pawn
I
in some
won't lie.
positions
सच में
to
I
play bishop
expected
b2
it to
when
be
it's an open
boring.
diagonal, but he doesn't want to
Before
place the bishop on
watching.
b2 while that pawn is just stuck on d4. So see, he's willing to sacrifice or open up lines. Right now, yeah, maybe black can't take back because there's bishop a3 in the end, skewering the rooks. But even if black could take back, I'm not sure Fabi would, and I'm not sure Duda would complain because he would love to have a dark squared bishop unopposed. Even for the price of a pawn, it's an isolated pawn.
Do you
He's already
understand?
indicated he's looking to
Little.
attack.
I am
That dark
trying.
squared bishop for white would be improved dramatically once Fabi's bishop on b4 is off the board.
And Bishop C3 hits the rook on A1, hits the pawn on D4, but also falls in to a potential bishop captures H7 check idea. And how many chess positions do you have? This rook on H3 kind of unusually placed, but here it's actually defending a key idea. It's making knight C5 possible. Now, why is this getting a question mark here? It's certainly not because it can be captured, because if the knight's captured, he recaptures with the pawn, the rook takes on C5, we can just play a move like bishop to A3. Hitting the rook on c5, actually skewering it
वो तो
to
बाद
the
में
rook
होगा
on
ही.
f8,
It
and
will
you're just going
happen.
to pick up material there.
Is there some bishop takes g2 in that line? Is that it? And you could like argue
Alireza more
like
than
there's, I
other
don't know, I'm
chess player. Why?
just thinking out loud that bishop takes g2, you sack the exchange,
Quarterfinal
but
आज
the
ही
king
क्या?
is weak, and the knights will have really dangerous squares. So bishop a3, bishop
अभी
takes
नहीं
g2,
होगा ये
king
सब.
g2.
अभी
Rook
तो we
takes
will only get
yeah,
two
e5,
from
bishop
each
takes f8.
each group.
There might be
Basically
something
two
there
from each
that
group जो
Fabiano
qualify
says, you
होंगे
know
वो
what?
हमें पता
I have a
चलेगा
big
आज.
initiative there for the price
फिर
of
कल lower
a
bracket
rook
के
for a knight
matches
and a pawn.
चलेंगे. फिर
But
I
that
think
those
quarter
knights
final
are
वाला
gonna
परसों होना चाहिए
jump
मेरे
into the
हिसाब से
game
तो.
and attack the
ये
loose
है ना
king on
quarter
g2.
finals
If
playoffs.
it's not that, I don't know what it is.
I
हाँ, देखो
really
परसों
like
से
that
है ये.
idea. That is a phenomenal
इसमें
spot,
time
and I
है.
think Fabi took the time.
Quarter
and probably went
finals,
through the
grand
exact
finals
same
सब एक दिन में
calculation,
होगा.
because you know what? You don't play this if that's
आज
not your
हमें
intention, right? You
हर
are
group
lining
से
up both of your rooks on the
मिला के
diagonal, A3
8
to
qualified
F8.
players
That is
मिलेंगे
just going to be a much worse
and
position unless Bishop G2 is the plan. So
बाकी के
let's see it.
8
It is on
lower
the
bracket में
board.
What
तो
a
वो
position.
लोग का कल होगा.
White is up the exchange for knight and a pawn, but his king is weak. A7's loose. There's so much to calculate here. If I'm black, okay, A7's critical because if black was able to hold that, they would have a pretty easy position to play, save king. But black's looking to target that king. What does that mean? First of all, cover the back rank.
तब
Well done,
चेस
G6.
गेम मैंने
G6
possible
also
any
supports
time
knight
यार
on
जरा
F6 going
मेरे को
to
नहीं आता
H5.
यार खेलना.
When it reaches H5, it hits F4. Even if
I will
white tries to
just
stop, they'd Knight f4 square, the knight on b6, moves over to d5. all of a sudden,
क्या
these
बोलूं,
two
मतलब
knights are
bully होंगी ना
converging in
सबसे.
on White's king. Not just White's king. The rook on h3 can be loosed. The bishop on d3 can be loosed. Lots of checks, lots of things to calculate. And even that queen on f8 on a good day also can start. Black's going to play in the dark squares here.
Yep, and there's a light squared bishop for White. This is looking like a position where the engine might like White's position, but I think most strong players would understand immediately that Black has phenomenal compensation. The king is very safe for Black once it goes to g7, and the
मुझे
queen
बस
on f8
देखना
can
है
activate, whether it's
Magnus के
c5,
against कौन आने
d6,
वाला है.
h6 even. You generally want to play most of your pieces on dark squares,
बाकी
and
के
look at the
matches में तो
position.
सोच रहा हूँ
Fabi
off
has
stream
every
देखूंगी
single
match.
piece on a dark square.
Rook g3, he's looking to contest those dark squares. He wants to play rook
No,
to
no,
g5,
not out.
correcting his
You know
pawn structure,
why
trading
you
off.
guys
trade
cannot
off.
see the pinned
Black
message?
can maybe argue for full compensation, but maybe when the rooks are off,
Huh?
harder to win. We get a bit towards the end game. Again, White needs to contest the dark
हाँ
squares.
कुलदीप
You
ऐसा
give
कुछ
Black
कर
a few
सकते हैं. I'll
moves.
talk to
Those
Nakul भाई.
knights are jumping in to d5,
क्योंकि वो
to
free होंगे तभी
h5,
करने का
and
point है.
finding key squares. If rook g5 now, I'm not trading. I'm probably moving my rook down to e1. If you
I
really
want to
want to trade, I
see
want to do it in the best
Fabiano versus
circumstances.
Magnus, bro.
But I'm not sure
He
if that
needs
rook on
to win
a7
this.
is a good piece or a bad piece here.
Imagine
it's
ये
good
भी
that it
draw.
pressures the 7th, but
Armageddon,
it could
crazy.
be bad if Black ends up getting their attack in first, then that rook
Lower
could be out
bracket
of
can
play.
play for
Yeah,
final.
I mean, we talked about the move.
अगर तुम lower
knight
bracket
to
से भी
h5
qualify होते हो,
earlier.
doesn't
Now it
matter.
becomes a real
Qualifying
idea.
matters.
It's hitting the
चाहे
rook
lower
on
से हो,
g3,
चाहे upper से
threatening
हो,
knight f4.
qualifying
So
matters.
it looks to me like rook g5 is the most consistent move, right? The last move, rook g3, it's the only move that makes sense because knight h5 now hits the rook on g3. It's starting to look misplaced.
It is looking misplaced. If you don't play it now,
Yeah, have to play that.
yeah.
Guys,
This is
see.
the only
देखो
idea.
ये
Obviously,
groups
if you take
हैं.
it, you're happy
Group
to take
A,
back,
B,
fixing the pawns a
C,
little bit.
D.
And don't forget
Nihal
that
was
that
in
B
group
pawn
B.
for white right
ठीक
now
है,
can't
so
move. We
he
haven't
lost
even
this
mentioned
game
it, but
2-0.
if that pawn
जो
was not on the
जीता
board,
वो
I think
upper
Fabi
bracket
just had a
final
clear
में है.
advantage. So,
निहाल हार
keep an
के
eye on that B pawn.
lower
If
bracket
he ever
semis
is
में
allowed
है.
to play B6,
यहाँ से if he
B7,
wins, he
there's
goes
no
to
stopping
lower
him.
bracket final.
With that
Lower
B pawn on
bracket
the board,
final
it
में
gives Fabi a
आएगा
sledge up for
जो
some
upper
endgames.
bracket final
Those
का
queens
loser
come
होगा.
off, then
वो
White is
यहाँ
doing
आएगा.
well because
तो उससे
he's
अगर
worried about
निहाल
getting
जीतता है,
mated.
he
can get the knights in
qualifies.
squares. And this
अभी
is a
समझ आ गया
classy move.
सबको.
This is a
मतलब
classy
जिसको
move.
नहीं
If
समझ आया
White
था.
takes on e5, the queen can recapture on e5. Access to f4 is coming in. Queen and knight coming into the f4 square. Maybe the other knight comes in on a good day. And yes, you have the b pawn, but you have to be calculating everything perfectly to make sure. If I push that b pawn at the right moment, I'm not getting checkmated. Duda's probably going to be more worried about the checkmates, and that's why he's played bishop f1 first.
Yeah, and Fabi can play queen d4, a centralizing move. It also permanently stops the b6 move, and it hits
I
the
don't know
rook,
what you're
and it hits
talking
the
about,
h4
so
pawn.
no.
This move does everything at once.
तो upper bracket
Does everything
final
at
कब
once, and
होगा?
if you take the
Upper
h
bracket
pawn,
final कल होगा.
all of a sudden, there's going to be
नहीं
lots of
sorry
checks
ये
on the
आज
g
होगा.
file. You have
Upper
two
bracket के
pawns
सारे
and a
matches
knight for a
आज
rook,
होंगे.
which is almost equivalent. On the other hand, there might be rook b3.
जो लोग जीत
However,
रहे
so
हैं
rook
ना,
b3 might
for
force the knight back.
example, अर्जुन
Judah
जीता
needs to
आज,
come up with a
उसका
counterplay
मैच ये
because
आज ही
this is
होने
not a
वाला है. ये
position you
देखो
can afford to play
1 hour
when
12
the players
minutes.
get lower on time. When you're under a
upper
minute,
bracket से जो
everyone will take
qualify
that.
होंगे वो आज ही
Yeah,
हो
like
जाएंगे.
the move
उनको
rook
कल
b3,
खेलना ही नहीं है.
it
उनकी
sets
कल
up
छुट्टी है.
b6. We talked about how you
upper
can't
bracket
let
से
that
जो
pawn
लोग qualify
escape.
होंगे उनको कल नहीं
As soon
खेलना
as it
है.
gets to b6,
आज
Black has
lower
no
वालों को
control
खेलना है
over
कल.
b7 or b8. So you have to prevent b6 at all costs. And, well, we see rook d3. Eric, I'm starting to think I see, potential for something like queen b2, queen b4, rook b3, and maybe a repetition of moves. Would that interest you if you're Fabi here?
It wouldn't interest me, but if Duda's playing all the moves, like what Black can't afford is to allow the rook of White's to get on b3 and then b6 to be played. Knights are not great at running across the board to stop an outside pass pawn. So I don't want to allow that.
तुषार निहाल out हो गया कि बीबी
It's
चांस
looking at the
है.
b8 queening square, but it's also looking at the e5 square. You get the queen e5, you're pinning the knight, you're centralizing the queen. All of a sudden, your king doesn't feel so dangerous because what the
को मैग्नस का मैच है यार. मैं तो देखूंगी.
वैसे
भी नींद आती नहीं है. डेली मिस्टर बीन देखती हूँ. आज चेस देखूंगी.
Manage that. I think when he's really overwhelmed, he'll look towards maybe liquidating. But right now, I think his king is
Devan
still
Shah,
safe,
welcome
pawn is
to
still
Bot
far
Fan.
enough.
Thank you.
Yeah, queen b8. I mean, this move maybe comes with the idea of rook b3,
Bro
b6,
is
but it's a lot to
shameless.
ask, right?
Bro
Can't go
is
rook b3 with the
shameless.
knight on g4, so
Yeah.
Fabi feels like he's making progress.
I think so. I mean, I would agree. The b pawn can't
Stream
move,
कर देना Magnus
and
का
you're
match.
slowly
अरे
accomplishing things on the
अरे
other side
भाई
of the board.
मैं जा रही हूँ इसके बाद.
Five?
Guards the pawn
Look at
and hits
these
the rook.
knights. Look at
Amazing.
Lower
these
bracket
knights. The
tomorrow,
queen with
yes.
two knights right now. White's queen is on b7. It
I
can't get
guess
back to the king side.
Gukesh
That's
is
great.
gonna coach in becoming
Fabiano
world
find an
championship.
attack here
Oh, this
with the
guy.
queen offside? This could be really, really big. The most important piece of White's cannot get in the game.
Bro,
And
इनका
maybe
ये
just maybe
twisted
Fabi's
mind.
gonna play
Oh
h4
हाँ,
soon. So
मैंने
that when you
just
check on
मैं
g4,
notice
there's
किया I
no
was
rook
like कि
g3,
this looks
but
like
this
a
is the
brain
perfect
इनका logo.
moment to
फिर मुझे
strike
याद आया कि
while the
twisted
queen can't
mind
get in the
करके और
game.
गया.
He's got to find a way to use those two knights and a queen to generate an imbalance. And you see Duda shaking his head. Things are looking very, very bad right now.
That's why he played rook h3. I mean, to play queen b7, you're locking your own queen out of the game. Now rook h3, the pieces are not connected. There's no coordination at all. And you mentioned the move h4. I'm
H4 is
wondering
being
if he's going to play it now.
You just
Exactly.
अबे
have
हाँ,
to play any move.
भाई
You don't wanna move the
Fabiano
knight on d5
भाई,
until you're sure. You
old
cannot let
hearted.
that queen on b7 in the game. And this is a great find by Fabi. Queen g4 could be coming. Knight f4 could be coming.
G5, G4 is also an... Like, you can just shove the pawn up.
G5, G4 is great.
And knight
That's
f3 is coming after that. And look how offside the white queen is. It takes how many moves to get it back? Queen a6, queen a3, queen back? No way.
The queen won't have a square to move back if you keep pushing your g-pawn. Queen a6, g5.
Yeah,
G5.
I like the look at
Your
G5.
Heartless ही
G5
बोल
move,
दिया भाई.
There's probably other moves too, but g5 actually looks very safe. The rook and the bishop are not good pieces.
Okay, here we go. We have a check. This makes sense with the h4 move. There's no rook to g3, and you know you start to get ideas like knight f3. Although there
I
is
don't think
bishop
इनका
G2.
tiebreaker आएगा.
It might be queen d1
Fabiano is
first,
gonna win.
and then something like knight f4. Now queen d1 prevents white
है
from
ना?
playing queen a1. Queen a1 is a nasty move. Hits e5, maybe brings the queen in.
I like that.
Oh, this is a good check too.
Yeah, a lot of good-looking checks, but I
wow.
do like queen g4 and then maybe queen back to d1. As you said, hits the bishop on f1, and I really appreciate that it stops queen a1.
Fabi
Oh,
goes for the material.
Okay, well, this is the way that you win the material outright. You could say maybe he would build it up more, but he decided to cash
no,
in.
this is a mistake.
Yeah,
this is a
was that
mistake.
the right
Letting the queen
decision?
in the game is what I'm trying to prevent.
Yep.
Queen d4, yes, you're down 3 pawns, but that's the h4 pawn is loose. The b6 pawn can be pushed, and if you play h3, there's queen h4 check.
You're dropping something
You're
here. And remember, queen f6, if you want to trade, for example, that b pawn all of a sudden runs all the way down the board. This is a mistake by Fabiano, and all of a sudden, not only is his time lower, but the position is getting a little bit tricky to handle.
There's even bishop g2 in some lines.
Okay.
Is bishop g2 going to be the move, or bishop
अभी
d3?
मुझे लग
Bishop
रहा है he's
G2
gonna
looks great.
lose.
b6 as well. Like, does he actually have to take this? Queen b3?
Oh,
my
he just
goodness.
blundered. Oh my goodness.
That's the entire
He
game.
found it. This is the danger of letting that pawn run.
We've been talking
भाई वो
about
क्या relax
b6
होके.
the entire game. Oh, my.
Oh,
Fabi let the
he's
queen
in
get the
disbelief,
game.
bro.
He took a risk allowing that pawn to push, going for that endgame. And what a turnaround.
Bro,
That-
but
that is-
he was
that
winning.
just
उसका
one move.
एक
That
move से
one
पूरा
move
गड़बड़
blunder,
हो
he was
गया
in
क्या?
control for most of that game, and Yanchisov Duda twisted minds.
है ना? He
takes
was winning
the
ना?
victory over Team Liquid 1.5 to half. That's just a one
मेरे
move
को ऐसा क्यों
blunder.
लग रहा है उसने
Very
blunder
rare
किया है
to
कुछ.
see at this level of chess.
It was a one-move blunder.
क्या
but we have
यार?
to
I
talk about
wanted
it.
liquid
Fabi was
versus
playing
liquid
incredible.
यार,
He was
guys.
winning,
Jinx
and
कर दिया
he
मैंने
allowed
शायद.
Duda to get counterplay. He allowed that queen back in the game. That said,
Wow. I tell you, Eric, we were looking at that game, and the knights looked unassailable, right? They
शायद
were
उसको
keeping the
Magnus
queen
के
out, and
against
it's
नहीं
such a
खेलना
difficult
था.
decision in chess because right in front of you, you've got material, right?
कोई
You can win
नहीं.
material back. You always want to do that. This was
चलो.
a rare case. We need to show more patience and just lock the queen out and understand
My
that
bad for
that is
jinxing.
where your advantage comes from.
yeah, the position was queen and 2 knights versus rook and bishop. There's a big
Magnus
imbalance
के
there.
against
Yes, you
Duda.
get a bit of material back, but you let that queen get back in the game. that
Fabiano
changed
का
everything.
अच्छा.
And it's just
Fabiano का उसके
all it
against
takes.
होगा ना
Fabi
जो
played,
Magnus
was
से
pushing the
हारा.
entire game or entire second half. And incredible. Duda just stuck in there and took his one opportunity.
It's crazy how it all fell apart, right? Just that one decision, because let's be honest, he wasn't worse after
Lower
that.
bracket
but still,
है
that
भाई.
one decision
I
that he
know.
made to win material.
नहीं
it allowed
नहीं,
the
I
queen
was
back,
saying
and
कि
then it felt
आज
like Duda
आज
had
का
this
upper
bit of
bracket
momentum
final I
out of
wanted
nowhere.
liquid
All of a
versus
sudden, every
liquid.
move with tempo, Fabi's time was getting a little bit lower, nerves, and then
चलो
boom,
गाइस मैं तो आज
there's
इतना ही
the
देखने वाली हूँ चेस बाकी आप लोग देख सकते हो I'll play these browser games and then go okay so I will start with chess never mind wow bed study love kid हाँ यार इन सब से एकदम अलग क्या होता है इन सब से एकदम अलग हाँ और क्या हो सकता है भाई हो ही नहीं रहा भाई इन सब से अलग लाइट से थोड़ा आया What? I want to give up. I actually want to give up. ब्रो लाइट एक सेकेंड लाइट बट लाइट से तो लाइट का और क्या होगा वाइट कलर तो फक स्ले पिंक व्हाट लाइट ब्रो एक भी वर्ड नहीं आ रहा है ऐसा तो कभी नहीं हुआ है मेरे साथ Are you kidding me? What you भाई बल्ब किया तो था मैंने बल्ब ब्रो कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा है ये तो कभी नहीं हुआ है मेरे साथ ब्रो आई स्वेयर Are you kidding me? तुम्हें पागल है क्या ये गेम करना क्या है सीक्रेट वर्ड फाइंड करना है bro I think I'm gonna take a hint bro I'm tired 70 guesses is crazy ये क्या होता है ये तो मैंने कभी सुना ही नहीं हगन्स हगन्स क्या होता है गाइस ये तो मुझे गूगल करना पड़ेगा हगन्स क्या होता है What the fuck is Huggins? Huggins. बैडमिंटन. अबे ये हगन्स से सीधा बैडमिंटन और बैडमिंटन सेकंड है. बैडमिंटन सेकंड कैसे हो सकता है जब मैंने स्पोर्ट लिखा है और वो नहीं आया? हाउ इज दैट पॉसिबल? शटल. सॉकेट. सॉकेट तो वो होता है ना, स्विच वाला. स्पोर्ट एंड गेम इतने दूर थे. एग्जैक्टली मैं इसलिए पता है कोई भी स्पोर्ट्स का नाम ही नहीं लिखा मैंने, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स बहुत दूर आया था. तो फिर मैंने कहा नहीं होगा. बैडमिंटन रैकेट. बैडमिंटन सेकंड है, रैकेट थर्ड है. हाँ फिर क्या है? नेट भी लिख दिया मैंने. कोई और स्पोर्ट्स लिखूं क्या? हॉकी. बैट. नहीं, नेट लिखा मैंने ऑलरेडी. नेट 52 पे है. स्क्वॉश. वॉलीबॉल. नहीं, मेरे को लग रहा है बैडमिंटन से रिलेटेड कुछ है. ये बोलते हैं क्या उसको? माय गॉड, तो स्पोर्ट्स क्यों नहीं आया गाइस? डम है क्या ये गेम? मैंने कब का स्पोर्ट्स लिखा था? अगर स्पोर्ट्स नहीं आएगा क्लोज तो हम क्यों गेस करेंगे? वो स्टूपिड है ब्रो. इडियट. इडियट गेम. इडियट. स्पोर्ट्स तो आना चाहिए ना. ओ माय गॉड. What? एस नहीं है गाइस. एस भी नहीं है, टी भी नहीं है. ओमेगा. ओह नाइस यार विजय. मेरे दिमाग में ओमेगा तो बिल्कुल नहीं आता. द मिनी क्रॉसवर्ड ये खेलते हैं. स्कॉलर. टॉनी मीनिंग पोर्ट्रेट ऑफ मैरिट और लियो मैरी. ये क्या है? टेयर टू पीसेस एज डॉक्यूमेंट्स और चीज. हाँ, टेयर टू पीसेस. ब्रेक. ग्रेट. नहीं, ग्रेट चीज का होगा. ब्रेक. ब्रेक भी नहीं है. टेयर टू पीसेस एज डॉक्यूमेंट्स और चीज. I don't know. Gentle prod. Enjoyed a home cooked meal. Sassy. Out of it. Fifth का. Wake up. The garden in the garden of worldly delights. The real deal. Something taken by a server. Ladder's counterpart. Stair. नेवर माइंड. मुझे आज एक भी नहीं आता गाइस, तुम ही खेल लो. श्रेड 5 अक्रॉस. ओ व्हाई कैन नॉट आई थिंक ऑफ इट ब्रो? गाइस मुझे तो एक भी नहीं आ रहा है. तुम लोग सॉल्व करो आज. जेंटल प्रॉड मतलब इसका तो मुझे वो ही नहीं समझ में आया मीनिंग. एंजॉयड अ होम कुक्ड मील. Happy meal. 3 down legit. अच्छा the real deal legit. फिफ्थ क्या है बे? स्नैप आउट ऑफ इट. चलो एटलीस्ट मैंने एक किया. एटलीस्ट मैंने एक किया. आई एम हैप्पी. सैसी. वाओ ये तुक्का था पता है. आई स्वेयर ये तुक्का था. वन डाउन शूट. Ladders counterpart shoot. Oh. Enjoyed a home cooked meal. 80. कर्ल. कर्ल नहीं. कर्ल नहीं है. एल तो इधर है. 2 down ordered. Something taken by a server. Order. Okay. Attain. Nudge. Eden Garden. आज टफ था. मेरे को तो एक दो ही आए समझ. Special bug race, fist fold, iron promotion, steam, deal, check, gas, truffle, sale, deal, sale, maybe. Special steam, raise. वैसे raise और promotion भी है. Raise, promotion, all नहीं. Check, deal. Deal भी हो सकता है. Deal, promotion, raise में भी. फोर्थ क्या होगा इसका? नेटल क्या होता है? स्किप. नो स्किप. इसका फोर्थ क्या हो सकता है? आयरन फिस्ट. फिस्ट फोल्ड. ए फोल्ड. सेल एंड स्पेशल. अबे डिस्काउंट कहाँ है? पागल सा है क्या ये? ओ यही है डिस्काउंट. डील, प्रमोशन, सेल, स्पेशल. ये फॉल कॉल चेक. हाँ ये उसके जैसा लग रहा है वो. हाँ पोकर टर्म्स. फोर्थ क्या बताया? कॉल चेक रेस फोल्ड. अच्छा रेस भी होता है. ओए नाइस वन बे. स्टीम, आयन, गैस, मे बी नेटल. नेटल या रफल इसमें से कुछ होगा शायद मेरे हिसाब से. है कि नहीं? नहीं गलत है. स्टीम, गैस. बग, नेटल, रफल, स्टीम. वाओ इरिटेट. ये तो फिर कपिल को पता होना चाहिए था. थिंग्स यू कैन पंप. ओ ब्रेक्स. मेरे को तो कुछ समझ नहीं आया. फिर भी मैंने कर लिया. चलो लास्ट गेम. अरे उसका क्या नाम है? हम्म, हम्म, अरे यहाँ पे और क्या है? स्पेन लिख दिया मैंने। ब्रो डोंट टेल मी ऑस्ट्रिया वाज द आंसर और मैंने गेस नहीं किया ब्रो, नो वे। ये तो मुझे सबसे पहले डालना चाहिए था। छी भाई, एट लास्ट ऐसा कुछ था जो मुझे बहुत अच्छे से पता है, जहाँ मैं घूमी हूँ अच्छे से, वो चलो एनीवे, आज का दिन है ही फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग मेरे लिए। चलो गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर वॉचिंग। अब मैं कल्टी मार रही हूँ, ठीक है? आप तो जाने वाली थी, मैं जा रही हूँ, ठीक है? कल मिलेंगे गाइस, सी यू टुमारो। कल गेमिंग स्ट्रीम होगी या नहीं पता नहीं, 5:30 अपना मैच है इसका, तो वॉच पार्टी करने में आ जाऊंगी, बाकी मैं बता दूंगी। बाय बाय गाइस, गुड नाइट, टेक केयर, ध्यान रखें सब अपना, ठीक है? बाय बाय, सी या।